All right, we should be up. How is everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? We good? We set? Hopefully everything is all right and all good. Putt-putt's gonna at least be... Yeah, I feel that. In any case, hope everyone has had a good day. I just happened to have the afternoon free, and I figured, we could hang out, we could figure out what we're doing, and the idea of this is to get a good idea on my top 100 games. Now, I've looked at myself, I've reflected on myself for quite a long while. I've kept a running tally of at least my top 5 games since I was 13. But I haven't really sat down and done a breakdown of exactly where they land. It's just sort of a miasma of, this is generally where I feel this game is. It's somewhere in like the 30s or something in like a solid 6 or 7 years. So this is what that is. Other than that, thank you all for spending the time, for just hanging out here and whatnot. And yeah, I'm hoping we can find some common ground, we can hang out, and just have a nice little time. Just gonna hang out, put on some music, have a nice little time. All right? So everyone's set. I've spent a little time making little custom tier makers things for this to be all set. And hopefully we should be able to start. So, here are the games. We have, starting off, we got A Hat in Time, Alan Wake, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Path, another Metroid 2 remake, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Batman the Enemy Within, Before Your Eyes, BioShock 2, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, Castlevania Rondo of Blood, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Chrono Trigger, Crash Bandicoot 3, Warped, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, Crazy Taxi, Dance Dance Revolution Extreme, Darkest Dungeon, Diddy Kong Racing, Disco Elysium, Donkey Kong Country 2, Dazed Conquest, Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Dragon Quest V, Dragon Quest XI, Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, Elite Beat Agents, Final Fantasy VI, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, F-Zero GX, Ghost Trick, God Hand, Grim Fandango, Half Minute Hero, Hades, Higurashi, Ikaruga, In Stars in Time, Joy Mech Fight, Katamari Forever, Kid Icarus Uprising, Kirby 64, Kirby Air Ride, Kirby in the Forgotten Land, Kirby Planet Robobot, Kirby Superstar, Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Majora's Mask, Lisa, Like a Dragon 8. Ah! That would have been really fun if we got it all in one. Like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth, Live Alive, Mario Party 2, Mario Party 3, Mega Man 7, Mario Superstar Baseball, Mass Effect 2, Mega Man X2, Mega Man X4, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Slug 3, Metroid Zero Mission, Mother 3, Nier Automata, Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos, Nostalgia, OP3, Omori, Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, Perfect Dark, Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, Persona 5 Royal, Ace Attorney Investigations, no, that's the wrong game, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, Pizza Tower, Pokemon Emerald, Pokemon Puzzle League, Pokemon Red, Princess Maker 2, Pseudo Regalia, Psychonauts, Punch Out, Putt Saves the Zoo, Sam and Max Hit the Road, Shovel Knight, King of Cards, Silent Hill 2, Sly 2, Band of Thieves, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transform, Sonic Generations, Sonic Robo Blast 2, Space Shell 5 Part 2, Spec Ops the Line, Spyro the Dragon, Star Wars Battlefront 2, Street Fighter 6, Suikoden 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario RC, Super Mario RPG. Fuck! Legend of the Seven Stars, Super Mario World, Tekken 3, Tetris DS, The House in Fata Morgana, Theatrhythm, File Bar Line, Titanfall 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Toho Lua Knights, Jammer Lammy, Umineko When They Cry, Undertale, Vampire Savior, Warcraft 3, WarioWare Smooth Moves, WWF SmackDown 2 Know Your Role, Yakuza 0, Yakuza Like a Dragon, and Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Okay, everyone got that. Thank you, Amir, I appreciate it. So, in general, this is what we've got. Now, you might notice that is actually 125 games. That is because I feel like there are plenty of edge cases, and we're going to have a delightful tier right here for D. didn't make it. And we will judge them extra harshly. Get off the gray and get off the white. My pie's on the grill, Black Knight. Is this available /public on Tiermaker? So Tiermaker has a thing where, for whatever reason, they have to make sure that a group of like 40 people will view it. They changed the policy where like they're making it privately. I currently have it as a private one-off thing. If the stream consistently does well enough, I will bump it up and make it public. All right. Are we killing games? We are absolutely killing games. So we are looking at games that, frankly, probably shouldn't be here. So I am trying to think of what would be... No Mario Kart at all? Mario Kart should be a little bit better. Mario Kart is consistently great. It is never... Like, my soul doesn't sing to me. There are a lot of games that were close to making the list, but didn't for whatever reason. It could be just like, I've never completed them in full, or I haven't completed enough of them that they sung to me, like Shin Megami Tensei 4, for example. Fantastic game. My 3DS is dead, and I have no desire to go back to it anytime soon until there's a proper re-release. Same thing with Team Fortress 2. I was never good at that game, but I loved playing it, but it's dead now. Surprised Higurashi isn't here? No, Higurashi's here. Higurashi's right here. He's right here. So, I think we should do something without lyrics. No. No. That'll do. Alright, I think it's time to make some... Is Bowser's Inside Story? It is not. There is enough in that game that bugs me that it doesn't quite stick the landing for me. TF2 fans want your address now. As they should. They're still hounding me for trying to attack someone with the sticky jumper. I think... But going over this... Hello. I think the weakest game here... is Mega Man 7. I think that Mega Man 7 is a very good game. I think it is an incredible game that it was made in 3 months. I love you too, Random Citizen. But, I don't know. For whatever reason, classic Mega Man never hits the highest highs for me. And that really hurts me. I'm surprised Mega Man 7 made it there. I felt like I should have classic Mega Man on here. And no other classic Mega Man hits all of the notes for me that Mega Man 7 does. Mega Man 8 also does, but it feels super slow, and that really gets my goat. And that's a difficult part. It's a bit different, but I think it's better than 8. I'm like back and forth on it. Let's see. What else would be a cut game? Actually, why don't I just gather up all of the games I think are in danger of being cut? I think that's the most effective way of doing this. So everything I'm dragging as C, I think, isn't making it into the top half of the list. I can guarantee that. So let's go Alan Wake. Let's go Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. Let's go Crash 3. Crazy Taxi. I saw Pop Hut say at the top. Tropical Freeze. Let's do DQ11. Oh, Thunder Tornado. That's good. Let's do FF6 ain't making it to the top cut. Cool. Cool. Construction is great. Please. We'll wait for this to pass. Let's do... Grim Fandango is here. Let's go... Ikaruga isn't making it to the top cut. Katamari isn't. Joy Mech probably isn't. Kirby 64 isn't. X4 probably isn't. X2 might. MGS4 probably isn't. Metal Slug 3 probably isn't. AM2R probably isn't. Ninja Gaiden 2 probably isn't. Omori probably isn't. Nah, maybe. Perfect Dark isn't. No, that's Paper Mario TTYD. That one goes where it goes. Pokemon Emerald definitely isn't making top cut. Pizza Tower's in danger. Princess Maker 2 is probably not top cut. Pseudo-Regalia. Psychonauts 2. Putt-Putt will be here just in case. Sam Max Hit the Road. Silent Hill 2 for various reasons. Sonic Robo Blast 2, probably not. Sonic Generations, probably not. Sonic and Sega, probably not. Battlefront 2, probably not top cut. Probably not, no. Probably not Suikoden 2. Mario 3. SF6 will probably make top cut. Tetris DS, probably not. Tony Hawk 3, probably not. Jammer Lammy, probably not. VSAV, I don't see making the top cut. Probably not WarioWare. Probably not SmackDown 2. And let's put this one in here just for laughs. Can you please stop outside? Please, kindly stop. Oh, yo, we got my friend Jonathan Taylor Thomas, made by Chef Boyardee. And probably not Holy Grail. Okay, I think this is everything that I could see reasonably not making the top cut of the game. So, let's go through the process. Alan Wake. This is an excellent game. I love the writing of it. I have never played it. I really love it. I've never played it. I think... What are your thoughts on the Telltale games? I think they are very excellent, but I think Hit the Road is incredibly consistent. Construction workers are friggin' guts, man, Stan. Yeah, I feel you. If you haven't played, it shouldn't count. Well, see, that's the thing. I feel like if you watch a playthrough of a game, that should be equally as valid if you're still getting that sort of experience. Obviously, you're missing the gameplay connection of it. That much is clear, but Alan Wake has stuck with me for over a decade in spite of never playing it, and I think that is a testament to its strength. So, but, I don't know, I don't think it quite makes it. I think it's better than Mega Man 7. I do think it's better than Mega Man 7. Let's see, what else here? I don't know, what do you guys think it looks sus in this list? What looks sus? You're viewing the game through a different lens if you're watching someone comment on it. Well, I watched a playthrough of someone commenting on it, and then to get my own opinion, I watched it just pure with no one commenting on it. So, that is the feel, that is the vibe. Have to go to bed, good night? Good night. Grim Fandango, yeah, you know what? That's a fair one. Grim Fandango has such incredible voice acting for its time period. It's such a beautiful piece. It has so many fascinating and wonderful things to say about death and life and what it means to be alive. It's such a cool game. It sucks to play. What is Putt Putt Saves the Zoo? Putt Putt Saves the Zoo is the greatest edutainment experience ever made. It is the pure joy of clicking on things and things happen to you. So yeah, Grim Fandango can go here. I like it more than Alan Wake, though. NES Ninja Gaiden kind of sus. Okay. So, let's talk Ninja Gaiden. Let's talk freaking Ninja Gaiden 2. So this game right here, this is not Ninja Gaiden 1, which, first off, I want to put out that Ninja Gaiden has some of the best control on the NES. It feels awesome to play. It's, you actually can get hit and make mistakes, and then you can still keep playing the game, but it's still hard. It's like they figured out how to make a game hard but fun. Now, Ninja Gaiden 1 admittedly has a bullshit reset where if you die in the final boss, you have to do the entire last world again. And the last world is bullshit. However, Ninja Gaiden 2 corrects this by instead deciding to be a good video game. And people don't talk about it because it's Ninja Gaiden 2 and not Ninja Gaiden 1. But Ninja Gaiden 2 has the sauce. It also has the doppelganger mechanic. And what the doppelganger is Ryu can get a clone of himself that will follow him and will perfectly mimic all your actions on the screen. And that doppelganger is awesome. Because if you're on the ground and you were in the air, it will stay in the air. And it will just fire things in the air. So you can just cheese bosses with absolute perfect precision and like 8th degree 4D chess planning. Or you can just like double up and use it as a triple shot. It is the best like doubling of your weapon power up I have ever felt. And it's so cool. One in the reboot trilogy is better. I disagree with one. The reboot games I've never played, but they are completely different games. Castlevania 3 Japanese is my favorite NES hard game. I need to play Akuma Joe Dracula 3 because I hate 3 NES, but the Japanese version might actually figure it out. This isn't C. This is we are deciding what doesn't get into the top 100. No. This one gets to live. This one gets to live. I love smooth moves, but it's just okay compared to everything else. I feel you, but it's like, it's the best WarioWare, right? It's the best WarioWare. But I guess WarioWare just isn't that good, huh? That's a humongous game, same who made Pajama Sam. Yeah, the Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo is basically my representation for all of Humongous Entertainment. It's just my favorite one, but No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside is also a thug classic. Never played Smooth Moves? Then you don't know the joy of there being a final boss fight where you slap your ass in time to the rhythm. It is like a public humiliation fiesta. It's great. I can't see your finalist having that many Castlevanias on it. One has to go. What are you talking about? They're good games. They're good games. Every time you mention Smooth Moves, it's just been that micro game. Yeah, but it's really funny. The Pyoro game is also really good. It's got really good multiplayer. It's so funny. Mention any other WarioWare micro game? Then other than Slap Your Ass, the one where you're Mario and you put out fires and stuff. Shoot, next song. Next. Let me see. Oh, this is good cutting music. Yeah, I think it's about there. I think I can also cut... I think I can cut Perfect Dark. On the caveat that I am really bad at shooters. No, I like WarioWare more than Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark is an amazing game. I think playing is one of the few games where I think playing with the bots and AI is actually fantastic. Oh yeah, this is Cogs in Motion from Sam and Max Save the World. In defense of Mega Man 7, it fixes a lot of structural issues. I agree. I agree with you. All-Stars... No, this is Racing Transform. And not the prequel. Yeah, I have a lot of issues with Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Transformed, I really like. Does Pokemon TCG GB Challenge Emerald? TCG is such a weird game because it's like an era of the TCG that didn't existed where people actually play cool decks and not just Haymaker, Rain Dance, Mr. Mime. Is Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed? There are games here that I would cut before All-Stars Racing Transformed, I think. I think I would cut Jammer Lammy. However, I need you all to see something right now. Like, immediately you need to see this. Okay, 1 second. There. Alright, let's stop VLC. Okay, so this is Jammer Lammy. It is, the sequel to Parappa the Rapper.
We get to keep our job. Here, stock up on this pizza. The house is well done, but the pizza is medium rare. Ready for everyone. Have this too.
Thanks. 11 more minutes to go.
She has to get to her concert, but now she ate too much pizza and she's fat, which is a problem. However, fortunately, she is right in time.
Are you in labor? Well, you don't need to worry anymore. I've been doing this for 50 years, and you're lucky, because today is an after-school sale. Come on now.
No, that's not what I...
You know, the pregnancy parade with the after-school special, which is the most out-of-pocket joke I have ever seen.
You're still not done, but your tummy is small.
Oh no! We faked Pregante!
You really have a baby, did you?
And now, as punishment, we have to use a baby as a guitar. And it's a jam! Game is a boo. I need you to understand the entire game is that. Not just that level, but it's just that feeling. Games used to mean something. I changed my mind. This is top 1. Admittedly, I forgot that they had a musical number for the pregnancy parade. No, okay. It can stay here for a little while longer. Tetris DS can go here instead. It's my favorite version of Tetris, but I don't know, Tetris doesn't stick with me like other puzzle games, you know? Let's see, what else can go here? Less of a game, more of an experience. Hello, Mr. Potato. I've just shown people what Jammer Lammy is. Defend Omori for me? Okay, so Omori. I think Omori is a really solid RPG. It has really fun mechanics, a really beautiful art style. It's got very solid music all the way throughout. It's just a solid RPG, and I think it has a lot of fun things to say about depression. With that said, I also think it has very clear faults in that it kind of drags its feet through parts of it. It has very good highs for its gameplay, but it also doesn't have them consistently. But the peaks are really good, but there are stretches of just sort of through dungeons. Like Humphrey isn't that great. It's too bad for the story. I can feel that, but I love the town sequences. I really, really do. I think that that's a great exploration. I feel like they need the otherworld segments to them. I feel like it balances it very neatly. Where do Mega Man 5 GB and DK94 sit? Mega Man 5 sits in Unplayed. DK94 sits in... People will get mad at me if I say I'm not the biggest fan of it. You know? That said, I think I can cut Omori. I think I can cut Omori here. I think that's a fair spot for it. Let's see, what else would be weak? Because, God, how many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to cut 18 more of these? But I like all of them. DQ11 being the first 2/3 are great. Shame there's another 1/3 after. Yeah, see, so that's the thing. I love the first 2/3 of Dragon Quest XI. Actually love it. Fantastic. Just junk food for the mind, and then it's just fun all the way throughout. The issue is, I am, like, ideologically opposed to the last third of the game. However, the last third of the game happens after the credits roll. And that's weird to me. Yeah, but Sylvando? Yeah. No, that's too much jazz. Next song. It's already a complete story without the third arc. I agree. That's why I like it. Oh, congratulations. Happy birthday. Happy birthday for you and Dragon Quest III. I couldn't cut it this early, I think. I think there are other games I would cut before DQ11. But I would cut Lammy before it. So it'll go at the end of the list. There we go. Okay, these are clinging on, but we're considering here. DQ11, the kind of game that starts medieval and inserts aliens and other stuff by the end. Kind of, but not in a ruining way. In a way that makes sense within its universe. Would you cut Crazy Taxi before DQ11? No. Good point. I would not cut... Crazy Taxi is better than these three games. That's true. Pseudo Regalia. This has the best movement of any 3D platformer ever. I like it more than Lammy. Let's see. Aria of Sorrow. I don't like it more than Lammy. I think it's got great ideas. Yeah, no. Aria of Sorrow isn't making it. It's a really solid Castlevania. It really is. But... better movement than I had in time? Yes! Because you can do a wall jump, and then you can do it at an angle to do up to 3 successive wall jumps that continue to get a little less powerful. It is... to put it simply, it has the movement that I would have wanted from Metroid Prime. It is the best transition of like a Metroidvania style character into a 3D environment. Soul grinding is too tiring. That I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Oh, Windmill Hills. Is Melslug getting cucked? Where's Melslug? Here. I like it more than Lammy. Like it more than Sue Regalia. Yeah. No. I don't think Melslug's getting cucked. Crash Bandicoot 3. I adored this game as a kid. This is probably, if you asked Kid Me, this is probably game number 10. My issue is, I played it when I was 14. This is the first game I ever went back to and went, oh no. Actually, what's Budokai 3 here? Budokai 3 can be in the chopping block. I went back to it and went, oh no. This game isn't as good as I remember it. What's the thing? I think Crash 3, it has some of the strongest levels in the Crash trilogy. It also has, by far, the best personality of any Crash game until Crash 4. Like, I think that's undoubtable to me. How's Crazy Taxi 1 compared to 2? I don't know. I've only ever played Crazy Taxi 1 and 3, which is weird and wild. Crash has 3 making I'm nuking your hometown. Can I get out of there first? Because there are some people that I wouldn't mind that too. Crash and 2, more of their platforming instead of focus on vehicle levels. Yes, I agree with you, but those tomb levels are so good. Like Tomb Waiter and Sphinxinator are like some of my favorite 3D platformer levels. It is super inconsistent, but I love its highs so much. Mario 3 is good, but isn't it too much of a vanilla pick? Yes. Actually, I probably like Amori more than Mario 3. Do I like Tetris DS more? Yeah. WarioWare? Yeah. Perfect Dark? No. Okay. Mario 3 is good there. Give Mario 3 its flowers. It's fucking Mario 3. It's... When I replayed it, I actually liked it a lot more than I thought I did. And here's the caveat. In a couple months, I might have Super Mario Advance 4 here. Because I played some of those e-reader levels. Those levels are good. Like, really, really good. Where's Mario Galaxy 1? Mario Galaxy 1 is safe. It is this is the we're not getting into the list category right now. Mario Galaxy, definitely there. Oh, Mario Odyssey can go up here. And Mario RPG, actually. Those have potential to be cut. And Toho Lua Nights. Happen here. Chrono Trigger can go up here. The Mario is... Okay, okay, so Crash 3 can stay here. No, my heart likes it more than Lammy. My heart likes it more than Lammy. Let's talk about Tropical Freeze. Because I don't know if I like it more than Time for You and Me to Have a Family with a Baby. This has some of the best 2D platformer levels of all time. It exhausts me every time I play Tropical Freeze. It is like... I love a lot of these levels. I think it's the best minecarts. What am I talking about? No, tire. I don't like the secret exits. I don't either. Do I like it more than Dragon Quest? No, I don't think I do. I don't think it's done. It's very good in hard mode. I agree. Oh, shit. Hard mode is so good. Solo Diddy is so much fun in this game. This is also the best version of Proto Man's theme, and they snuck it into Mega Man Anniversary Collection for some reason. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Let's talk about these 3 games. Let's talk about FF6, let's talk about Chrono Trigger, and let's talk about Mario RPG. I like all of these games. I don't think all 3 should make it. Yeah, Tropical Freeze, it doesn't hit the same for me. FF6 is not making it over Chrono Trigger and Mario RPG. This is what I'm feeling. The longer I go away from FF6, the more I don't think it hits for me. Which is a shame. Well, no, over Mario RPG. Well, see, that's the thing. I think I like the gameplay of Mario RPG the least of these 3 games, but I love its personality so much, and I love it as an adventure. I love what it's done for the Mario universe. But FF6, I love customizing my characters. But unfortunately, both of these games share an issue for me. And that issue is they don't get really good until like halfway through. Yeah, but Dancing Mad, I agree! When you get Magicite in FF6 and can start customizing character stats and building them in particular ways and getting them to learn permanently new skills, that's really solid stuff. And FF7 would then capitalize on the materia system. Only reason FF7 isn't on here is because it's one of the games that has crashed for me many, many times. I throw Mario RPG out for FF6, haven't played Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, on the other hand, is always solid, but the game basically plays itself until Zeal. And that's my sticking point with it, is that I feel like it's always Chrono plus the party member we are featuring, and the third one is also there. And until you beat Magus, I don't think it really stops being that. And then it still does that a little bit for Tyranno Palace with Ayla, but I think Tyranno Palace is a bit of a harder area. And then it really opens up and it has a fantastic endgame. Like, I think the side quests at the end of Chrono Trigger are its strongest point. So that's... of these 3, I like Chrono Trigger the most. Doesn't Alan Wake play itself as far as you're concerned? Yes, but I'm significantly more invested in the story of Alan Wake than I am the story of Chrono Trigger. I can say that for certain. Lavos is such a great final boss. He's alright. Oh, I didn't know Station Square has this ending bit to it. Chrono Trigger is the better story of 3, best system, and it's a better balance between the 2. I can see it rather vaguely. Well, this is where I'm debating. I'm not putting in C tier just yet. These are all danger of being cut. I just don't have a better place to... Hang on. Here, let's do it. There. There, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, I think FF6 is the cut here. Which is amazing. It never would have been the cut 2 years ago, but I think FF6 is the cut. Chrono Trigger, and then, let's see. I like Mario RPG more than Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger. Do I like it more than Lammy? Do I like Chrono Trigger more than Lammy? No, I don't think I do. Do I like Mario RPG more than Chrono Trigger? Yes. Do I like it more than Lammy? Yes. Do I like it more than Crash 3? Yes. Super Regalia? Yes. Tropical Freeze? No. No. Okay. Okay, okay. We're here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have to kill 15 more guys, and then we can actually start a top 100. Excuse me, just 1 second. I have to respond to a work text. Yeah, alright. FF6 The Legend Story over Mario RPG. Oh, definitely, definitely. I haven't played Kirby 64. Would you mind defending it over Sam and Max? Oh gosh, let's get a Kirby song here. So let's talk about Kirby 64. Sorry, I'm deciding if the pregnancy song is better than the Time Monster. Oh, hey, oh, Kirby 64. So here's the thing. This game has maybe the best vibes of any game that has ever existed. It is really slow. It is really, really slow. It plays slow. Every time I replay it, I go, oh, I'm having fun? It's so cool. The cutscenes are great. Bear Vibes and Ori. Oh, yeah. This game has, like, every single song on this soundtrack is great. It is one of the most consistent soundtracks. It has one of the best art directions for the Nintendo 64. Combinations for abilities are incredibly fun to mess around with. Like, of the low poly aesthetic, I think it's peak. But yeah, I'm not sure I love playing it. That's my thing. Oh, Ruins there. Do I like it more than Chrono Trigger? Yes. Do I like it more than Lammy? Yes. Do I like it more than Crash 3? That's the thing. These two right here, these two are strong vibes games. Really strong vibes games. I love Crash 3's vibes. I love Kirby's vibes. Kirby never gets as bad as Crash 3, but it also never gets as good at playing the game as Crash 3. It does have checkerboard chase, though. That's tough. Barely over. I think barely over. Wish Kirby 64 did a bit more with the level design and rest of the characters. Vibes must give way to mechanics. Yeah, but then Crash gives you a bazooka that, like... Yeah. Ah, it's rough. It's rough. It's rough. You know what? I could cut Suikoden too. This is the biggest tragedy of my gaming career. I love this game. This game's fantastic. It has a fantastic story. Character writing is great. There are 108 recruitable characters in this game, each with their own little mini stories. Like, it's just head to toe really good. My Vita crashed halfway through and deleted all of my data for it. And I was like 20 hours in, and I've never been able to go back to it. It is... And now it's getting a remake, so it's like I can't just go back to it right now. I have always wanted to replay this game because this was like clicking on every level for me, but not enough to give it a first-time replay. It's gotta go. It's gotta go. All right, let's see. What else can we cut? That's another Kirby song. I don't want another Kirby song. No. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah, let's talk the point clicks. Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo is staying. Let's see. Do I like it more than Chrono Trigger? Yes. 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 Yeah. Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo is a funny card game. It's really funny. It's got the topiary creatures. They're very pleased to meet ya. You all need to understand. On those guys and they start singing. Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo is the joy of you click on something and maybe a musical number will happen. And let me tell you, the fact that the magical talking topiary couldn't figure out the lyrics to their own song when I was like 3 was a magical experience and is the funniest thing in the world. Why is Freddy Fish there? Advertising tie-ins. Yeah, no. That guy stays. Sam and Max. Writing is on point the entire time. Really, really funny game. Solidly funny. Do I like it more than Chrono Trigger? Yes. Do I like it more than Jammer Lammy? Yes. Like it more than Crash 3? Yes. 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 No. Okay. That's a good point for it. Let's see. Who am I ready to get rid of in my heart? Sam and Max was my queer awakening. Yeah. Using Max as design is fun, but also bad mechanically. I like when you just click things and it says, it's Max. It's Max. Use Max on thing. Let's see. Sonic 2. That isn't Sonic 2. That's Sonic Robo Blast 2. This is not the game you're thinking of. This is the 3D Sonic fan game that was made in Doom. You go fast, and it's really good. The issue is that it kind of sucks at the end. Like, most Sonic games, like, the last few levels kind of suck. But, like, it has maybe the best mid-game of any 3D Sonic? That could be possible. Unless you bring up more games first. Well, we have to get through Danger, and then we can get through the Gatekeepers. Royal Blast Card 2 versus CTR. You want to see a slaughter? You gotta keep Roboblast 2. Gotta expect the effort, and as a mod platform. I do really respect... That's the thing. I respect the hell out of Sonic Roboblast 2. I don't think I would replay it as often as Crash 3. Wait, no. No, it has that Metal Sonic fight. It clears. That clears. Metal Sonic's not as good as 02. Okay. That's good. Oh, that's a good one. AM2R. Star Dittos. You're right, Star Dittos. Let's see. Let's just skip the preamble. Joy Mech fight isn't getting cut yet. There. Could be... No, I like it more. Do I like it? Yeah, I like it more. Not as good as Metal Slug 3. Not as good as Metal Slug 3. For back-to-back fan games, that's fair. So we'll discuss these. So, AM2R has the very strong distinction of being a Metroid game that I love, despite the fact that I don't really like Metroid that much. Oh my god, Amir, thank you so much. How does Sonic X Shadow Generations compare to Vanilla? I know unreleased, but food for thought. Yeah. That's a fair thought. Okay, so here's the thing. AM2R basically completely contextualizes everything that I have a problem with in Metroid 2. It also has zero mission physics, and that's the best Metroid's ever been. I have not played Dread yet. Because I fell in love with the game. Thank you, Millie. I'm glad that you were able to. Millie Thompson from the anime Trigun. AM2R is better at capturing the feeling of the original. I love set pieces they added, like that exploding, I think it was a water pressure unit, where you just barely don't have time to get out. That has, like, the best feeling of what's essentially a scripted escape sequence. That's really good. So let me see where I'd put it. I'd put it above CT, put it above Lammy, put it above Crash 3. I wouldn't put it above Sonic. Toho does that, it's just better. It's linear as a Metroidvania, so it's a little bit rougher from that perspective of exploration, and its story is the most nothing I have ever encountered. But the music is ballin', and the actual combat is incredible until you realize you can cheese most bosses. But the learning process and the ability of not doing that, it's like, I don't know if I should hold being able to cheese the bosses against the game, because I'm intentionally interacting with it in a way that breaks the game, you know? As opposed to how I did interact with it the first time, that felt super, super good. And it's not an obvious, immediate, oh, that's the strategy way. No, it's one that, through the learning of the game, yeah, this song works. It's Funny's a World-O game. It is Funny's a World-O game. Let's see. Do I like it more in Chrono Trigger? Yes. Lammy? Yes. Crash? Yes. AM2R? Yes. Sonic? Yes. Kirby? Yes. Sewer Regalia? No. Silent Hill 2 I have never beaten. However, it's freaking Silent Hill 2. It has maybe some of the best voice acting on accident. It has some of the best explorations of character. This is a perfect song to talk about Silent Hill 2 to. You know what? Greatest horror game I've ever played. I feel that. On the other hand, I suck at horror games. It's just not a genre for me. But I respect the genre so much. And like, what's holding me back is that I feel like from all the things I know about Silent Hill 3, if I actually played Silent Hill 3, I might like it better. And that's where I'm at. Is this Roll's theme from MBC One? It sure is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Horror game, it plays existential dread. Yeah, fair. Shin Megami Tensei is one of my favorite because it has tonal horror. Where's PT rate? Personally, I think you should put it on because you're so undecided. I can't wait till that collection comes out. God, same. I can't wait to put some Marvel on here. You know what? I don't like it as much as Final Fantasy VI, and that's gone. So yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. Since people asked, let's talk about Metal Gear Solid 4. Let's talk about Metal Gear Solid 4. Silent Hill 2 moved me. Yeah, it moved me too, but like, Donkey Kong taught me how to read. That is true. The funny 4-hour YouTube essay game. Metal Gear Solid 4 was the best game I had ever played when I played it in 2008. Every single year that passes, it gets slightly worse. MGS4, I think, is overall such a fantastic capstone. I think it is one of the best first playthrough games ever made. I also think it is one of the worst subsequent playthrough games that isn't like a mystery game or a detective game. Because like, when you look at games like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, that's hard to replay because you know all the solutions to it. You can only view it in the context of a single playthrough game. But Metal Gear isn't a single playthrough series. And yet it has a 90-minute ending cutscene that is some of the best cinema that you'll ever see until you think about it for like 5 seconds. But when you're there and in the zone, it is like captivating. It has some of the best gameplay in the entire franchise, but then you stop playing the game. Like, I think that the Outer Haven infiltration at the end of the game is one of the best stretches of gameplay Metal Gear has ever had, and it's like 3 minutes long. I do like it more than MGS2. I don't like the way you navigate the plant in MGS2. I really don't. And MGS4's level design doesn't hinder it nearly as much to me. Why is 2 not on here? Plant, just the plant, basically. I think that the tanker is incredible. I think the arsenal gear is incredible. I think the plant is probably the weakest stretch of Metal Gear in its 3D outings, and that constitutes a majority of the game. Like, things would rise in rankings if you only consider first playthrough. Yes, but you don't understand? That first playthrough was that good. Ugh. MGS1 is more replayable. What's your issue with plants? Mechanical plants. You're fine, honey. You look great today. What are this? I am rating my top 100 games, and I am having you help me so I can do it in an order that I'm satisfied with. And right now we're talking about how MGS4 is the best first playthrough in the world, and then every second that passes, it gets slightly worse. Okay. Okay, let's compare it against other games. Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I like it more. Jammer Lammy. Yeah. Crash 3. Yeah. AM2R. Yeah. Sonic 2. Yeah. Yeah. That's Sonic Roboblast 2. That's Roboblast 2, not Sonic 2. Knuckles is right there. That's how you know it's not Sonic 2. In 5 hours, you'll regret the order on the list. I'm sure I will. But no, I look at Snake right there, and no, I look at that picture of Snake headbutting Ocelot. I'm like, that's so good. It's so good. Do I like it more in Sewer Regalia? Yeah. Do I like it more in funny Sam and Max game? I think here. I think I like it more than Mario RPG. It's so much fun to play. It's such agony to actually play. I just played Sonic 2 today. Why did you play Sonic 2? What would possess you to play Sonic 2? Alright, let's see. What else can... Yakuza 0 is a game I have never finished. Which is crazy to say. But Yakuza games are really freaking long. And I always get, like, tired by the end of the cabaret minigame. And the issue... I don't think I love Yakuza's beat-em-up gameplay. I think it's good. I think it's fun. I don't think it progresses particularly well. I think once you are essentially set... You started 3 times out of respect. It's really good every time. You said it was one of your favorite games, and I feel that with you. It's not that interesting. I know! But it can be sometimes. But it's so much fun, and it's such a funny game. It's like, this is like the Let's Play game of all time. Horrifying loop is a... Yeah, I feel you. Okay, let's see. Do I like it more in Chrono? Yes, 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 yes. Is this the point where I say I like Metal Gear Solid 4 more than Yakuza 0? Because that feels wrong, but it feels right. I think here. I think I like both of these games a lot, but this is stupid and fun. Let's talk about him. Let's talk about him. It's a really, really great platformer, isn't it? This is a really great platformer. Do you like the trailing mission in MGS4? That's the thing! Yes! I like it. I really like the gameplay. I love what the noise added. Him as Bubsy, him as Peppino Spaghetti. I think some of these levels are fantastically designed. This game doesn't make me sing. I understand why it does for other people. I don't even know why. I don't like why Pizza Tower isn't in my brain at all times, making me go, yes, you, love you. I can't even give you a good reason why. It's an excellent game, except for like, oh shit, I don't care for oh shit very much. The jumping is good, the controls are good. You know what? What it is, I like the noise better because of how he controls. He feels a little less on rails than Peppino. Peppino, it feels like I'm climbing up every wall automatically, and it's just sometimes working. I don't think I'm a big Deep Dish 9 fan. See, that's the thing. I am a big Deep Dish 9 fan, but only as the noise. With Peppino, I just run up walls and accidentally hit things. With the noise, it's like I'm doing things and interacting. Discussion route was explosive and brief. I like noise purely more because of the drill move. Yeah. Extraterrestrial Wah-Wahs is an amazing song. Alright, you know what? I don't know if I like it more than Time for You and Me to Have a Family. I don't know. It's definitely in this, like, stretch of 3 right here, but I don't know if it's above or below. Golf is great. It has so many great levels, but it doesn't have... These two are, like, loaded in sauce. This one is just a great video game, but it doesn't have the sauce for me. Yeah, I know, but I don't know why it doesn't make me feel emotions. Would you rather be Italian or pregnant? Von Kaiser? That's my favorite line. Pizza Tower, hold the sauce. No, I think time... Oh, wait, no, I'm Jammer... No, I like rhythm games a lot. Yeah, I think there. Star Wars Battlefront 2. Now, I really like this game. This game mattered a lot to me as a kid. Really fun multiplayer. For those of you who didn't have it, it just had a bunch of modes where you would start as like a droid character. The PS2 one, Tarvold. The PS2 one. So anyway, this game had just like a bunch of modes wherein you would start as like a droid or a clone trooper, but if you got enough kills, you got a hero mode where you got one life as like Vader or Anakin or the Emperor. OG Xbox One is fun. This one is better because they added like TIE fighters and X-Wings and stuff. You could fight in space, and then you could invade other people's Star Destroyers by flying into their hangar and blowing up their Star Destroyer, instantly winning. There's a version of the game that's good. Yes, it's just on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. Oh. Oh yeah, pump this one up. Okay. The issue is it's just fun multiplayer, and like Perfect Dark is down there. I do prefer this to Perfect Dark, but also it had modes where like you were just all of the heroes versus all of the villains. Is the PC version bad? Yes. Yes, it is. They fumbled that one terribly. I'm sorry, I'm vibing. There's something that the two of us both know. Some of the funniest ragdolls with the rocket launchers. What is this? This is Richie's theme from Pokemon Puzzle League. Is a remix of the song Together Forever from the To Be a Master album of Pokemon. Didn't know, so I had the worst version. Grenades being big glowy balls. Yeah, they're good. I like it more than Lammy. Do I like it more than AM2R? I think it's here. Okay, that's too loud. That's too loud. You have devil subs? If anyone would like to help me not be possessed by the devil, you can stop me from having 66.6k subs. Anytime you feel like. This is actually a remix from Rainbow Curse, but yeah, Reflected Laughter is a great theme. Okay, let's see what's here. Pokemon Emerald. Let's talk about Emerald. Unsubbed help. No! I think Pokemon Emerald is, with the caveat that I have not played Black and White, I think Pokemon Emerald might be the best Pokemon game at being Pokemon. This game is okay. What I mean by that is I think it's built the best to both teach the elements of Pokemon, and it actually understands what it wants out of abilities, which Ruby and Sapphire and very clearly Fire Red and Leaf Green have no idea what they're doing with. But it doesn't slow down the game to the same crawl that Gen 4 does. I think Hoenn is actually a pretty well-built region for Pokemon. Water. Thank you. Thank you. It is hot today. Yeah, what am I saying? I don't like it more than Final Fantasy VI or SH2. Do I like it more than Mori? No, no, no. Yes. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Good talk, good talk. Hi, Levi. All right, let's see. Water. Well, you unintentionally did help, so thank you very much for that. Still like all types being physical or special. Yeah, I guess. Has like 4 fire Pokemon. Yeah, but it also has Bayonet, and he's right there, and he's my favorite. So, like, shut up, though. That's my son that everyone else abandoned. Heard someone ask, so let's talk about Vampire Savior. I am awful at fighting games. I will keep coming back to Vampire Savior just so I can pretend that I can maybe one day be good at it. It is so fast. It is so much fun. Like this, Vampire Savior is what I wish Marvel was in terms of a fast fighting game. Mega Bayonet is pretty good in Gen 9 Natdex OU? Yo, for real? Vampire Savior has generally tempted me because those designs rule. It's got such good lore. It's so well paced. It has probably the best character design identity. No, it's New Trap. Damn it! But I want it to be good. I don't know this game. It is a fighting game where everyone is themed around monsters. If you've seen Morrigan from Marvel vs. Capcom, this is the game she comes from. Felicia. They have actually creature from the Black Lagoon who is named after his suit actor, Rikuo. And that's really cool. It's got gorgeous, incredible sprite art. It has one of the best fighting game concepts ever in the character of BB Hood, who is a Little Red Riding Hood girl who is just completely innocent, except she is actually a trained assassin, and every single move she does is her pretending to be cute while trying to stab you with a knife. Why has Capcom never put Jonta? Talbane is so much fun. He just goes a woo and he like zoops across the screen. Piece of God's art, it is. Yeah, no, this is higher. No, I like the game too much. This is looking a little high, actually. Yeah, I don't like Ninja Gaiden 2 that much. It is a fun game, and the collection that they released, the Capcom Fine Collection, is fantastic. Actually fantastic. Okay. And see, thank you guys for being here, because you're able to talk me into finding things to hate about games that I unabashedly adore. Like, I've played hundreds of games, and these are, like, the best ones to me. Anyway, let's talk about Mario Odyssey. I don't know why I don't like this game as much when I spend time away from it. Because when I played it, I had a long debate on whether I preferred it or A Hat in Time. Like, a really long debate on what my preference was. But the longer it goes off, like, this barely got on the list. And that's crazy to me. Amazing vibes, weird pacing. Yeah, that's the thing. It's weird pacing. But at the same time, like, I freaking love the Gushin. It has Luigi's Balloon Kingdom. It does have that. It has fun things to explore with. It's very Pizza Tower feeling, and like everything is good about it. And I like 3D platformers. Why is it not hitting? But it did hit. You know, it did hit. But do I like it more than Pregnancy? Oh, Millie, that's really special. I have games that are like that. Unfortunately, Donkey Kong Country Returns is not on this list. We'll love it forever. Yeah, I feel ya. It did have the Moon Kingdom. It did? See, that's the thing. I don't like Mario Odyssey's endgame as much as other games. Like, I think it has a weak endgame compared to 3D World and Galaxy 2. Yeah, Odyssey was good. I like the highs of Crash 3 more. No, it's about here. 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 It's about the end game, or is it about the exploration? I know. No, I like New Donk City Festival. But I love Crash 3, but Here. Yeah, Tony Hawk 3 isn't being Pizza Tower, is it? I love Tony Hawk 3, don't get me wrong. It's about here. It's about here. It's about here. Psychonauts 2 is better than a lot of these games. It's not a great platformer, though. And that's... Every nook and cranny can feel tedious. Psychonauts 2 is better than some of these games. Yeah, about here. I really love parts of Psychonauts 2. Sometimes it remembers that it's an excellent platformer. All the time, it remembers it's an excellent exploration of story. Sometimes it forgets and it's not very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ikaruga, no, I don't. Ikaruga isn't making it. I love Ikaruga. It's not a game I replay enough. What is Half Minute Hero? Let's talk Half Minute Hero. So Half Minute Hero is an incredible account, and you sadly... Yeah, no. Some of the gatekeepers ain't making it. I know that. I'm ordering the gatekeepers so I can, like, eventually kill all of them. Love with an art style more. How many games have to not make it? 25! I have 125 games in here. Why Katamari Forever over the others? I like it as a best of, and it's like a high... It's a very strong score attack style game. It's, it both does a best of Katamari, of its best levels, but it makes the requirements a lot tighter, and it makes things a lot faster. It's like... It's the closest thing to a pro Katamari game that there is. It's less vibes, but it's still Katamari, so of course it's filled with vibes. What are you talking about? But yeah, actually, let's talk about Katamari there, since we're on the roll. Katamari is really good vibes. I don't think it's better than Tony Hawk 3. I don't think it's better than Ikaruga. I don't think it's better than FF6. It is really good vibes, though. But yes, Half Minute Hero is... The concept is that there are tons of evil lords throughout the world that unleash an evil spell that takes exactly 30 seconds to cast. So you have to go through individual stories. Like, imagine a Dragon Quest plotline, wherein you have to speedily clear through a game, and you have to hyper grind in order to beat a boss within 30 seconds. And you can reset time, but it will reset world events, so you have to do one perfect run in 30 seconds. It's taking what games like Minute would do in the future, and it's actually contextualizing them in a really, really cool way. Hey, Callum. What is Johnny Upgrade 2? What is that? I don't know what that is. But it's doing it in the thing of an RPG, and you fight Cats, the villain from Zero Wing? It's a good game. I played it when I was going through a terrible exam period in my life, wherein I would do one class, and then I would do one level of Half Minute Hero, and I would go back and forth and back and forth. Notes Before Your Eyes, thank you for recommending it to me. My pleasure. I love that game. And through going back and forth between lessons and Half Minute Hero levels, I finished an entire semester's worth of work in 7 days. Ninja Gaiden 2 has been discussed today. Yeah, no. Ninja Gaiden 2 is right here. It's a great game. Yeah, no, this game's great. And it has, like, a fantastic ending. It's better than these games. Metal Slug 3 is its only debate. We'll debate it in Metal Slug 3 a little later. Okay. I actually have a Princess Maker 2 song here. Princess Maker 2 is a shitty game for weirdos, and I love it. That's basically all I can say. I don't know what else you want from me. It is a game where you are raising the stats of a small child until they manage to reach adulthood, and you're kind of a bad parent because you could just send them into the forest and make them fight wolves, and sometimes they'll die, But sometimes they'll be good and be good at the combat tournament. And sometimes you can explore a temple and then your daughter will find Satan. And Satan will be like, do you want to drink, underage child? And she's like, I'm underage. And then Satan's like, okay, cool. I'm here to convince you to do sin. Do you want to be better at fighting? Booga booga boo. So below Mega Man 7? No, because it's such a great stat builder game. Like, it is one of those games where you lose your mind to the process, and like, it's bad, but at the same time, it's so good, and it succeeds so strongly at everything it's doing, that you just kind of go into a trance-like state. Number go up? Yes, and then you can do things. And then you're like, why is my daughter a delinquent? Why won't she work at the farm? You're not earning money. Now she has a cold because she's a delinquent. Life is horrible. This is a guilty pleasure game for me. They are making a refined version. I think Refined is up on Steam right now. I think they're doing another remake of it soon. Every translation of the game is bad. It's a little skeezy as a video game, and weird. How problematic? Quite. I would say quite. There is an item that allows you to increase the bust size of your daughter, which is all kinds of fucky-wucky. This is a game released in 1991 by Gynax. That should tell you what you need to know. But it is not, it's not arrow-gay. It's not arrow-gay. Is your daughter an adult? Eventually. I watched the Princess Maker anime. I'm sorry. No, that's what I said about the Disgaea anime when I saw it. So if this is in between... Yes, yeah, it's... It's not great. But I love the gameplay loop. It's such a good gameplay loop, and I've gotten it nowhere else, and none of the other Princess Maker games are nearly as good, because they don't let you go into the environment and fight wolves in the same way. I think it's better than Kirby. Yo, Paper Mario. This, yeah, oh god, this song is so good. Alright. WWF SmackDown 2 Know Your Role. I love wrestling games. All of them are bad, but I was addicted to making creator wrestlers. Actually, yeah, this needs to be shown off. Hang on. Hold up, fam. So I need you to understand my absolute devotion to making creator wrestlers, because I adore creator wrestlers. No, we're still cutting the bottom half of the list. So, here, let me pause this. I made these boys. Look at them. I sync this intro to the music. What on earth? This is what being too caw-brained gets you. This is more I used to do this shit all the time. Actually, here, do I have anything more on my channel? Hang on. Because this is all on just my Lil Beer Kong channel, so let me see. Do I still have that? Oh yeah, some of these are copywritten, but like freaking Black Baron from Mad World. Oh yeah, I have Cortex here. Wild things, but like, look at this little man. Like, syncing things like that music to the explosion, to the intro, that is my life. Oh, I was shit at balancing music then. Why do I have Mr. Wilson? I forgot I made this man. Oh, Game Grumps was popular here. Why did I do that? Why? Why did I do? Fish? I haven't seen these in 10 years. Holy shit. Not what you made is pertinent for this. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Why did I make the bear from Spyro? Why did I do this? Should I say you're right? Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. So yeah, that's my feeling on wrestling games. They are trash, but I love them. This is the one from my childhood, from the PS2. And is here to represent all the wrestling games. Oh, man. Do I love it enough? I want it to be on here. I really do. I want it to be in the top 100. I don't know if I can say it's a better game than Mario Odyssey. Only one Mega Man game? Oh, no, we got some. Don't worry. We have 3. This is good garbage. I love this garbage. Oh, I was such a big fan of VGCW back in the day. I think it's under Lammy, but God. Remember, up to Kirby K64's chopping block. All right, let's talk. Let's talk the Sonic games here. So, Generations, right? Generations is a fantastic game. I think it's by far the best boost formula game. I think it's just fun in a way that you hit the button and you go, ooh, and then you can actually very quickly get better at it. It did the impossible task of making jaded-ass me feel like Sonic was an excellent series again, and I could trust him again, because he made an utter banger of a game. And then the next game that came out was Sonic Lost World. Guitaru Man is all vibes. I've never played Guitaru Man, but its vibes are mwah, mwah, beautiful. I think it's... You know what? This is a great game. This is great. The issue is that a lot of its optional content sucks, but I think actually going through the levels is really quite fun. It also falls off really hard because I don't like Planet Wisp, I don't like Egg Dragoon, and I don't like Time Eater. So the entire, like, last 45 minutes of the game are just not very good. But the start of the game and the middle of the game are like, oh boy! And it's so good at that. And it also has a violin cover of City Escape, and that makes me cry. And, like, it's one of the few times where I really got Classic Sonic. Like, Classic Sonic is like a repetitive sort of thing where it never really clicked for me, but Crisis City Stage 1 is an all-timer of a 2D platformer level. Like it more in Pseudo. Yeah. I think under Yakuza 0. I really dislike Classic Sonic's physics in this game. That's fine, because I am a Classic Sonic physics hater, so. So funky, I agree. Alright, and then Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed is so frustrating because this is a game that is almost everything I want from a racing game. I've called this the Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze of kart racers because I earnestly feel that it nails spectacle beyond anything else in the genre. Like, nothing else even approaches the level of just pure eye candy that All-Stars Racing Transformed is. Really. I think that the way... Who's my Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed brain? Riala, obviously. That's an evil clown. Why would you assume anything different? Otherwise, it's freaking Eggman. Grew up with the original one. The original game, I like a lot. The issue is, I don't think it's a very it's unfinished to me. A lot of the courses have very, very comfortable turns and are very easy to learn. The only stages that are the exception to this are the Monkey Ball stages. Monkey Target in the first Sonic and All-Stars Racing goes insanely hard and is one of the best kart racer tracks out there. However, All-Stars Racing Transformed has some of the best stages in any kart racer. Like, the Burning Rangers stage is actually incredible. The issue with it is that I think it has a horrendous item system. Almost all of its items are single targeting, and the equivalent to the blue shell is essentially a skill check that the game doesn't require you to take hard enough lines to avoid. Is just, we have summoned a swarm of bees. Avoid the swarm of bees that are actually fairly avoidable. And then the only other real comeback factor you have is the All-Star item. And don't get me wrong, the All-Star item is a lot of fun, but also, why would you play as anyone other than Eggman, who not only gets a speed boost, but gets infinite red shells as long as it lasts? And then Gum's All-Star is just a win more, where she just lays out hearts that kills everyone behind her. Meanwhile, you have BD Joe, who has the power of going a little bit faster, I guess. One of the other racers is Big the Cat. Big the Cat was taken out of Transformed, unfortunately, for excellent characters like Football Manager, Yogscast, and Danica Patrick. It has incredible spectacle, but this is a win more racing game. And because of that, like, I think it is the second best single player racing game. Unfortunately, being single player kinda hurts a lot of games. And that's rough. Doesn't Transformed have Wreck-It Ralph and the Pyro? Yes, in the Steam version. It is a very skill-focused game. Yes, it's a great time trial game that doesn't want to be a time trial game. And sometimes the physics are a little wonky. I found that in the first game, the physics were consistently wonky. Like that third Billy Hatcher course. That third Billy Hatcher course is really weird. Actually liked Football Manager? No! Why no, I don't. Banjo also isn't in the game. I do love it more than that. Do I like it more than Kirby and the Crystal Shards? I don't think so. Oh shit, I get to talk about Budokai 3 now. I get to... Yeah, for whatever reason, in both games, the Billy Hatcher stage is kinda a little bit broken. Oh shit, I get to talk about freaking Budokai. Budokai BT4 is better. Yeah, but like Budokai 3 has Dragon World, and like you just get to live fanfiction in this game, and it's not Xenoverse, which is like bad fanfiction. This is just like, would you like to play all of Dragon Ball Z and then in the middle of the Cell Saga just sort of fuck off over there and here's Broly? Would you like to do the entire plot of Broly right now? Like, this is how I discovered a lot of Dragon Ball's plot. I grew up with the Buu Saga. And yet this game has this incredible feel of just playing through the whole Dragon Ball story, and it's got those little combos that you repeat over and over again. It's a shitter game, but it's so good at being it, and that gives you a random what-if scenario of like, what if Zarbon betrayed Frieza? Do you want to play that for like an hour? Cool, here you go. Really wish there were a good OC Dragon Ball Maker game. I am so excited for the next Dragon Ball game. It has a story editor, so you could just position your action figures in cutscenes and make them kiss, I mean fight. That's so exciting to me. That's so cool. I need that play, oh my god. Oh, it feels so bad to cut it right now. I like it more than this. I like it more than this. I like it more than my shitty wrestling cause. I like it more than Lammy. Yes, 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 yes. It's not a good game, but it has my soul. Here. It's here. Actually, it's here. And then Mega Man X4. Also, this song is just from Budokai 3. This is just a map theme, and I love it. Mega Man X4 has maybe the best controlling character of all time in the form of Zero. Zero at full power is broken for his game and feels insane. This is a map theme? Yes! This is just you flying around Namek. Which Budokai theme plays to rise the music? Budokai 3 did a lot. This is from Budokai 3. I don't think this is one of the plagiarized songs. Budokai 2 is like a weird board game. I didn't love it. Voice acting in 04 though? The voice acting in 04 is so good! It's so funny though! You don't understand how funny the voice acting is. The issue is I think a lot of the later bosses are just bad. Like when Zero fights, what's his name? Big Man. General, I think it is? And he has that one tiny hitbox on his head. That just sucks. It feels bad to play. Plagiarized songs? Oh yeah, the Budokai through Budokai 3 composer just sort of stole the melody of a bunch of rock songs and included them in Budokai's music, and they caught him. So for the re-releases, they took all of the music out, and it was less banging. Is great, but compared to other Mega Man games, it's just too short. Yeah, but it makes it so good to replay because it's so short. I think that's like a strength of the Mega Man series. You know what? I don't think I like it more than Ikaruga. How many Ace Attorney games are on here? 2 of them. And they are not in the bottom half. No shot. Alright, so I suppose it's time for justice. So let me find a suitably dark song. That'll do. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hey, you're 105. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. These 25 games are not in my top 100! It took us 2 hours to cut 25 games. Let's go! Fortunately, this will be a little easier from here. Okay. Now to label things. SMB3? Yeah, SMB3. Alright. Let's organize this. You know what? Let's do them by tens. Let's do them by tens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, you can be bottom 10. VSAV was up here. Did I screw this up already? Alright. No, it's fine. Top 90. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll have to make a lot of tears. See you, Aaron Ryan. Alright. So let's see. These are the remaining games. And I'm looking for weak links here. Price of Tier Kong, yeah. This is your current top 100. Figure out what to remove. I am also ranking the top 100. So let's see. I think Tekken 3 would be on the chopping block here. I love Tekken 3. This is a game where I go in and I feel like, crunchy, tasty, love it. It is not a game I'm very good at, have ever been very good at, or will ever be very good at. But it is a game where I can put it on and go, yo, This is Tekken, though. I love Tekken. You know what? I think I like Crazy Taxi more. Fine games, am I right? Yeah. Yeah. No, I like Tropical Freeze more. There we go. That feels right. That feels right. I know, weak link, I say as I stare directly at Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Alright. Barry is about to die. We'll watch the VOD later. Leave saying Balatro is a great game. 90% gamblers quit before they hit big. Goodbye. Alright. I think... Let's see. Fine. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. How about that? How about that? That's it. Really, how high is original Castlevania? I freaking love original Castlevania. I think it's better than every game listed here. It is like 15 minutes long if you're good. It is crunchy. It feels stiff in all the best ways. Everything feels properly controlled. Everything feels solid and works exactly as intended. It's a game that you get that NES feeling of you can break it over your knee. It is... And it feels like you get a direct correlation between the skill that you accrue through the game and the effort you put in. Dracula is, in theory, not a hard boss, but he requires a ton of precision in a very good way that feels like it's properly testing your ability to time things. Castlevania Ninja Guy in person. I am. But just this one. And the other couple. This is, like, Castlevania 1 is undoubtedly my favorite game on the NES. Gonna dip? Maybe back later? Alright, thank you, Millie. See ya. Like, yeah, no. This game's good. This game's good. I'm just gonna leave it here. If anyone wants to look at it as a screen cap. God, I forgot how good this song is. Great Cave Escape from Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. What is the best Castlevania to start with? You can just play Castlevania NES if you want. I think that at this point, it's still always going to be Symphony. Because Rondo is a little bit hard, but... Maybe get the whole Banjo Persona 4. No, it's less dramatic that way. Umineko is on here? Of course Umineko is on here. I read it, so it altered my brain chemistry. Speaking of, though, Higurashi. I really like Higurashi. I think it's a great VN. I haven't gone through it. I've gone through the anime, of course, multiple times, and I've gone through parts of the VN, but I've never sat down and read the VN start to finish. And because of that, I don't think I can keep it too much higher. I don't think it's better than Mech Fight. Probably start with Rondo. Rondo's good. Super 4, I don't like it. I don't like how big Simon is. And I don't like that a lot of the deaths in the game are from the environment feeling cheap. A lot of deaths in Super 4 come from crushing Simon because he's a really big boy for some reason. Have you played through Great Ace Attorney? No, I only got up to Case 3. That is to say, I think it's great. I just haven't found the time where I really want to curl up with Ace Attorney right now. God. Yeah, I don't think it's better than... It's not as good as Putt Putt Saves the Zoo, let's be real. Let's see, what's another game that's good? If anyone sees a game that they'd like me to talk about here, by all means, let me know, and I will toss it out there. Not Persona 4 or Banjo-Kazooie. We do find the time to be very curious to hear your thoughts. Finished Case 3 or stop 4? Finished Case 3. I finished defending Scrooge McDuck. Okay, Before Your Eyes. This is a good one. Would Rondo of Blood be easy as a Metroid veteran? No! Castlevania on the whole is a lot easier than Metroid in terms of the Metroidvania games, but Rondo of Blood is a completely linear and very difficult platforming experience. Unless you play as Maria, Maria is pretty forgiving. Okay, so let's talk about Before Your Eyes to start with. So Before Your Eyes is a very simple two-player experience where you look at the camera and the scene changes every time you blink, so you are trying not to blink. And I think that investing yourself in the game so thoroughly that you are causing yourself physical harm is a lot smarter than the way Kid Icarus Uprising does it. Rondo isn't a Metroidvania, no. This game destroyed me emotionally at the end of it. It is essentially a 2-hour build. It is a film. It is an interactive film. It's the best game here. It's the best game here currently. Like, I look at what I chose for a screenshot here, and I tear up looking at the idea of this. Get it for like $2 during a sale. Yeah, if you have any issues with, or rather, if you have ever been called a gifted student at any point in your life, you should probably play this. 'Cause, like, fuck, dude. May you talk about Pokemon Red and Blue? I sure can. This game ain't going lower for a very long time. 'Cause I adore Pokemon Red and Blue. It is, to some extent, impossible for me to separate the fact that I was 4 when this game came out, and the anime came out, and the trading card game came out, and the entire world just revolved around this for a while. But at the same time, I think that this game is wildly replayable in a way that not a lot of other Pokemon games are. I love the slow progression of Red and Blue because it starts very, very humble. You outright don't have a good answer to Brock unless you have the gaming knowledge or essentially the heart to choose a good starter against him. And because of that, I think Onyx is an amazing tutorial boss fight. I think Starmie is exactly the same, because Starmie is way faster and stronger than anything else you will come across in the entirety of your playthrough. And then it just continues from there in a way that Fire Red and Leaf Green doesn't, because they gave Charmander Metal Claw, and I won't forgive them for that, and they just sort of haphazardly threw abilities into that. I think Red and Blue is very uniquely balanced around the fact that you have no idea what the hell a Pokemon is, so it requires a significant degree of trial and error. And I think, like, viewing it as an RPG, it's kind of beautiful in that way. It's a lot less technical of a challenge run than a lot of other Pokemon games. Like, you really have to strategize in other Pokemon games in order to do a challenge run with specifically your favorites. Whereas in this game, everything is so freeform that you can kind of just pick whatever and eventually something will stick. It is a hot mess, but it's a mere, like, I say it's a hot mess, and yet it's still better than most of the other RPGs on the Game Boy and NES at being an RPG. Like, how much of a hot mess it is drastically overblown by how incredible of strides it actually makes. That's what I feel. Also, impossible to get on replay. I can feel that, but at the same time, I can play it on ×3 speed on the Dodrio Game Boy Tower. And it's really fun, and because that exists, it's not as slow. This is Roar of DDD from Kirby and the Forgotten Land. So yeah, I have it high. Like, I'm putting it this high because there is a massive gap. Shovel Knight King of Cards, that's a good one to discuss. I need some water. One sec. So Shovel Knight King of Cards, I just think that King Knight is one of the most fun 2D platformer characters to control. I think his levels being so concise compared to the other Shovel Knight campaigns makes experimenting with his sub-weapons and experimenting with his movement a lot more conducive to his playstyle. How can you separate this from all the other Shovel Knight games when you buy them all at once? Because it would be lower if it were included with the other Shovel Knight games. And I really want to highlight how good of a prequel King of Cards is. Its movement is immaculate. Exactly, he's better. This is what I don't get from Pizza Tower, I do get from King of Cards. Because it feels like King Knight has a fun interaction with every piece of the environment and every enemy, and is just sort of floundering his way through in a great way, as opposed to Peppino sort of going through everything in the same way, if that makes sense. And I'm a sucker for card games. I have only played Gwent in The Witcher 3. I have played no other part of The Witcher 3. I've only played Pazak and KOTOR. I'm very close to only exclusively playing Triple Triad and FF8. And Joustus is a really fun card game. I don't think that this is entirely an all-timer, but I think it's fabulous. I think it does so much with character and is so much fun. I think... No, the last level of Half Minute Hero is amazing. Oh, but this bonus boss in King of Cards is also good. It's either below Half Minute Hero, or it's either above or below Half Minute Hero. Gotta hear about Ghost Trick. Alright, we can do Ghost Trick. Oh, that's the wrong button. Whoop. Alright, where's Ghost Trick? Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick is a fabulous adventure game. You know what? I should just outright say it. It's my second favorite Shu Takumi game, is above AAI 2. Is definitely above Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I think it does the best job of all of Takumi's games of exploring the environment to its fullest. It's the novelty of getting to see incredibly elaborate Rube Goldberg machines and trying to dissect the best way to disarm them step by step. And on top of that, it has incredible character writing that is just insanely charming. It is like a shotgun blast of the best moments of just talking to people in Ace Attorney. Yeah, I agree. It's a game where everything wraps together the most. Takumi is excellent at bringing everything together, I feel. Except in Apollo Justice. I do not like the ending of that game. Art style is amazing. It's got everything. It's got vibes. It's got dogs. It has missile. It's just damn good. It's not as good as Pokemon Red, but it is the best game here. I'll also talk about Ace Attorney Investigations 2 while I'm here. This is a flawed game, but it also has the Gregory Edgeworth case, and that is one of the best bits of investigation in any game, and it does wonders for Edgeworth as a character. I love Sebastian DeBest. It's going to be weird calling him something else. I love his character arc. He is a perfect little Ace Attorney goon. I think its environments are great. I think it's all in all I think it is very much the most consistent Ace Attorney game. I think that, like, it stays at roughly the same level the entire game, and it's good. The wiener. I don't think it hits the highs of other Ace Attorney games. I don't think it has... It's weird because it has a villain breakdown after a villain breakdown, but also, I really like its first case. I think it like fires on all cylinders from case 1. I know people are split on this game, and where either they really love or are really like, okay, please get on with it. There are a couple good moments. I prefer DeBest over Wiener. What do you feel about how the upcoming release will officially translate the game? I am thrilled to get it in more people's hands, because this game is great. It is a great game. Let's see, where would I put it? Yeah, here. Here's good. Here's good. Here's good. Here's good. What about Investigations 1? I have never played Investigations 1 because people told me it was a bad game back in the day. Found this second and third case. I can understand the poor pacing, but the third case does so much and is such a compelling puzzle box that I really like going through it. TTYD, alright. Where did I put it? There it is. Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. Now, I'm going to say that this is including the remake, because I feel about the same on each of them. Both of them give me about the same things. That said, I think it's a fabulous remaster, and I think if you are playing TTYD for the first time, you should buy the remaster. I think that I can unabashedly support it. Anyway, Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door is a game that you could say you boil it down, and it's a lot of very simple concepts. You can super guard everything. Power bounce mitigates a lot of danger. Danger Mario is broken for the game it's in. I agree with all of these things. However, I think it's really fun, and you don't have to do those things, and you can manage the game in different ways that aren't just min-maxing the fun out of it. And in that regard, it's such a fun time. I've said a lot about this game in my video, but in replaying the game for the video, I realized, oh god, I actually love this game more than I thought. Beyond nostalgia or anything else, it's a game that's like irrevocably altered my brain chemistry in all the right ways. It does the most with Mario's World of any game. It is engrossing to me in ways that other games aren't. Chapter 6 drags a bit once you know every single bit of it. But that aside, like, the first time going through is fabulous, and it's still really tops writing. Like, Pennington aside and the actual story aside, if you just go to Gold Bob and watch his dialogue update, he's so funny. Random NPCs in these games are so funny. It's great. I put it over Pokemon. Yeah, no. It's just a good game. Good-ass game. Let's see. What else is good to talk about? MGS 1 and 3. Yeah, let's do MGS 1. We'll do MGS 1. I'm just putting it here right now so it's separated a little bit. Let's see. Can I get a Metal Gear Solid song? Ooh, Zanzibar Breeze. Yeah. Man, TTYD must have elevated a lot. Replaying TTYD made me realize just how much I love that game. Metal Gear Solid is amazing if you view it as a 3D version of Metal Gear 2. If you are viewing it as a fully 3D game, then this game has aged like shit. Like, the fact that there's no first-person aiming, the fact that the sniper controls are doggy doo-doo, the general stiffness of Snake. Those are all problematic if you're viewing it as a 3D game. If you are viewing it as a 3D conceptualization of the same grid-like structure that games like The Legend of Zelda, that games like Metal Gear 2 are based off of, if you're viewing it as a top-down game, it is actually really fabulous. I think that movement around guards in Metal Gear Solid 1 is fun in a way that none of the other Metal Gear games can capture, as Metal Gear Solid 2 is just a bit too rigid without ways to move around people, and Metal Gear Solid 3 is a bit too open in that same sense. But that said, I love Metal Gear Solid 3, don't get me wrong. MGS 1 is sort of perfect for what it is, and on top of that, it has the Metal Gear Solid 1 story, which I think is silly and stupid in great ways, but is more importantly an incredible character exploration for Solid Snake. And I think that Solid Snake is the best character in Metal Gear. So ultimately, I just think, like, top to bottom, a lot of the issues people have with this game don't affect me. It is clever and witty in ways that games today aren't. And I love the original translation of it done on PS1. I love the original voice acting performances. It's one of those games that makes me realize that even back in the day, how hard and how strongly they were doing it, and how good of a game it is. I like it more than Ghost Trick, less than Mario. Or less than Pokemon. I much rather prefer MGS's direction over it trying to go 3D and failing. I agree, and I don't like Twin Snakes for the same reason. It just sort of callously puts MGS2 systems into the MGS1 level geometry, and it does not work. I do think that... Hang on. I need to find the Psycho Mantis cutscene, because I think that that's one of the funniest cutscenes ever made. Oh, this is fun to be here. Let me see if I can't find it real quick. No, I don't care. Shut up. Twin Snakes does have this moment. So, okay, let me mute Jiggies of Time.
You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can.
It's okay. Put it on the floor. It's so funny. Oh, I freaking love that. Anyway, that's the best part of Twin Snakes. The rest of it, you can shoot Yoshi, and that's about it. Alright, let's talk about Trials and Tribulations. Yeah, where is it? Where is Coffee Face? There we go. So I think that Trials and Tribulations is not the most consistent Ace Attorney game, but it is the most consistently good Ace Attorney game. I think that every case in it, even 3-3, has a lot of fun to be had in it. I think that 3-2 is a wickedly underrated case in the series. I think that the whole Look At Me bit is really, really funny, and it plays a lot more with characters to unravel than other games. I feel like a lot of Ace Attorney up to, I would say, about 2-4 is a lot of howdunit from, like, explicitly evil people. I would say that from 2-4 on, you are thoroughly dismantling characters in a very unique and interesting way. Obviously, Rise from the Ashes counts differently toward it, as what you do to Gant in that scene is really fun. I think that Gant is an obvious exception to that. But I feel like Trials and Tribulations is where Ace Attorney finds its strongest moments when it comes to character interplay beyond character backstory. And, like, I always think Ace Attorney is great at that, but it usually lessens it to its last chapters. Like, I feel like 1-4 is significantly stronger than the rest of Ace Attorney 1. I feel like Justice for All is almost not worth playing, except that 2-4 is the best case in the series. I freaking love 2-4. Trials and Tribulations, I don't feel that way about. I feel like it strongly creates a saga throughout the entire game and plays off of it beautifully. I think that all of its cases are done fantastically. Like, I think if you added another trial day to 3-4, it would drag terribly. But because it is what it is, it's allowed to be this unique, fantastic build to the final case. And that is beautiful. 2-2 is also good. It's good. It's good. I could do without it. Are the remasters as good as the originals? I prefer the original sprite work, but, like, I don't know, you could go either way. But yeah, no, I think, as of right now, this is my favorite Shu Takumi game. And I think it's great. I have not replayed it in years, but I'm starting to forget the minutia of the cases. So I feel like I can safely replay this one soon. And that feels really good. Let's do another song. Yeah, Joy Mac Fights is fine. Yeah, okay. Let's see, what else can be pulled out here? Let's do Mother 3. Mother 3 is a game I've never finished. My computer died halfway through and I had to rely on a Let's Play. With that said, it's freaking Mother 3. That thing hurted. That impact that this game has, the ending that this game has, the writing that this game has, holy crap. This is one of those games where, like, a full playthrough of it only gives it room to go up. I feel like saying anything about Mother 3 is a bit reductive, just in the sense, like, everyone who's played Mother 3 knows why Mother 3 is amazing. And it's really good at it, and it avoids a lot of the pitfalls that Earthbound has. And a massive amount of the pitfalls that Mother 1 has. Doing RPGs about depression, we might as well talk about Lisa too. Yeah, I'm just deciding where to put Mother 3, because, like, I feel like I have to put it lower. Because it's not a game that I've fully experienced all of. I feel like it can't go higher than Before Your Eyes. Here feels right. Do I already have our top 100, or are we still deciding that? We have like 70 more games to go. We had to cut out a lot of chaff that weren't making it. One of those games where you can return and it's just as good. Such a statistically outstanding game. Absolutely. Let's see. I saw Lisa. So we'll do Lisa. I want to say that I got perfect art for this one. I will hear nothing else. Of the quirky RPGs with depression, I think Lisa has the best gameplay. I think that having as many party members as it does, and having so many ways to weaken those party members throughout the game and strengthen them, but having a cost, is fantastic. Prefer the combat of the early game, but I find the late game more interesting. Lisa is a game that I feel like it is impossible for two people to have the same playthrough, because a lot of people will die along the way. In that sense, I almost want to say that Lisa is the most effective RPG version of the Oregon Trail, in the sense of how much you like it for the sense of suffering. Is the gameplay hard/painful? Yes. Because at many points in the game, it can just permanently kill party members. In exchange for that, you have like 30 party members, but a lot of them can just die. And you can't get them back. At one point, the game just makes you play Russian roulette with your party members. And I don't know, maybe you'll live, maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you won't. It's just this fantastic arbiter about the cruelty of the world, where you have to choose which of your party members are your least favoritist. Is Lisa Fire Emblem? No, Lisa is very decidedly Mother 3 in the way that its gameplay works. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say it's hard, but it is painful. What's your favorite Fire Emblem? This one. This one. This one is. By a lot. We'll talk about it in a bit. Gosh, talking about it makes me realize how much I liked it. I thought it was lukewarm on it, but no. Okay, let's talk about Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. And not to soda jerks. That'll do. That's a Wii game. That works. Alright, so Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn does what I like about Fire Emblem. As a rule of thumb, I do not like Fire Emblem games that allow you to grind. I really, really despise that. I feel like that takes away from your ability to adapt to situations and figure out what to do. It takes me out of Sacred Stones, it takes me out of Awakening. The only game that I give an exception to this are New Mystery, because there's still a lot of risk and reward to the arena system, and Three Houses, because it's not a Fire Emblem game. It's a weird dating sim, and because of that, it's its own fun, weird thing that gets to live in its own dimension. This is Funky Stadium from Mario Kart Wii. Anyway, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn does this the best because it constantly splits up your party and just goes, okay, adapt, learn, do new things. It is the Fire Emblem game that carried me from relying on one unit to relying on multiple units and then crying when they took Har away for a couple chapters. I think it is the most solid one to do challenge runs of the Fire Emblem games. I think it is the one that makes you think the most. I love its setting. I love Tellius as a setting a lot. You should play Path of Radiance first if you want to play Radiant Dawn. The one before that, that was Soda Jerks from Sam and Max Save the World. Sam and Max Season 1. We had this one. We had this one. There we go. That'll do. I need to play FFT. FFT is a bit slow for me, but like, I click a little bit with strategy RPGs. I really need to play a modern Disgaea game. I love those back in the day, but they've since fallen off because I stopped being a teenager. Yeah, but we heard that one. So you get this one. Megamix CTR. Yep, this is Megamix Mayhem. Love this song. Goes way harder than any Crash song has a right to. So yeah, I think Fire Emblem goes over MGS. 18, so maybe not for me. It's cringe, but it's also really fun. Let's see, I saw... What did I see earlier? I've seen a lot of requests for God Hand, so let's talk about God Hand. God Hand is higher than these, and higher than these, but not higher than these. Is Nitro Fueled in there? It sure is. It's right here. God Hand is the only 3D beat-em-up that has ever made it work. God Hand is an ugly, ugly game. It is rough around the edges. It has Resident Evil-style tank controls for a beat-em-up. And because of that, it hyper-focuses on its combat system to such a degree that it's insane. Like, it is crazy how good God Hand's combat is. Like, you lock on one-on-one against an opponent, and it feels like you are playing a mini game of Punch-Out. You are trying to react to their tells and give the most insane combo that you can. A combo that you yourself built every single part of. Every time that you hit square, you can assign it to any one of over 100 moves that Gene has access to, making your own dial a combo that could be absolute garbage. It is a brilliant use of one-on-one fighting, and like, it has all of the trappings of a late 80s anime or an easy B movie. It is the closest thing to playing a Kung Fu Hustle in terms of soul rather than in spirit, like something like Sifu does. I love God Hand. I will never be able to beat it on hard. It is way too tough. But would you put God Hand above DMC? I have not played many DMC games is the thing. But yes, I would absolutely put God Hand above DMC. I think this is my favorite character action game. It is not quote unquote as good as DMC. Like, DMC is a much more streamlined experience. But God Hand is one where, like, you have control of every last bit of the game. It is tight, it is responsive, it is fair, and everything about it is asking you to get better in the most mocking way possible. Love it! Is like Bollywood levels of hilarity? Yeah, there's just a poisonous chihuahua. Not even sure I played 100 games. I feel you. We're getting through it. Let's see, what's a good song? Why did it fall off from top 10? Because TTYD went up. It has a chance to go up or down, but we'll see. Sly 2, absolutely. There it is. Whew. Do you think you can put Pizza Tower in the top 20? I got some bad news. I have some bad news. It's up there. I don't think it's top 100 material for me. It doesn't have the sauce that makes me love it. I was saying before that King of Cards does more of what I want from a Wario-like character than Peppino. And that could be a me problem. It very well could be. If you don't know the Sly Cooper series... Diapers Power Rangers? Yeah, no, that's right. If you don't know the Sly Cooper series, B-Mask has a fantastic video detailing all of the greatness that the Sly games have. But anyway, Sly 2... It is crazy how much better Sly 2 is than the rest of its franchise. Like, Sly 1 is a good linear 2D platformer. Sly 3 is overstuffed, but there's still some good in there. Sly 2 is constantly great. It is probably... Yeah, I'd say over Psychonauts 2, the best 3D platformer at getting character in. It solidly introduces you to 3 different systems of gameplay and makes all of them fun and functional in a stealth environment. And the fact that it is a 3D platformer based around stealth allows for the level design to branch off in far more interesting ways where you are going over things with proper timing. It is, for whatever reason, an incredible story about loss in a funny cartoon game wherein you have quick time events for a tango where you are infiltrating. It is dedicated to its theming fantastically. It's a great collectathon. It's a great linear game. Like, if Banjo-Tooie is doing what I feel like is the logical expansion of the collectathon gameplay, Sly 2 is perfecting that sort of style of it. I think it is an incredible game. I think around here is about right for it. I think I like it more than these. I like it more than Ace Attorney. It has a stronger gameplay sense to it. I think we're far enough away from B-Mask that we're okay for that. Alright, let's see. What else can go? Oh, Mario Party 3 is a bit high. Listen, I love Mario Party a lot. I've had some of the most incredible games of Mario Party that I will ever experience. Not enough people see me playing Mario Party with Tarvold, so I'm going to force you to see the best turn of Mario Party I've ever had. So give me just 1 second to pull that up. Isn't it the one with the weird mouse story? Yes, but the story mode is crap. Don't play it. Let me see if I can't find it real quick. Let's see. It was Horrorland. I need to find it. Almost there. Story is long. You can thank dual boards. The dual boards are crap, and that's unfortunate. Where is it? Alright. Ah, there it is. Alright, 3250. Thought it was the 2v2 chili wires with the hidden block. That's close. Let's pause this. Go here.
Yeah.
You got it? Nice. Nice. Well done, partner. Well done, Fleshy.
Oh, right. He called himself that, didn't he?
Thanks.
Was that the Banjo-Kazooie? Yeah, okay.
That was me being disgusted.
Please
Can you get
observe,
it?
I've
Can
gotten
you
I've
Yes!
gotten multiple
Oh, thank
golden
God.
mushrooms to
oh,
get
no!
here.
And then you happening, no! Wait. Let's think this out.
Okay.
Oh, wait, it's Donkey
hear you
Kong.
out
It's
here.
Donkey Kong, never mind.
Give me a cell.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on, it was earlier on, actually.
Agree. Fine.
Could be a sleeve cuff.
Here it is.
The glove on the like button has
So,
the cuff, yes, but it could be a sleeve
This is
cuff,
me
says SG.
very
He's right. It could be
carefully
a hand
managing
protruding from sleeve.
MIDK. Obviously.
A fleshy hand.
I'm rich, and you're not.
That's my catchphrase. And then look, it's perfectly teed
Okay,
up.
you can get that, right? Or can I get that?
I think we can both get that.
It is perfectly
I can get
teed
that.
up for me.
I can't get that. Sorry, I just wanted to be included.
Oh, for God's sakes. I'm rich, and you're not.
What the fuck? You can get it. Yes.
This
Oh,
then
thank God.
happens
Wait,
3 minutes
wait.
later.
Let's think this out.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's
I'm
Donkey
hear
Kong.
you out
It's
here.
Donkey Kong. Never mind.
Give me a cell.
I thought it was Connor.
Tarvold, you
Yes,
gave
thank you,
away the
Psychic,
whole
thank you.
game.
Yes.
Disappointing.
All right, Connor, your mission: hit the happening before my turn.
I'm rich,
Christ
and
Almighty.
you're not.
Mario Party, give Team Flesh a break. Yes, thank you. I agree.
2 stars, 1 turn, crazy. I have gotten 4 stars in 1 turn, so I freaking love Mario Party. Please understand that the 2 N64 Mario Parties that are worth a damn are going to be way higher on my list than they have any right to be on anyone else's. You sound crazy. People who play Mario Party with me only continue playing Mario Party with me so they can beat me. I am making a video on Mario Party so all of you can be as good at Mario Party as I am. I'm about halfway through the audio editing. We'll get there. Anyway, Mario Party 3 doesn't have quite the same highs as 2 for me. I feel like it gets a little bit out of control with its item system in a way that, because 2's items are so limited, it can't get to. But I do love MP3. I just need you all to understand, this is the energy I'm coming with. Also, this is a freaking banger from the Persona Q soundtrack. You're a real MP3 player. I am the person who buys a Bowser phone and then throws a battle game so that I can call Bowser on myself to get 30 coins. Still like a lot of things about 2. 2 is going to be a little high for you then. 3? 3 is higher than this. I think it's here. I think it's here. I have come around. I used to think that like 2 was far and away the Mario Party that is the best in the series. I think 3 is getting there. A lot of its boards aren't great. I think that Deep Bloober Sea is bad. I think Creepy Cavern is bad. I think that Waluigi's Island gatekeeping Boo so much makes it really difficult to recommend. Remind me to never play Mario Party with you. Oh, don't worry. I mean, you can always watch. Where would Superstars be? Superstars was a game I considered, but I hate the change it made to Coinstar. Hate the change it made to Coinstar. I feel like that just lumps coin and minigame together way too much. In a way that it being not most amount of coins gained, but highest amount ever gotten, I feel like that's such a good benchmark to go for, and I feel like the Mario parties that don't have that coin star, or something that is equivalent, do suffer because of it. I like 7 a lot too. Alright, let's see. What else? Well, since we're discussing it, Mario Party 2. Bowser Land is the best board in the series. Horror Land is probably within the top 3 as well. Already listened to that. Shut up. But like a 4 or 5. Like, please understand, you are coming at this to someone who is like psychologically invested in Mario Party, and if Mario Party had regions, I'm probably like top 5 SoCal. We already listened to True Love Makin'. We gotta go to other things. Horrorland was the inspiration for all of Mario Party 6. Yes, and they didn't do it as good, though Clockwork Castle is a pretty good use of that environment. Yeah, I think, yeah, undoubtedly. I am sad that now that TTYD is up there, I don't get to say my favorite Mario game is Mario Party 2. Donkey Konga in top 5? Not a shot. Alright, let's see. What else is here? What else could be good? Oh, you know what? I'll never get to talk about this game. This game is called Nostalgia OP3. No one will ever talk about this game except for me. I am confident in that. If anyone is familiar with the Beatmania series, this is based on the Beatmania series. And what it is an arcade cabinet that is a keyboard. It is a full piano keyboard, and you hit the music as it comes down to the individual piano keys, and you slide your hand against it. You get to do a full keyboard slide. Sometimes you twitter between two keys. Every single one makes the... Never heard of it? Exactly. Every single one makes you, Every single increasing difficulty makes the ability of how many keys you can hit at once smaller and smaller, and this makes for an incredible experience, because what the game does is it will have the tracks of anime, like it will have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Moto is popping off theme, but you control the piano, so if you're fucking up, you miss the piano track. But if you're doing well, you are adding that piano track back into the game. And that makes you feel incredible. It is the same kind of sensation as Guitar Hero, but I feel like because you're going up and down the keys, it is a solid full body experience in a way that Guitar Hero isn't. It found a way to make Vivaldi and the Entertainer hype as fuck. Do you only play it once? No, I go at every single con I go to, I look for if they have machines there. And usually they do. I found many at MagFest, and I just am slowly getting better every time. It is one of my favorite tactile arcade machines to interact with. And like, I recommend people just like go to cons and see if they have it. We've listened to this Game Watch Gallery song. How much money would you pay for the cabinet? The fact that I'm saying, oh, that's not bad. If I can get kids to give me money to play my stupid piano game, if I bought an arcade cab, it would be this one. Let's say that. Let's say that. No, I'll just drag the arcade cabinet out to the street and be like, hey kids, you want some lemonade? Or to play Nostalgia OP3? How about Uprising next? Sounds good. Kid Icarus Uprising is my favorite game that has caused me physical pain. I think that the amount of customization in this game is incredible. I think that it's incredibly fun, incredibly well thought out in a way that Kirby Air Ride tried to be, but isn't. Actually, let's get Kirby Air Ride up there, because we'll talk about it next. But just to have Kid Icarus Uprising, to give it its flowers, its writing is fantastic in a self-aware way that does not make me feel cringe, and that's amazing. Its controls are an issue for me. This game has caused me physical pain, and I feel like the 3DS's buttons are just ill-equipped to it. But at the same time, I'm not sure the best way to go about it, because shooting stages wouldn't work nearly as well in a twin-stick setup. It would need something like a Wiimote nunchuck setup for it, but it doesn't have enough buttons for it. So this game has the potential to go higher. As is, I think I like my crappy rhythm games more, but I do like it more than MGS. It's whether it's above or below my favorite Fire Emblem. I'm gonna say below for right now. I'm left-handed, and I survived this game fine enough. I should have died years ago. But, like, let me get the freaking theme of dog. Like, they just have this song popping off for This Is a Dog. It's like the third best theme for a dog behind Missile's theme and Stamp's theme. But it's so good, and the fact that Kid Icarus will take those you know what? Above Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn doesn't get to finish its story. Kid Icarus Uprising does fully get to realize its story. If I ever get to the idea of an arcade for my hometown idea, I could see Nostalgia Opus 3 being on the list of games. I have had the desire to open an arcade. It will never happen. I don't own a house. How can I own an arcade? But if I did, God, I would buy that game in a heartbeat. Think it rushes its ending too much? Not as much as Radiant Dawn does. Let me trust me on that. Plus, it could have ended like 3 times, so like at a point where it ends, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like Dark Pit gets his character moments and flowers and everything. He's good. Kirby Air Ride is a game that I thought I loved more than I did, but I actually love it a little less than I think I did. Playing it is a little bit of unfortunate linearity to it. With that said, it's still incredibly fun. It's the epitome of the GameCube to me, wherein you just put in this game for like an hour and you have an incredible multiplayer experience, and then you get bored and do another one. It's a Kirby game, so it's got very strong vibes. It's pretty fun. It's not the best racer, but it is a great game for interacting with race tracks, if that makes any sense. If the game got a sequel, I would love it, but I loved this so much as a kid. I still love it. I still love the energy behind it. I love feeling competitive about it. I still think that it has the single hardest boss fight in the entire Kirby series, because versus King Dedede is bullshit. I don't think it's better than Mario Party 3. I don't think it's better than Metal Slug 3 or Mother 3. Here. It can go here. Lisa, you go up. Couples sing the desert track theme. Oh my god! That sand theme is so good. It's so beautiful. Maybe if I play as a kid, I would love it. Have you ever played it multiplayer with people who really want to do multiplayer? Because that changes the vibe of it intensely. Let's see, what else has been recommended? Oh, House of Fata Morgana, let's talk. So this is a Fata Morgana song. For whatever reason, they've just chosen for a foreign language thing for the singer to be in Portuguese, and she kills it. She absolutely kills it. This was on Super Eye Patch Wolf's Top 100, and that's the first time I heard of it. Oh, good, he did like it that much. Last time I heard John talk about it was when he brought it up in on Let's Fight a Boss. And to that point, I don't think he had finished it. This is a game that proves that it throws you into the largest depths of despair imaginable. It throws you into depression so hard, and then it goes, okay, bro, live. Figure out way to live. It just keeps hitting you with the idea of having hope, of the idea of people redeeming themselves, and then consistently dragging that away from you again and again in the most heart-wrenching of ways. The conceit of it is that you are essentially going through a house that goes through time, that has various masters, and seeing it through the eyes of a maid who is present in every time period, seeing people who are trying their best to have enjoyable love stories and are ruining it at every possible opportunity. What's the name of the current game? The House in Fata Morgana. It is a game that deals with old families and all of the bad things that a romantic story about old families would entail, but it does portray that in a way where they're saying it's bad. So, you know, that's a step up. Morgana is a tainted name. It's almost scary how good I am. I do think the game drags a bit in its final act. It does use every last bit of its storytelling in order to tell the most thorough and compelling story about probably the deepest bit of despair that I could possibly imagine. How long is it? I want to say about, as a read, it's about 30 hours, I want to say. I did 30, 35 or so. It's a hefty book. And I do think that its first chapter is... I don't think it's its weakest personally, but I think it's its slowest starting. And it does pick up steam as it goes on. But I also think it is one of the most sincere and deserved love stories in any bit of fiction. Don't really care about storytelling heavy games. Good for you, because this is essentially a book otherwise. There is no gameplay aside from decisions that you make and like a couple of decisions that turn into QuickTime events. It does the thing with VNs that I really like in that it messes with your mouse cursor in a way so that you really have to fight for what you're going for. And I think that's clever. I think that's cool. Good for you, though. Again, it's not all of the games. Some of my favorite games are entirely gameplay focused. But I am looking for a good story, and I do think that this is an utterly exceptional story. I would put it a little lower than Trials and Tribulations. I think it's a better story, but I think Ace Attorney is told more succinctly and in a more exciting way. But gosh! What are your favorite decision-heavy games? They're on here. Favorite decision-heavy game? Probably this one. Probably him. I fell asleep. Did I miss any spicy takes? Kirby Air Ride is only in like 70s. Mario Odyssey didn't make the list. And we're listening to... Like, when this plays is the most deserved feeling in the world. This enhances books so much. This seems fine. Thought this was the list? No. I still got all of this. Yeah, let's talk about Disco Elysium. Cause it's like here. This is more than 100. This is 125. I added 25 games that I thought were on the border to see if they were debatable. And you know what? They were. I thought Sonic Roboblast 2 would make it. It didn't. Disco Elysium is an amazing game wherein children will call you slurs and mean names, and you just have to endure and try not to engage with the child. It is... Let's turn down that. Another book affectionate? No. This is a single-player D&D campaign where you are allowed to do every stupid action you ever wanted to. You are playing as the biggest failure in video games and are trying to failure your way forward. You are like a combination of the detective from Twin Peaks and Larry Butts, trying to figure out how to make it in this world. And it's incredible. Have you played Ring Racers? I have. It's okay. I feel like it's not confident enough in itself to commit to its ring mechanic being its main focus. It's a D&D game. It's a CRPG, so it's... But yeah, no, it is a roll the dice to see if you made the check. It is that kind of game. It only uses a D12 rather than a D20. But yeah, of CRPGs, I think Disco Elysium is one of the most fantastic explorations of character, of depravity, of depression, of player expression in a video game. This is several novels worth of text. Roll 2 D6s. Yes, you're right. That is separate from a D12. Come decomposed to adore CRPGs. And see, that's the thing. I usually don't click with CRPGs. I usually struggle with stuff like Planescape Torment in its gameplay cycle. But Disco Elysium hits different. And it is one of the most strongly voice-acted games where you have 20 party members and all of them are the voices in your head. Every single one is a stat that you have that is chiming in, giving its own opinion. If Persuasion had a voice, it would be split into 3 different characters and Disco Elysium would let them all argue with your decision-making. And, it is so good. There is something happening in every single moment. I think that Disco Elysium is the final form of adventure games, of CRPGs. I have played it twice. I've done a Nouveau Riche playthrough, and I've done a I am a guy who will punch you playthrough. That's Megamix again? That'll do. Games don't get into my top 10 easily. Disco Elysium has. But I had time a few days ago. Can I hear your thoughts? Yeah. It's like here. A Hand Time has not the best 3D platforming mechanics. Pseudo Regalia has that. But it celebrates what makes platformers of the GameCube era good the best. Hat Kid has probably the best mid-air control of any character in a game. The ability to have a dive that you can then cancel out of at any point lets you perfectly control your momentum and your jump distance in a way that is just beautiful. Chef's kiss. I feel like it utilizes its space incredibly. Every world is a different way to explore space, with Mafia Town being a fully realized explorable world, the Himalayan area being a free-roaming sort of pick-your-own-path feel to it, a Battle of the Birds being based around individual level structures and individual set pieces that range from linear platforming gauntlets to just Chapter 6 of TTYD. That's just in there. To the mission-based structure of the Subcon Forest. Forgot what it is. I can imagine that being painful. I've only ever played with controller, and I don't intend to change that. It gets stupid with its mods in the best way. Have you played the DLC? That's the crazy part. No. I just think the base game is really good. I didn't have a way to play the DLC because I used to only have Mac. I can now actually go back and play the DLC at some point. But I played multiplayer. The co-op is great. It single-handedly has, like, 5 of the top 10 3D platformer boss fights. It's funny. The soundtrack is incredible. Like, it just hits on all cylinders, and it does not stop. I think it's just an amazing video game. Like, if there's an example of what are video games about, it's about that video game. It's really good. It's superb. I have nothing but praise. I really need to play Vanessa's Curse as well. I think competitive tag multiplayer 3D platforming is hilarious. Think the bird boss fight goes on for too long? Nah, dude. Nah, you can... Like, if you wait for every phase, sure, but you can cut in during those phases. You can hit them early so often. They are always vulnerable, and it's fun. Switch port is bad? That's a shame. That really is a shame. I loved this game instantly. That's the one I bought. I don't think it has the Yakuza Metro DLC either, so I need to strongly recommend the PC version of this game. Yo, real talk, why'd they take this song out of Smash Brothers? This absolute bop? I must say you prefer Melee over Ultimate. How big is the gap? That's what I need to figure out. I need to rate Ultimate later, because I don't know roughly where it goes. However, Melee I can rate. It used to be here. It is now here. I think that Melee is an incredibly strong game. Power Hungry Fools in Ultimate? Really? They still have this? What am I thinking of? This song fucks. Oh, I'm just wrong then. Never mind, I thought they took it out after Brawl. No, this song's awesome. But Melee has a feeling that only Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl has also given me, and only the first one, and that is you can just hit people and they die. Melee has probably the best feeling of knockback of any platform fighter to me, because you move so fast that sometimes you don't even realize that you're dead. And then you're in the bubble, and then you realize, oh, I die, goodbye forever. And then you just die. It is so fast to get back into games of Melee. Like, I think as the party experience, obviously Ultimate has more options. You can play with more people. I think that it's a healthier game. But Melee has, I think, the best combination of jank as well as actual fun. It splits the difference for me, and I think it's an incredibly fun game. Smash 64 also has Hit You and Die, but also it feels like you're playing through molasses. That game is slow. But in this game, you're just Luigi slip-sliding around. Like, every character except Bowser has the most fun movement tech they'll ever have. So yeah, I think Melee's great. I think that its adventure mode is fantastic. I think it's still, for some reason, the most realized version of exploring Nintendo worlds that we've ever gotten with Smash Brothers. And that's weird. Why wouldn't we have more of that? But, like, yeah, I just think it's a great game. It doesn't hold up as well as I remember playing it. It used to be an easy top 10er for me. This is a game that I would have temper tantrums over not being able to play. I got grounded from it, I got it taken away from me, and it said you can get it back when you're 13. My parents not thinking that I would survive the long con of I will love Melee enough to last until I'm 13 to ask for it specifically for my birthday. Guess what? I was that strong. So yeah, Melee's just great. I think it's a solid fighting game. Ultimate, on the other hand, Ultimate is like Metal Gear Solid 4. It gets worse every minute I'm not playing it. It has my favorite platform fighting character of all time, so I gotta give it credit for that. Pirate Kong is power. I gotta give it props. It do have K. Rool, and I love him the most. And it also has Terry, and I love him a lot. But it's like a death by 1,000 paper cuts kind of game for me. Like, everything is great except this one thing. Except the menus are weird. Except the way that you go through the game is weird. Except I don't like the balance of the items as much. Except... if someone mod K. Rool into Melee, how would you react? I would play Melee. I would become a Melee player. I think the problem with Ultimate is the oversaturation thinking about Ultimate. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think it's a plenty good game. I think it's a strong game with a lot of strong characters in it. I think it works fine. I think don't pay attention to competitive about this game at all. That competitive right now is a cesspool. I think it actually kind of sucks as a competitive game. But as a drown in pools kind of game, it's pretty fun. It is my least favorite game that took over my entire life for a year. It's quality, but also really, really massive. Yeah? I feel like it's too big to do what it wants. Like how you unlock characters in that game. Theoretically, that's showing you the entirety of Nintendo. It's showing you a massive roster. No one gives a shit about unlocking characters in that game after, like, day one. And then you just stick with, like, 3 or 4 characters, and because of that sort of choice paralysis bubble, you have too much. Everything's super no one is sort of thing, you know? Please let the next Smash be a reboot. I don't know. I don't care. They can add more. Just make the menus good. Make hazard toggle good. Take away the Pokemon that aren't fun. Make Steve harder to play. I don't know. Some stuff. It's here. It's about here. No, I love K. Rool. It's here. But hey, Piranha Plant. Okay, let's see. What else? What else we got here? People are so annoying. I know! Dixie still isn't in. That's really annoying. Let's see. What else should we talk about now? Pull the Band-Aid in Stars in Time. Okay, we'll do In Stars in Time and then Persona 4 Arena. Alright, In Stars in Time. This game didn't destroy me, but, like, you all saw it. You were all there for when I played this game, and it was really, really good. The gameplay stops mattering about halfway through, and that's an issue, and I feel like it is doing that intentional, oh, don't you see the monotony and repetitiveness of it sort of thing, but I do feel like it does drag a bit at that point. With that said, it's a really, really good, like, incredibly good telling of the time loop story. Like, Slay the Princess ain't on here, that's a great title, but this one explores all I want. Like, if I wrote a game, I would start writing like In Stars in Time. Not necessarily every single bit of it, but I would... the writing is so good. I think it is a worse gameplay title than Lisa, but I think it is a much stronger story than Lisa. I think... here. I don't think it clears Ghost Trick. But because Ghost Trick, every time I look at it again, I'm like, wait a minute. This game's amazing, top to bottom. I think Ghost Trick is like my no caveat zone, but I do think it is an incredible, incredible title. And it may go up. It may go up. Alright, and then I said Ultimax. So Ultimax is so funny because this is a game where I think the story sucks. I think that it is the worst Flanderization of all of the Persona cast outside of maybe the first Q game. And even then, Q has an incredible moment in that one Kanji and Ken scene. Bright One! We made it to the top 60, Bright One! We could get 50 if other games start bombing! With that said, this is my favorite fighting game. Like, as a fighting game, I love Ultimax's mechanics. Kanji is the first time that I played a fighting game character and just went, oh no, I want to play you forever. It is the first time I ever learned about the true struggle of a grappler, and is the only time in a fighting game where I have truly felt the need to get good on a fundamental go-to-the-lab level. Like, Ultimate, somewhat. Melee, somewhat played around with it. But the first time I was playing Persona 4 Arena, I was playing online and I wasn't a good kanji, but I had the most real moment of my entire life. I got a DM from someone who beat my ass, but I got one good read on them. And it was simply written, "You are not strong, but one day you will be. When that day comes, let us fight again." I have never seen this person again in my entire life. The message has been deleted. I am not on PSN anymore. But that was the rawest thing that made me dedicate, like, my soul to Persona 4 Arena. Like, that was my anime in real life moment. And if I ever find that Mitsuru player again, I owe them so much. That goes so hard. I know, right? Like, this game has my Akuma in it. No. I love this game. The only caveat is that the story is actually terrible. For the most part, I hate Minazuki as a character. Like, actual garbage. What they do with Labris as a continuation of her story is good. What they do with Adachi as a denouement to his story is really, really good. Every other character in that is either neutral or bad. I like Yosuke's story. That's in Arena. In Arena Vanilla, that's fine. Labris's story in Arena, great. The thing that holds it back is like, God, it's such a bad plot game. You're about to pass on that cool guy. We'll challenge you in one last duel. Morbid gets on my nerves a little more. It's so cool fire. Okay, that's Ultimate, yeah. Forgot the Arena and Ultimate. Is SSBU on this top 100 list? Yeah, it's right about here. I'm still debating. We're just slotting things in at this point. I think about here is right for Ultimax, though. Labris, my beloved Pookie. I agree! Love Labris! Alright, let's see. What else is here that can be talked about in a good way? Let's see. Oh, I had people asking about X2. We'll do X2. Let's put it here on a blank slot. All right, there we go. That'll do. So I think X2 is amazing. Mega Man X is a game that almost made it on here debatably, but I feel like Mega Man X1 is constrained by needing to be a Mega Man game first and an X game second. There is no guarantee in Mega Man X that you have the jet boots. So basically either you start at Chill Penguins level and Mega Man X1 is kind of just an easy game until the Sigma stages, or you don't get the leg upgrade, and it's just not that great. Mega Man X2, instead, is allowed to design around all of X's abilities, and because of that, I think that is the X game that best allows you to continue X's momentum. I think that the stages are solidly designed around all of X's capabilities. So much more is done with its verticality in levels like Flame Stag. So much more is done with its presentation in levels like Overdrive Ostrich. So much more is done with exploration in it with the X Hunters. It's just good! Is this going to be edited into a video? I will see. I need to find an editor for it, but maybe. Not big on Crystal Snail's boss fight, but I like the Mavericks overall. That's how I feel. I just feel like when I'm looking for Mega Man X, this is the game that most quickly gets me into the Mega Man X mood and gives me what I want out of the game. With the possible exception of X4, but X4 sort of wanes throughout the game. It has like an ebb and flow to it that Mega Man X1, or X2 rather, simply stays ballin' the whole time. Question is where to put it. I don't think it's above nostalgia, or it's not above these games. All the X2 are sick. Someday, Twooey, my beloved. I am so pissed off that in Final Bar Line they used the Japanese version of this. This is such a banger! Here. I think here is good for it. That feels right to me. This is Someday from The World Ends With You. Gabelle. Oh yeah, Lacey did vocals for it, didn't she? Yeah, she did great. Alright, let's see. What else was said? Okay, Persona 5. Haven't been able to tell what it is. I've played Twooey, and I still don't really know what it is gameplay-wise. So, this is Persona 5. Persona 5 is great, but I had significant issues playing through Persona 5. Multiple times the story took it out of me, a lot. The character that I wanted to get the focus was sort of shunted off until the end, in a way that it made his scenes not really work. I wish I enjoyed playing Twooey more than I did. I liked playing Neo, I gotta get back to it. I hated the framing of Sae's Social Link. Hated that. And it's a pitifully easy game. Even compared to Persona 3 and Persona 4, I feel like Persona 5 is a baby game. And I play on Punishing, and I do all of the palaces in one go. It's such an easy game of weakness sniping, even compared to, well, maybe it's about on par with Golden, but compared to Persona 3, Persona 4, and Persona 3 Portable, it's such an easy title. Have you ever played SMT4? Yes, until my 3DS died. It's one of those games where it would be on the list if I beat it. Late, have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you for hanging. Yeah. Persona 5 is probably the RPG, is the Persona game that I like the least as an RPG. And I'll include Persona 2 in that. Not Persona 1, though. Persona 1 counts as something completely different. With that said, Royal fixed a majority of my issues with a lot of pacing, with giving the game an actual proper ending that feels good and resonant with its themes, instead of, oh my god, why won't you end? And I have never played Royal. I have watched things about Royal, but for what, this is the third time Roar of Dedede. That'll do. I don't know if I have it in me to fully play through Persona 5 again, because it is a gauntlet of a game. And I beat in it twice. Vanilla. With that said, like, it's still Persona 5. It still has incredible characters. The story beats that hit, and it has the Persona 5 sort of endless loop where it's just constant junk food to your brain that feels great. If I played Royal, please let me know in the comments if you would be interested in seeing me play Persona 5 Royal on stream. That would take forever, but it's probably the only way I'm going to convince myself to play Royal. Twice is enough, I feel that. Like, for all of my complaining about Persona 5 Royal, or Persona 5 in general, I still think it's an excellent game. I still think when it tackles themes correctly, it's fantastic. Mishima, his confidant, is like a wake-up call that no one woke up to. But it's still fantastic writing. The whole Kamoshida arc kills. That whole first dungeon is amazing. All the way through. Madarame, also really good. By the time you get to the bank, the game starts falling off a bit. But it has... Once you get past the Persona usual, like, 5 hours of necessary investment for the game to start, that opening stretch is so strong. And just like, yeah, I just like it. It's just good. People like the game because it's good. But it came to me after Persona changed my life. So like, bleh. No, I don't need to hear Horse Race again. Not even like 5 hours, it's like 1 minute. No, until you get on, that game is chugging along at a snail's pace. So, yeah, I think I like In Stars Time more. Persona for adults, give it to me. Okay. Boom. Done. Are we happy now? Okay, story invest me. It's a slow burn. Yakuza Like a Dragon. I freaking love this game. Normally I fall off of every Yakuza game. Ichiban Kasuga might be my favorite protagonist ever. Like, period. He is so much fun. He is the crux on which the entire game works. Hi, Moth King, Demon King. Well, what? Truly a foolish question. Was just about to play some DKCs, play this in background. Cool. I'm happy to be a background stream. It's been 3.5 hours. It sure has. I'm a little tired, but we're getting through this. We are doing this. Yeah, Like a Dragon is... This has one of the strongest endings to a video game I have ever experienced. It is so good. Gameplay is okay. It's really good as a fun and interesting job system, but is archaic, and that is the point. And if that doesn't click to you, with you, that's rough, buddy. Having the fights be fueled by Ichiban's imagination is the greatest innovation ever seen in gaming. Yeah, no. It's just good. Soundtrack is banging. It's got one of the best translations of any game I have ever played. Like, Kaiji Tang's voice acting as Ichiban is utterly incredible. The story is engrossing throughout. And unlike most Yakuza games, I feel like it doesn't drop the ball at any point. It just stays consistently strong. Whether Ichiban is like, why aren't you guys working? Come on, guys, we can all go to Goodwill and get a job. And then Ichiban's endless optimism has to butt heads with the depression of having no hope and having the entire world scorned against you because you're homeless. That's how you sell me on the game? Yes. Good to see you still standing by God Hand. I love God Hand. You know what? This is by far my favorite of the RGG Studios games. I adore this title. The only things that are issues with it are because Infinite Wealth did its gameplay infinitely better. And unfortunately... Where is it? Unfortunately, that's about where Infinite Wealth goes. Wherein Infinite Wealth had the chance to beat Like a Dragon for me. I adore this game. I will never understand why John Eyepatchwolf doesn't. I think he just has poor taste. X2 over X1, I sort of agree. Yeah, it's just that X2 is built around X's mechanics. The level design I like more. X1 is built like a Mega Man game. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth had every possibility to surpass Like a Dragon 1. It is such a strong game. It still has the characters I love. It is, as a denouement to Kiryu's story, it is incredible and punches you in the gut repeatedly. As Yakuza fan service, it is insane. And its payoffs are crazy, and I love it. Bill Farmer plays Date, and I can't help but adore that. And it fumbles the ball really, really hard at its ending. Like, this is like a 9 to 10 out of 10 game for most of its runtime, and then it goes to a 6 at the end. And that hurts me. Like, inside, it hurts me. But the gameplay is dramatically improved from where it was before. The characterization is still on point, but it doesn't, because it's not fully Ichiban's story, it doesn't quite stick the landing. And then it feels like there's a lot more meandering with the story. And it's like, oh shit, we forgot to put Jungi Han into the story. Here he is! The game has like 2 dungeons left, maybe. It's FF3, so paying homage to NES RPGs. Sounds so disappointing. It is, but then Ichiban has one more scene at the end that, like, verifies his character, and it's amazing. Like, it juxtaposes, oh god, they messed up the ending, with wait a second, this one part of the ending is incredible, but it's playing off of the fact that Like a Dragon destroyed me, and Like a Dragon Gaiden might be the saddest ending to a video game I've ever seen. What is the current song? It is Eggman from Sonic Adventure 2. It is the self-styled song from Dr. Eggman of how cool he is. And yeah, I think about here is where it goes. It's strong RPG gameplay. It's an incredible time. Like, for 90 hours, I was having the time of my life. And then the last 20, it just ran out of gas and didn't stick the landing. But at the same time, it's 90 hours where it would have been up here. Do I say 2 then? First of all, everyone tell me I chose the right image for Sonic Adventure 2. God, that hurts. I know! Bill Farmer voiced Sam from Sam and Max. True! True! Thank you. Thank you. Now that I have that confirmation, we can move on. Sonic Adventure 2 is my favorite Sonic game. Like, no doubt. At some points, I do feel like you can feel the weakness and the jank of Sonic Adventure 2. It is definitely you were a GameCube game kid, weren't you? Yes, how did you know? Fox boy, I fumbled. With that said, I love this game. I think that the adventure games have such a fun interaction with physics where their characters just feel good to go off of geometry on. And sometimes it'll go wrong. Like, I will admit, SA2, you kind of have to baby yourself on some jumps. But when you're going, the flow state that Sonic Adventure 2 specifically can put you in is incredible. It is fantastic, and it feels like it is far less automated than future Sonic games would be. And that is something that I will always respect and love about it. Guess what? I even like the mech stages. Not all of them. I think that Eternal Engine is shit. But I love the feeling of going for high score. I love Cosmic Wall a lot. There is a freedom to Eggman's movement in that level that is beautiful. I think that the treasure hunting stages are necessary concessions for how damn powerful Knuckles and Rouge are. Like, is SA2 constantly shooting itself in the foot? Yes. But you can also shoot it back, and that's really funny. And also, it contains some of my favorite stories in gaming, specifically with the Chow Garden. This is a game that I played a lot with my sister, and she loved chows, and she loved raising chows, but she would spend a lot of time in the Chow Garden, and eventually her chows would, just because she was petting them instead of, raising them, the chows would eventually go and die, and she cried, and she stopped the game, and she asked Santa Claus for Christmas that she wanted nothing but for her chow Yoshi to be alive. So I went into the game, I loaded a new save, and I built up that chow from scratch, gave it the same appearance, and it was like a level in its 50s hero chow. Gave it the same appearance, gave it the same sort of things, named it the same thing, made sure it was at the same levels because we had the save from right before it died. And, yeah, that means a lot to me. That means a whole lot to me. Wonder where Zelda games will be? Me too! Zelda is weird because, like, a lot of games are, like... I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'll be back. Yeah, that's the juxtaposition of it. Because there are a few games that I quote more than Sonic Adventure 2. For good reason. Like, it's fun, it's good, it makes me feel good playing it. That's the simplicity of it. Yeah, let's do a Zelda game. Let's do the lower one. Let's do... Where's Link's Awakening? Would you consider giving the Spark the Electric Jester games a try? Never played SA? I miss my wife Tails anytime someone's taking too long. Perfect time for a Domino's ad? Yeah. No in flight or movies, I'm out of here. Yeah, I'll slam dunk it in there. Alright, so this is Link's Awakening. I think this is the best 2D Zelda. I don't think it's the best gameplay of 2D Zelda. I think the Oracle's games have better gameplay to them. But I think that Link's Awakening is a solid and very strong package of a game. I feel like the emotional core of what a Zelda game could be changed because of this game, and I think... Is that DQ5? It sure is. I think that Link to the Past, or not Link to the Past, I think that Link's Awakening has the first truly great Zelda dungeon in Eagle's Tower. It is the first time where you're using multilateral thinking to figure out a massive interconnected puzzle. And I think that that is the core of what can make Zelda dungeons good. And it's why the other Zelda game is on here. What the hell is Sonic on the fillet line? Umineko is here. Umineko is here. I think that Rock's Feather is... It adds a jump button to Zelda, so it makes the game good. Link's Awakening, you also play the villain, so that's awesome. Thoughts on the remake? I think that Face Shrine's music is incredible. I think that the fact that it plays its hand really early and it plays a little slow, I will always prefer the pixel art version to it. I like the art style they're going for, I don't like the way they implement it, if that makes sense. I think the Dungeon Maker is crap. But yeah, this is the first time that Zelda's really connected with me, because there are two elements that I care about in Zelda. I care about puzzles, and I care about world. And I think that this game fires on both cylinders very strongly. I think most Zelda games either do puzzles or world, one or the other, and then don't do the other one very well. I think that this is one of the few Zelda games that does both, and it has actual space in my brain as a game that I love. With that said, it's probably not beating Lisa. It's probably right about there. Still a list of newcomers you want to see in the next Smash? I would like to some extent, but also I'm very tired. I'm so tired of talking about Smash Ultimate. Do Warcraft 3 because no one will ask for it. Let's see, listen to this one. That's good. Alright, Warcraft 3. This game used to be here. Now, it's dead. And that upsets me a lot. Warcraft 3 is all the feelings I have about creator wrestlers, all the feelings I have about making all of the games, making games in themselves. Warcraft 3's level editor is my favorite thing in the world. It was so much fun, it made me care about game design, and guess what? The actual campaigns of Warcraft 3, also really good. Very solid, very well thought out levels where you are slowly amassing a bunch of units, and the hero units actually function as they should in those, as unique units where you're slowly leveling them up, where you're slowly getting better, but don't commit too hard, actually do some well thought out level design with it. The culling is one of the strongest levels in games, and then it's followed up with the frickin' defense from the 3 different races against Archimonde in one of the best finales to a game, period, where you are stalling a god for long enough, watching everything crumble around you. It's insane! At least StarCraft and Diablo are still good. Wishy-washy on that. Unfortunately, I don't like competitive Warcraft 3 whatsoever, but that was okay because I had level editor. Now, I physically can't play this game, and it upsets me a lot. Because every version of Warcraft 3 that connects to Battle.net gets upgraded into Reforged, and that game sucks. It's maddening, really, because here's a game where I adore it, and I know I will never play it again. It can only go down. Is there a way to emulate it? Technically, if you find a print version with the CD key still there, because Blizzard required a CD key for every single game, you can still play it as long as you never go online, when online is a major component of the game that makes it so wonderful, because sharing your creations with others, playing Dota with others, matters so much. So this experience is dead. It is the worst thing that Blizzard has ever done to one of its own properties outside of actually killing Overwatch. Mars are almost done rebuilding in StarCraft 2? I'm sure! And that campaign will still be good. Ancient DRM curse in the future. Not familiar with World of Warcraft. What did they do to 3? They made a remake that was bad and ruined many aspects of the game and gives Blizzard intellectual copyrights to everything that you create in the level editor, and they limited the level editor. And they made it so that if you play the old version and connect online, it auto-updates to the new version. I think I like playing some. And tournament mode is broken. Yeah! It hurts. This is the only time you'll see an RTS game from me. And it will never get higher than this. It will only go down from here. And that annoys me and frustrates me and saddens me. Alright, what else we got? I heard talking about GX. You straight up can't play the old version. You can if you never go online and find an old version and don't update to battle.net. F-Zero GX. I need to play more from this. This is a tentative ranking, but oh my god, playing that on stream was... Mwah, mwah. I think that I love Crash Team Racing way too much to ever put it lower than F-Zero GX, but I think this might be the best racing game ever made. I really do. It's just great. Whereas Warcraft 3 can only go down, F-Zero GX can only go up. I can't wait to play more of this game. Well, I can wait because I have shit tons of other things to do, but I want to find time to play this game. This is a game that I want to get good at, where every little mechanic that I learn in this game makes it feel better. Once I am good... Hi, Ivory Wizard. Once I feel good about F-Zero GX, I think it can shoot really high. I think it can get into this area. Bring Stars in Time up to top 60. This is an injustice. It's that it sacrifices its gameplay for its story. That's really the thing for me. I will literally... Do I need to send you a P4 Arena DM? Oh, God. Did they actually add rollback to that game? Maybe we can play P4 Arena. I don't know. Would you guys be interested in doing a P4 Arena day? We might do it. Has one... F-Zero, yeah. Think we need a fighting game for him. I agree. We should have it. Let's see. What else did we suggest? That's right. Someone suggested Umineko. No, so I meant... Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. So you won't play Persona 4 Arena Ultimax with me? This is a very funny song to play with Beatrice. Do you know that Mirror B's theme is on, like, every frickin' Sporcle video game music quiz? I played, like, 15 of them, and all of them have Mirror B's theme from Pokemon Coliseum or XD. Anyway. Have you ever played Celeste? I have. It's very good. I wish it didn't have Act 9. I bought it and downloaded it and didn't make it through a tutorial. Okay. Well, did you hit buttons? Hitting buttons is fine. It has a lot of mechanics. You don't need most of them. It's a long tutorial where you don't need most of it. Yeah. So there are two people who have gone through Umineko. There are the people who bounce off in the first 4 hours because the first 4 hours are some of the most agonizing writing in the world, and there's everyone else who got through it and it fundamentally changed the way that they appreciate fiction. I am the latter category. What this does as a story for the mystery genre is incredible. Like, it is one of the only meta-narratives that I feel isn't pretentious and uses every bit of its storytelling to explore the ideas that it is presenting to a way that is still complementary to the actual characters. It does not lose the plot of everything that it is going for, and that is crazy. Xenoblade 2. Yes, but imagine if instead of bad gameplay, it had no gameplay. What's it about? Okay, so to explain what Umineko is about, imagine the setup of And Then There Were None. There are 15 people stranded on an island in the middle of a storm, and slowly they die one by one, in accordance to an epitaph given by a witch. And everyone is trying to convince themselves and everyone else that no, a human is committing these murders. It can't be a magical murder. We can't just accept that it is magic and we are all fated to die for no reason, while also not wanting to accuse members of their family, or wanting to accuse members of their family in some cases. It is thorough exploration of inter-family politics like that, until there is nothing left. And then one of the characters, after he dies, refuses to accept that he is dead, and refuses to accept that a witch did it. So then the witch shows up and is like, I'm right here, I did it. And he's like, nuh-uh. And she's like, the fuck you mean, And then the rest of the story is those two characters, Balor and Beatrice, telling each other the story in different ways, trying, with one of them going like, yeah, I did it, I'm magic, idiot, and Balor going, no, you didn't, reality is reality. And then it explores that. It explores every character's background in the context of it. And I think that Beatrice the Golden Witch is perhaps the best written video game character of all time. Damn, this is still going on. I talk about video games a lot. Never doubt the power of a 30-year-old white man and his ability to talk about video games. It is a game with no gameplay, except that people weren't calling it a game, so the author added a completely benign trivia section and riddles portion at the very end of the game just to have enough gameplay that people couldn't call it not a video game. I adore Umineko. It is not for everyone. It is something that fundamentally changed me as a person, and I think that Disco Elysium capitalizes on what it means to be a video game better, but I think that the individual story of Umineko might be one of the absolute best, not in gaming, but in fiction. How long is it? Probably I think it's divided into 8 chapters, and each one will probably take you about 10 to 12 hours. The first one may be a little less, the last one may be a little longer. It is long and it is hefty, but and it is hard to get into. You think that Persona is slow at the beginning, Umineko is hold my beer. But God, I don't know if I can ever bring myself to read it again, but I want to. Also, it has maybe the best soundtrack in gaming. I can't play much of it because a lot of it is done by independent Japanese artists that then add it to their own albums. So a lot of it will get copyright dinged immediately. But oh my God, the trance that it puts you in. The song, How I Was Sold on Umineko was was a song called World End Dominator. And it was in a video game music contest opposite of Zero Two. And I'm like, I love Zero Two. There's no way this song could... Oh, shit. And World End Dominator's like lower end of the top 10 of Umineko songs. Maybe. This game really is your Xenoblade Chronicles 2. You know, maybe I'll try Xenoblade Chronicles 2 someday. Can you find a way for them to remove all of the gameplay from Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Because then I think I could actually get through it. I really like video games, but I think you play a lot more video games than me. I would hope so. I hope people don't play video games as much as me. I play a lot. Alright. So that is good for video games. Or not video games, on Umineko. That's called a Let's Play. Yeah, but give me a good one. Give me a good one. Let's see. Tempted to ask about Undertale. Undertale, I feel endlessly blessed that I played it before it got popular. I saw Slow Beef play it for like a little bit, and then I played it, and I was part of the first generation of people going, yo, you should play this game. It's really good. No commentary? Okay. I know the song. This is Everlasting Love from We Love Katamari. It is my favorite track from We Love Katamari. Undertale is a small game, and later RPGs in its ilk would do what it does better, but its pacing is utterly immaculate. This is a 6-hour game that uses every moment in those 6 hours to its fullest. It tells its comedy beautifully. It has a dramatic set piece in Waterfall fantastically. It then goes to Mettaton, who is constantly changing up a formula, and then you're there, and then you're set. Like, as an experience to go through, Undertale is a solid sprint that just keeps going, and it was a joy to go through it. I did Pure Pacifist my first playthrough, and that was fun to figure out. Yeah, arguably the tightest RPG ever made. I would agree with that assessment. I don't think it hits highs as an RPG, but I think as just a general experience, it's so nice. Only issue is, otherwise, it's so good. I agree. And it's just beautiful. The Sans fight in particular, I know, is such a meme, but the fact that it creates this incredible gameplay challenge at the very end that works perfectly with its theming of the player looking for a gameplay reward and destroying the game in order to find it, and then the best part of the game only happens if you make the game miserable for yourself, is such a strong statement that is somehow not as pretentious as everything that followed it. What about Deltarune? Deltarune is currently incomplete, so I refuse to rate it as a video game, but I do love it, and I think it has the chance to surpass Undertale. I think Undertale is... About here. Given the games right now, it could always jump up into the top 50. This is the best Mario Striker song. I will accept no argument. It has the funkiest bass to ever exist, and I'm blasting it up because of this. Just under a rock because the only video games to play are platformers and Mario Kart. No, I've just played a lot of video games. You're good. Most people don't play this many video games. I got SF6. How about some baseball? We'll do SF6 and then baseball. It's better than Joy Mac. Here and Mario Party 3 goes up. That feels right. Street Fighter 6 is a fantastic fighting game. I'm not playing it as much as I thought I would. I love its control. I think, like, as far as a fighting game goes, it does everything right except music. I think its music works in the context of the game, but it doesn't gel with me. I think, like, as far as Street Fighter footsies-based fighting games go, it is fabulous. Yeah, have a good day, Dylan. When are you going to get to the Baron Bird? In what sense? New characters are so wonderful, but the returning characters haven't been as strong. See, that's the thing. I like a lot of the changes that they give to the new characters. I think Blanca's at his best. I think Zangief's at his best. I think Honda's at his best. I think DJ is by far at his best. But, like, Ryu's okay. Ken's okay. Chun-Li's okay. Cammy's about even. I like Cammy. She's very easy to get into. I think that Street Fighter 6 is a fantastic introduction into the future of fighting games. I think that Mona has my heart. The reason that there is the level 3 super of her here is there for a reason. Screw you, Duke. I am better. Miami and Stars of Time. A lot of stuff I want to reach for the screen and put in. No, I feel you. I've just played a lot of video games and I have a lot of good memories. In Stars in Time is fresh. It could go up and down more volatilely than anything except maybe GX. I think you should play Cobalt Core. Remind me of that. Put that in a comment for this video. That way I'll have it here. Ouch. Deserved, isn't it? Modern fighting games feel too offense-focused. That's why I like SF6, because it's so reads-focused. It is so... There's actual Yomi in this game in ways that games like Strive don't have, and I love that. I think that it needs to go up, and I think I need to find my character in it. Are you a fan of Mortal Kombat or Soul Calibur? I'm a fan of Mortal Kombat's story. Really cool deck build. Put that in the comments right now. I need to have that. I need to have that with me. Alright. Anyway, request for Mario Superstar Baseball. But no, I actually hate playing Mortal Kombat. I think it's a miserable fighting game to play. Mario Baseball. This game's funny. So, I've always loved Mario Baseball. For whatever reason, my child brain latched onto it and imprinted on it, and I went, this is going to be the good one. You just got an unskippable 45. I'm very sorry. YouTube shouldn't be putting those out. I put unskippables as off. That's very disappointing, and I sincerely apologize that you were put through an ad. Anyway, Mario Baseball. This is the best Mario sports game by a large margin. It is... This game single-handedly got me to care about baseball, which has never happened with any sport since I was 10. Full roster and... Like... The batting mechanics feel good. The character interplay feels great. You can be Pianta, and he usually sucks, but there's one part of his bat that makes incredible contact. And if you just change him to left-handed, he has great line drives. I love that you can change up individual aspects. Ad management is non-existent. Yeah, I'm sorry. It should not be there. Why are we back below 40 again? We're going up and down. We're figuring out where we're at. We're rating games and then just putting them on here. It's an easier way of doing it. Do they not want to make money? They did make it, and like, Sluggers is a fun game. It has King K. Rool in it. It is hyper focused. Like, triple plays are so easy in that game for like a weird amount of time. They made another Strikers and it wasn't great. Yeah, that's why I fear another Mario Baseball. But like, I can go into Mario Baseball and just have a stupid good time every time. Like, where Kirby Air Ride was for me as a kid, Mario Baseball is for me as an adult. And I don't care if people think it's a stupid spin-off game. I love it. It's the best sports game I've ever played. Gotta be top 40 at least. It might be. There are other stuff under it. I don't think it's as good of a game as GX. It could go higher. But like, most of the characters have a niche in this game. All of the batting is fun. The unique abilities add to the game. Laser Beam single-handedly makes fielding matter to a significant degree. Yoshi is great in this game. Birdo is a fun wild card. I will stand by that Diddy Captain is a good decision. One Shot. I've heard of One Shot, haven't played it yet. Let's see what else can go up here. What quick thoughts on Mario and Sonic at the Olympics? It's a fun minigame collection. It's cute. Is this the one game? No, that's Mario Power Tennis. This does have a funny cutscene at the very start. But yeah, shout outs to Dinger City, as always. Love those boys. They're in their World Series of Mario Baseball right now. Game 1 just wrapped. Punch Out? Sure, let's do Punch Out. There. Punch Out's an amazing game. Wait. There. 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 Okay. This is Punch Out Wii. It is by far my favorite version of Punch Out, and sort of antiquates the other versions because I'm not as big of a fan of the arcade style that was then transferred into Super, compared to which leaves Mike Tyson's and Punch Out Wii, and I think Punch Out Wii is the much cleaner experience between the two. Not that Mike Tyson's Punch Out isn't a great game, but because Punch Out Wii exists, I don't dig into it nearly as deeply. And I love the feel and personality of Punch Out Wii. This is a game that I forgot how much I loved until I played it on stream for my birthday. And yeah, no, it's just still great. Timing feels intense, and it feels insurmountable until you very slowly whittle away at that wall and figure out the best way of solving things. You forgot the Minecraft here? I'm sure I did. Does the game automatically reach your top 100 if King K. Rool is in it? Sadly, no. Donkey Kong 64 isn't on here. Super can work against later opponents. Yeah. Maybe the best video game animation. It's great animation. This is... If we're talking about Undertale being all killer, no filler, this game takes it to the absolute extreme. Other than maybe the multiplayer mode not working, it's a shame that my channel is so Punch-Out focused and it's not my favorite Nintendo series, but it's really good. Thoughts on Hollow Knight? It hasn't clicked with me. The movement of the game has not clicked with me, but that's fine. Metroidvanias struggle to click with me in general, so... It is a me problem that I don't immediately love Hollow Knight, not a Hollow Knight problem. With that said, I am allowed to not be in agony as Silksong drags on, so I feel it's a fair trade. But yeah, Punch-Out's great. Always saw you use the Donkey Kong channel more than the Punch-Out channel. Thank God! That's what I'd hope for. But that required effort. Punch-Out just happened. Me problems, will me game be here? Probably not. Probably not. Thank you. And Hollow Knight, and I thought I'd spared myself the Silk Song agony. Nah, you played a good prank on yourself there. Viva la Donkey Kong December. That was my shot, and I shot it. Alright, let's do Symphony of the Night here. It's good. It's low. You know what? It's here. Then move you up one, and move you up one. What do you think is worse, Silk Song or Deltarune? Silk Song, because Deltarune Chapter 3 gives you constant updates and you know what Toby Fox is doing. All the time. Stream is wrong. Thank you. I'm glad people enjoyed this. Symphony of the Night is a broken game wherein you just do silly stuff. But because it's broken, I think it's super funny. Symphony of the Night is a game where they just threw every idea at the wall and somehow accidentally created immaculate movement. And I love it for that. The ways that you vary up your weapons while exploring the castle is fantastic. It's just good. Did you play Bloodstained Ritual of the Night? Not yet. I have not played Bloodstained yet. I played Curse of the Moon a bit, and that was a good game. But I have not played Ritual. But yeah, Symphony of the Night, it's a game that, like, breaks itself within the first 3 hours, but it's still really fun, and it's just like a fun experimental playground of ideas for movement and the Metroidvania genre. And I think it's so cool. Any Souls-likes? That genre has not latched onto me quite yet. I played Demon Souls when it came out. That didn't get me. I played Bloodborne. That didn't get me, except the Gascoigne fight. I really liked Gascoigne. Alucard is just a fantastic controlling character in general. One of the most fun. Richter mode is one of the best bonuses for a game. I don't know, it feels like a fun shitting around tech demo game, but it's really good at that. And I love that about it. And Maria mode? I haven't played a version with Maria mode, because that was Saturn only when I played the PlayStation version. I'm an old man, and I've played the PS1. No, it's no problem, Camp. Thank you for being 4 hours late. Being here at any time is good. How it feel about Shantae? I like Pirate's Curse. I feel like Shantae is a little bit too pandering-y for my tastes, but it's good. Where does Super Mario World go? Uppies. Up. Here. I think Super Mario World's an incredible platformer. I think that I'll say it. I think that Super Mario World is the best controlling Mario in terms of explicitly controlling the character Mario. I know that's sacrilege. People love Odyssey, people love 64, but the way that Mario jumps in this game feels right to me. I think that there is an incredible flow to Mario in this game. I think that the way that he jumps around feels fantastic. I think that the cape, while a lot of people will say that it mitigates a lot of the challenge, you have to actually figure out how it works and maintain it properly, and it feels good to use. It is not as mindless as the Mario 3 tail to me. Mario World is too slow for me? Okay, the cheese level I'll grant you, but I think Mario in Mario World actually runs pretty fast. Like, I think Of the first 4 Mario games, I feel like he moves the fastest in World. Yeah, I love this song. This song's great. Have you heard of a series called Spelunky? I have, haven't played it. Slime Rancher Opinions, have not played it. But yeah, I think that Mario World is such a good time. It's fantastic as a speed game because you can clear it within like 15 minutes. It's fantastic as a 100% game. It's fantastic to explore. I think that it opens up the flexibility of Mario's world in a 2D platformer in the best way the series has ever done. Loved it. World as a kid, blew my mind growing up. No, I get you. I understand, but for whatever reason for me, World still hits. And it hits hard in a way that other 2D Marios do not. Have a good night, Raising. And that's what I love about it. It's... I know a lot of people are hard on, like, classics, so to speak. But this is one that I feel... This one I feel is great. Let's get at least one of the DKC games. Oh boy! You want me to talk about Donkey Kong? I can do that! Fortunately, I grew up on Sonic 2. I'm so sorry. Let's do DKC 3. As good as Mario World? No. Good as Sly 2? No. A8? No. No. About here. About here feels good. Do the one you like the least. Let's build up. Sounds good. So yeah, DKC 3 is here. Keep in mind, it is... Where's Tropical Freeze? Is higher than Tropical Freeze, which is currently sitting at 81, and this is in the top 40. You're still going, this is awesome. Bro, there's 100 games. There was 125 games I gotta talk about. I'm strong. TTYD top 10, let's go. Absolutely. DKC 3, I know people call it the black sheep of the series. Guess what? It's still amazing. 3 has always been the weird one to me. It sacrifices the most to change its pacing. It has a lot more puzzle elements to its levels, and because of that, you have to take it slower, and it doesn't have the same flow that the first 2 games have. However, it also has the wildest variants, where it's allowed to have really off-the-wall levels that are just good. Like Crackshot Croc, amazing level. Ripsaw Rage, amazing level. Creeping Clasps, fantastic level. Coin Dozer Clamber, Lightning Lookout. Okay, let me talk to everyone right here. Everyone says it's a skill issue that I hate barrel drop bounce, which it's not. I go over great detail saying that it's actually a pretty easy level. However, then they'll go, it's not as bad as the lightning level. No, you just suck! Lightning Lookout is an amazing level. You're able to bait that lightning bolt so quickly, and you always have to interact with every single element of the stage design. Lightning Lookout is an amazing level. Oh, Twilight Space. That's a good song. I don't know what they're talking about! DKC 3 has some absolute bangers of levels, and it does not have Diddy Kong, so I do put it lower, because I think Diddy Kong will get to it. Any Uncharted thoughts? I really liked 2 when I played it. I don't think I'll ever be able to play it again. Those are real one-and-done games. Kiddy Kong is a sin of character design? I know, he's so ugly, it's great! K-Rool fight is lame? Yes, it is. Well, I'll preface this. I like the Baron K. Rulenstein fight. I hate the Nautilus fight. I think it's a dumb fight. Big Boss Blues? I like the mountain theme. Baby Kong from the Cartoon Truther. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is Baby Kong or is Baby Kong Baby DK before Baby DK existed? Thoughts on the GBA versions? All of them are worse. It's neat that Pacifica is there, but the control and the feel of it is off, and that's weird. I'm looking for a prince, someone who can follow in my claw prints, an heir to pass the throne on to my son. The rule name must live on. Did you do a Pacifica video? I sure did. It's mid. I have their babies or something. All right. But yeah, that's my general thoughts. It doesn't hit the highs of DKC's 1 and 2, but it does its own thing, and it does its own thing well. I did a toughest playthrough of it to try to get the 105% Cranky Kong challenge. Recommend that to anyone who's being DKC 3 and are like, how should I revisit it? Needing to maintain Kitty and Dixie through a whole level and having that added tension adds a lot to those stages. Oh, I meant Pacifica's mid. Okay, we seen this song? Yeah. Indestructible. Oh, everybody break me down. Indestructible. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Alright, let's see. What else is here? I'm moving forward. No one can break my spirit. Oh, Diddy's voice hurts? Oh, but DK! Karul's got the coconut! Oh! Live Alive. Okay, we can do Live Alive. No. No. Yes. Okay, so it's literally hard to do a voice that bad. It does hurt. Haha, big buddy. It does. Oh, good. We have good yeehaw music. Live Alive is what I would call the first Greek tragedy of video games, in that we never got it and that people were gaslit into thinking that Chrono Trigger was better. Because Live Alive is amazing and should feel amazing. Boomer shooters like the Doom series or Ultra Kill, I'm bad at them. That's my feelings on them. Terra Strong is Diddy Kong? It could work, it could work. But yes, Live Alive, I think, as a slice of various RPGs and concepts, is incredibly fantastic. It's a game that is constantly challenging itself to be better. Is Ninja a bit more too much game theory compared to actual execution? Yeah, a tad. The remake helps with it a bit, quite a bit though. Does the last chapter drag on a bit long if you're going for everything? Yes, it does. But outside of those moments, I think the game is so solidly compact and willing to express a love of just genre fiction in general in a way that only TTYD particularly matches. Its battle system is great and strategic and feels good to implement until you get broken, and then being broken also feels good, but it's hard to get broken in the context of the RPGs. It's an RPG that is essentially without grinding, and that feels really, really cool. Kira will lift the game so hot. That's fair, I understand. However, I am right. I love the way Tropical Freeze looks, but I hope they don't. I hope that they keep the graphics the same, but let you pick which Kong you want in which game and change up DK and Kitty. That is what I would hope for a DKC remaster. But yeah, Live Alive is just, it's so good. There's an entire Let's Play series on this channel because it's so good. I love what they added to the remake. Hades. Yeah, Hades could be good. Hades is an utterly immaculate game. Goes about here. No, I like X2 more. Hades just feels good as you go for run after run after run. Voice acting is on point the entire time. It's a fantastic roguelike that just keeps going. I don't think it does enough for me to justify the 10 runs necessary to beat the game. By the end of that, I was feeling a bit of a slog. I felt like getting through Hades for the first time was an incredible experience. I feel like getting through Hades for the 10th time, despite having, you know, heat added onto it, despite the bosses having new patterns at times, despite adding more and more and more, I don't know. By the time you get to a point, you kind of know by Asphodel if you're going to win a run, and I don't like that feeling. Hades is in your top 10 probably. I blame no one who Hades is in their top 10 for. It's just not a game that I feel does what I want to justify how many times it wants me to beat it. And I just have a different brain for things. I like beating a game and going, okay, it's done, it's set, and Hades is like, what do you mean you're still going? Between Kid Icarus, Hercules, and Hades the game, which version of Hades is the best? Kid Icarus. Because Hades is a different sort of character, and I'm not going to say James Woods is the best. Not going to do it. Also, Goofy Guy has Pizza Tower in top 5. That's fine. Pizza Tower just doesn't have sauce for me. If it had sauce, it would probably be in my top 5. It's just really good all around. Okay, Hades is hilarious. I agree. Alright. What to do next? You know what? Let's clear out Castlevania. Let's put Rondo of Blood in here. See, where is Castlevania 1? Top 80. Yeah. There. I think Rondo of Blood goes there. Is Rondo of Blood that good? I really love Rondo of Blood. I think it is by far the best Classicvania. Man, that high. It's just tight. Like, the first level is a solid introduction stage without overwhelming you, and then the rest of the game just goes. If you're not a fan of the rigidity of classic Castlevania, I understand. If you're like, this feels like a step down from Super 4, I think you are weak, but I understand. I think that Rondo gives you such a flexibility, and it just wants you to keep playing the game, and it's good at it. I think its only weak... Actually, I think its only weak point is its Dracula fight. I think its Dracula fight doesn't hold up to the Shaft fights beforehand. With that said, the first Shaft fight, where Shaft is so determined to beat you that he summons every Castlevania 1 boss in a gauntlet for you to beat one by one to prove that you are the best Belmont who has ever been, and you have to do them all in one go, is insane and incredible. Castlevania Rondo of Blood is the one that I feel makes you most hyper-aware of both Richter's weaknesses and his strengths. And on top of that, you get Maria, who is there if you just want to play the game as a regular platformer and make it feel a lot more flexible and freeform, much easier. But I still wouldn't call it an easy game with Maria. I would call it a moderately easy game. How big of a downgrade is Dracula X in your opinion? Dracula X comes nowhere close to this. I think it is a massive, massive downgrade. Even the Dracula fight, which isn't good. Graphical fidelity and everything, level design, it cuts out whole parts. It is not the same game. It is just a strictly worse game. Saying that DK needs to be at the tippy top, we're getting there. Just like stuff that's more primitive. No, I feel that. I feel that. I love practicals. Too bad Dracula X is the one that's more accessible. Yeah. They are getting better at making Rondo accessible. It's the version in Requiem, and it was included in its entirety along with Symphony of the Night in the Dracula X collection for PSP, and that was cool. Dracula X collection is not as good. Why is Rondo in the GBA collection? Because it's not a GBA game. It's a TurboGrafx 16 game. But yeah, I think about there. I could be convinced for Fire Emblem to go higher than it, but I would need to have a debate. Alright, let's see. Dracula X wasn't a GBA game either. No, that was a SNES game. Rondo has been SNES, TurboGrafx, PC Engine, and PSP. Dracula X was in that collection? Why? Why? Okay, let's see. I hear people say Mario is hard to get back to after CTR, but I've never touched CTR. Elite Peak Agents. I'll do Elite Beat Agents first. Yeah, it goes around here. It's around Metal Slug 3. I think it's lower than Metal Slug 3. Metal Slug 3 has the single best final level in any video game ever. Elite Beat Agents has the single best penultimate level in any video game ever. That feels right. I really like EBA. It is a shame that it will never be playable again, because it is on the DS with tons of copyrighted music. With that said, the emotion that goes into You're the Inspiration makes me cry every time. And it's a silly game about dancing men who are freaking secret agents. It is one of the most powerful ways to marry storytelling and music. And for that, I absolutely love it. Inaccessible. Like, this general area is just like games that make me pop off, like your Crazy Taxis, your EBAs, your Metal Slug 3s. They don't have the length for things. They don't run the gamut for me. But I do love them. Like, these are like, yeah, this game fucks. I'm not renaming Top 80 to Fucktown, but I am tempted. Yeah, there. I think that's about good for EBA. I have a bigger appreciation for Sonic Racing Transform and how kinetic it is through drift chaining. I can agree. Okay, you have to figure out the last member. Oh, it's easy. It's Banjo-Tooie. Yeah, that's about right. There we go. Any experience with Star Fox? I played the shit out of Assault as a kid, and I loved Assault, but I haven't played it since I was a kid, and 64 was alright. I think it's a good game. It didn't, like, it didn't grab me. She's so low. Watch another top 100 that was trying to be more objective. That one gave CTR a heavy bias. Oh, I don't care about being objective. I care about my feelings. This is me feeling my feelings. Tui rotating the board. Yeah, that's what Tui does by being... Okay. Let's say it for the folks at home. Banjo-Tooie is the best Metroid Prime game. What do I mean by that? I mean that Banjo-Tooie is the best game about exploring an interconnected 3D map where your reward is various bits of dialogue and lore across the world. It is the best game, and the gameplay is aight and a little slow, and your controller and your character moves way too slow for the world they're in, and the boss fights are sometimes good and sometimes just hit the weakness. But yeah, Tui has an incredible world. Okay, but it doesn't have Torvus Bog. Yeah, but it does have that move that goes... See Lisa in the top 65? Yeah, I feel it. It could go higher. We'll see. Nah, 2 I feel is still a bit slow and clunky. Like, I feel like the first 2 Prime games are heavy, and I haven't played 3, but I feel like people won't get mad at me as much for saying Banjo-Tooie is better than Prime 3. So I think it's funny. See, that's the thing. I like Cloud Cuckoo Land as it's sort of a spoke design. It is, you have the center of the map unlocked for you, and everything else branches out from it. Figure out how to get to every individual point in the map. Replaying Tooie made me have a big appreciation for a lot of the designs that it has in its map that I thought were padding and fluff, when the real challenge of the game is less actual platforming and more, how do I get Banjo alone here with the tools I have? And that, I think, makes it creative and fun. Also, it's just personality for days. So what's bad about the game? It's really slow. It's really agonizingly slow. Platforming isn't good. It has Nintendo 64 controls for shooting, and those are bad and feel bad. Large swaths of the game really aren't fun and are fetch quest-like. Video about Gruntilda is the most endearing I've been to Banjo. It was really good. Thank you. And there's just a lot of unnecessary fluff at times. But it's really good at interconnectivity and really good at puzzle solving. Like, I think as a puzzle game, it's pretty solid. Oh, damn. I should have put a Layton game on here. Oh well, too late for that. It wouldn't have gone high. What's the silly song? This is, I think this is Running Fire from Disgaea Hour of Darkness. Yes, Running Fire from Disgaea Hour of Darkness. Playing Banjo-Tooie as a kid was a peak experience. That was going to be it, but I couldn't figure out how to get past the octopus in Jolly Roger Lagoon. Like, you freeze him, obviously, but his tentacles still have a hitbox that repels you, so I thought I was doing it wrong, and I just never beat it, and I had to come back as an adult. Planet Robobot. Okay. There. It ends stronger than most video games would care to. That whole final boss, I was screaming, and this was in my emotionally dead phase. So, like, it's pretty good. Nods as you put Planet Robot above Super Mario World. True! True! Heard this one? Heard this one? Oh wait, no, I hadn't heard this one. Oh well. In the sun and in the heavy weather, yeah. Oh, Is Minecraft gonna make it? I have some bad news. I am not a Minecraft guy. It just has never clicked with me. Fine for other people, but I understand the merits of the game. It's just not a me game. Oh, shoot. I know, Bird in the Hand is awesome. I accidentally thought it was someday. That's my bad. It's so mind cover. Yeah, continue mind coping. Anyway, Kirby Planet Robobot has the most insane finale. I think, pound for pound, it is probably the best Kirby game in terms of combat. I feel like the abilities are really nicely intermingled. I feel like the Robobot armor itself is the best gimmick Kirby has had since it decided to do copy abilities. It is a thoroughly well-integrated machine and is constantly one-upping itself. The moment where you scan Jet for the first time and the game turns into a side shooter, I went, oh! Oh, this game is special! And that was in World 2. Love Poison? I love Poison too. I think Poison is probably the best ability in the series. So much better than water. Agreed. The fact that we have to live with water when poison exists. And the Meta Knight side mode for different reasons. I know! Oh my god, Meta Nightmare Ultra is so good. I wasn't a fan of the original Meta Nightmare. I felt like Meta Nightmare Returns robbed a lot of agency from Superstar at times. Oh wow, we're just going one right into the other. To the end of time. It wants me to talk about Pokemon Puzzle League. But yeah, Robobot, incredible game. Actually an incredible game. You've been such a good friend. Hello, Landon. Did you memorize all of your lines tonight? You have a lot of lines tomorrow. Make sure you memorize your lines. But hello. Alright, let's see. Still doesn't beat Triple Lux? Nah, I can't feel that. No. Oh my gosh. Robobot armor is so much better than Hypernova. Yes, hello, Landon. I'm a theater teacher. That is one of the kids I'm counseling. You shouldn't be. We're going to talk about a lot of games. Yeah, we have to do Puzzle League next. There's too much. There. Alright, 1 second. I need to respond to this. No, yeah, so I think this is a perfect puzzle game. I play a lot of versus puzzlers just to hope that something makes me feel half as alive as Pokemon Puzzle League does. It's a fantastic title when you get into it, and I think that it's just great. If I had a fighting game of choice, this would be it. This is my fighting game, if it wasn't Mario Party 2. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Sorry, the Pokemon Puzzle League music was, quiet, so I forgot to adjust. Thank you for catching me. We're on 25 games left. We have 25 games left. What's the Puzzle League roster? All of the original gym leaders, 2 of the Elite Four, Team Rocket, and Ash freaking Ketchum. And Gary Oak. There's a child here, I can't swear. Oh, that's Zelgius? That's funny. Yes, it is the only game directly based on the Pokemon anime. And because of that, they have all the original voice cast doing little line reads. Its soundtrack is remixes of the To Be a Master album made into crummy MIDI versions. Oh. What this game does is it has a pace to it that is unparalleled. It is a game where you do not beat your opponent, you force them to submit and lose. But as long as you have a way out, as long as you have a path forward, you can keep going. Do you have any Zelda games here? Yes, I have Link's Awakening here, and Majora's Mask has yet to be rated. Those are the only 2 Zeldas. OST sounds sublime. It is at least very funny, and it is very fun to compete against your friends in. I adore Tetris Attack, I adore Panel Depon. This is my favorite version of the game, and playing it competitively with friends has only brought that up. For personal value, this is the game that my mother played when she was pregnant with my sister, and she would make me play it with her every single night because it was essentially a pregnancy craving of sorts. This is the closest I have bonded with my mother over a video game since she stopped playing video games in the Nintendo 64 era. It is invaluable to me. And on top of that, just as a versus game, it's incredible. I love this game. She loved Geodude, so I got her one of those old little Pokemon minifigures of Geodude and made it into a little necklace that she sometimes wears at work. Alright, up the music. Okay. Man. Yeah, no, this feels right. Pokemon Red has dropped off for me a bit. I think I've hit the amount of times where I can replay Pokemon Red and still find new teams. Thank you. Thank you. Love the Puyo Puyo characters. I wish I clicked with Puyo more. My brain has dedicated itself to Panel Depon, so I think it's about there. Alright, what is the next game that was suggested? Let's do... Alright, Majora's Mask. About there. That sounds good. Majora's Mask is what I want from Zelda. It is the exploration of a world with carefully curated dungeons that reward you for exploring said world by being able... You really like that Zelda game? It is the only Zelda game I truly love. Most Zelda games, I think, that is a great game. It's doing nothing for me emotionally. Breath of the Wild did a little bit of it. Zelda 1, a little bit of it. Link to the Past, I think, is the most solid 6 out of 10 throughout the entire game. It is Mr. Consistency. The 3DS version didn't have any of the gameplay issues. Would you say it's better? No, I like the art direction less. Compared to Majora's Mask, where I love the art direction. It uses that N64 haze in all of the good ways. Don't think Panel Depon has had a recent game? No, Puzzle League was the most recent, and it came out in 2000. But yeah, Majora's Mask, like, ugh. I'm one of the weirdos who really likes Great Bay because I love the interconnectivity with it. It is everything that I think the Water Temple wanted to be, while still being a solid little maze in and of itself. Snowhead is an evolution of the concepts I loved in Eagle's Tower. Stone Tower Temple is just great, solid fun all the way through. Woodfall is one of the best starting temples in the series. You only get 4, that's all you need, because guess what? Clocktown is the best hub the series has ever had. The way that the world evolves and interacts, and the way that you explore that world and slowly get different forms that increase your mobility, which is an incredibly important thing. I think that Zelda games that move too slow are to their massive detriment, is fabulous. The Crossing did have a puzzle league in it. Oh, really? I have to look into New League more then. Like, Majora's Mask is just great. Like, yes, you can completely mitigate the final boss, but that's your reward for basically fulfilling all of the world's problems. And I love that. I love the fact that the game is rewarding me for my connections with people. Ultimately, video games are a form of communication for me. And I believe that Majora's Mask illustrates that in a beautiful way. The only reason it wouldn't be higher is because I don't like Zelda at a base as much as other games. If I liked Zelda more, it would be even higher. Imagine an alternative universe where DK64 is as good as Majora's Mask. That is probably my favorite game of all time, if that happens. What's your take on the Crimea hug? Boy. It's fine. It's funny that Nintendo made that joke for once. I wouldn't want to see it again. Pretty shocked by Puzzle League. It's really good! I will play this game with anyone. Playing at MagFest and getting my ass handed to me was a humbling experience that I loved. Alright, let's see what else is here. Have you played Animal Well? Not yet, but I am looking to play it. Let's toss out something that, Alright, let's see. Play Animal Well. Bioshock 2? Bioshock 2. That's fine. It's not that high. In fact, it's actually rather low. Two over one. I feel like 2 has good gameplay, and 1 has Fort Frolic, and then the rest of the game is sort of just... Bioshock 2, I think, more fully... How do I put this? Bioshock 1... as an exploration of the character of Andrew Ryan through the reflection of the city of Rapture and the effects that he has on the people around him is fantastic, but I think it is limited to that exposure. Bioshock 2 fleshes out a world around Andrew Ryan where he is not its deity, but is instead an equal participant to all of the actions around it. And the world around him actively affects him. And I think that exploring the world is significantly more cool than just the single character exploration of Andrew Ryan. Popular genre of fiction never really clicked for you? Yeah, most first-person shooters. People think I'm weird because I, don't love Half-Life. And I don't think it will ever click for me. But yeah, Bioshock 2 is a great game that is unfortunately a first-person shooter that I am very bad at. And also, it's a bit muddy at times, but I think that it's the best celebration of Bioshock's aesthetics. I think it is the best exploration of Bioshock's world, rather than a large overarching theme that Bioshock wants to tell you, which will be as heavy-handed as possible. This also has heavy-handed theming, but it does it in a way that is less concerned with subject delta, and I appreciate that about it. You say TD isn't good as Robobot, but this song exists. Yeah, no, this is the saving grace. Where's Pikmin Whiplash? Pikmin hasn't quite hit me enough. I'm hoping 3 or 4 will. 2 is almost there, but it has too many faults for me. 1 is just a fun time. Two a shot if it's the first game, but better. Yeah, 2 got, like, unfairly dragged when it came out, and now people are sort of realizing, wait, this one's good, though. But yeah, no, the actual gameplay, I would say, is a significant step up. DK game, let's do that next. Okay, new DK game. Ukulele, no. Diddy Kong Racing. Let's do Diddy Kong Racing. Over you. Oh damn, Kid Icarus Uprising made it in the top 50. Would not have called that. Yeah, I think Diddy Kong Racing is about here. What are your thoughts on Banjo-Tooie? Why is that your thought on Banjo-Tooie? I think it's a good game for its exploration. I really like it. I think it's very, very slow, and it has a lot more ideas, and it's hit and miss with those ideas in a way that I don't think its strengths quite make up for, but its character is really, really strong. Diddy Kong Racing, I think... No, he's done Armored. This is good. Tekken Tag intro peak. Yes, it is! Never played, but the idea of a space wizard pig is so stupid, I love it. I feel it. Diddy Kong Racing, I think, is probably the strongest single-player racing game, just by its adventure mode's pacing. I think that adventure mode, teaching you slowly the mechanics of the games, introducing you to new areas, being able to give you a wide-open area to test vehicle turning in, allowing you to change your character basically at any time, so that you have a better idea of experimenting with characters. I think that DKR does a whole lot to be very, very special. And if you played this and grew up with it, it sticks with you. It has such a nostalgic twinge to it that is not just inherent to the Nintendo 64, but just of childhood in general, that is beautiful and wonderful, and I love it. The instant that it goes to 2 players, it's a little bit rubbish as a racing game. The same sort of stacking items feel that makes Diddy Kong Racing unique and very balanced as a slow comeback sort of game makes it very as a slow building your position sort of game makes it very difficult to make a comeback in the same way that a game like Mario Kart will. This is a front runner's game first and foremost, in a way that isn't quite as aggressive as Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed, but also it has a much better overall plotting and pacing than All-Stars Racing Transformed as a single-player game. And the way that you learn lines in this game is great. Slow, because you have the variance with the 8 silver coins, and by the time you've done the 8 silver coins, you're pretty set to be able to do TT pretty well. And I really like that about it. Homing Missile is just better than the level 3s. Agreed. I had to cut Banjo-Tooie off my personal top 100. I feel more positive about Tooie these days, and I really like that. I'm hoping to see 2 others in the lower spot to push RD into the top 50. I'd be curious. Do you have Conker's Bad Fur Day here? I do not. I think it's the best multiplayer on the Nintendo 64. I think its platforming is bad. Kicking in DKR because I'm bad at it. It's a slow burn kind of game. Everyone's bad at DKR to start with. But I think it's a great game at building up your skills and fundamentals. And it has, like, an infectious quality to it. Where, like, you just feel good looking at it. Hope you see the rest. Good night, Jared. Thank you for hanging out. Conquer mechanically is not enjoyable. I think its shooting is okay. And I think the heist mode is incredible. Freaking got the dough, now I'm gonna blow. How much longer? We have 24 left, so I think I can do it in an hour. I don't think less than an hour is feasible, but I think an hour is feasible. My god, I hope this wouldn't go 6 hours, but, well, I guess. So I'll stick around. Nice. Talk about Bandicoot for me. Got it. So let's do Crash 4. Here. I think Crash 4 is here. Crash Bandicoot 4 is an absolutely infuriating game because it is the worst game to 100% in the world, and I hate it for that because it's built on a series that desperately wants you to 100% it. And the thing that I hate the most about the game is that it's also the best Crash Bandicoot platformer. Like, level design in this game is really fantastic, flows incredibly well. Offbeat is one of the best 2D/3D platforming levels, period. Is it worse than DK64 at 100%? Significantly. I would 100% DK64 on stream. You would have to pay me a lot to 100% Crash 4 on stream. Literally Mario Odyssey, but even more frustrating. Yep. It is. Ugh. But at the same time, the platforming is immaculate. Its return to form for the characters of Crash, Cortex, and Dingodile, not so much Coco, but those three in specific, is fabulous. Entropy gets to be a great villain. The running commentary over levels by Embryo is so reminiscent of the Twinsanity era. It feels great. It really is a best of a bunch of Crash concepts. There's a Polar section for no reason, just randomly. You get an alien platforming auto-scroller on a character called Schnurgle, who is just an alien dog that you ride like Yoshi. I love Schnurgle to death. Entropy Self-Cest is one of the funniest Crash jokes. I agree. Tana's levels are okay. Cortex's levels are good. I know a lot of people don't like them. I love the Cortex levels. Dingodile is great when he functions, but sometimes his vacuuming is a little bit off. And for whatever reason, they're just a little short. There's a lot of little caveats to Crash 4 that should drag it down lower, which only says how highly I respect the main platforming of this. Like, ultimately, it has a lot of the same issues that Tropical Freeze does 20 places lower. But Crash 4 is just good all the way through. It's fun to run through. It's fun to run through quickly. Tom's a little jank, so I agree your levels are okay. Yeah, I feel that. It's the jank that gets me. She feels a little bit stiff for the game. What are your thoughts on the general redesigns? I like them. I think they're cool. I think Tana is much, but I think it's funny that she is much. And I much prefer it to her having this over-the-top, very 2020 design than her having the pinstripe baby and the little romper. I think that's a much funnier pull. I do like the original designs more, but I love the squatch and stretch that they achieved on the PS1. Even Engine? Yeah, Engine's barely in it. This is such an underrated theme from POR. Alright, let's see. Dance Dance Revolution. No, it's here. It's here. It's here. It's there. It's there. DDR wasn't expecting that. Yeah, no. DDR is just great. I'm only ever a standard mode person. I cannot do heavy. But this, I had the home version of this. I had Mario Mix. Extreme is my favorite version. For whatever reason, they have You're Not Here from Silent Hill 3 as a track in this game, and that was my first ever exposure to Silent Hill, which I think is intensely funny. I think that while Nostalgia OP3 is my favorite input method for anything, DDR as a full-body experience of putting your entire self into the game is a celebration of looking funny in front of your friends. It is, to me, Nostalgia OP3 and WarioWare combined into a single game, which then really, really impresses people when you actually can do it. And let me tell you, as a fat kid who was good at DDR, that is like something to hang your hat on. I think that I love rhythm games to death. I think it is among my favorite genres, period. We still have some rhythm games to go that aren't even on here yet. And I think that DDR is such a strong experience. I know that a lot of people here grew up with Guitar Hero / Rock Band, and I never got into that just because I never cared about guitars. We're finding if fun can be this hard if it were in arcades with a DDR pad. No, it's a little too fast. DDR is just the right pace for me. DDR is the right level of goofiness with legitimate impressiveness. And I feel like if I see DDR, I have to play it at least once. Nostalgia is a very recent favorite. It could go over it, but they're basically in parity with each other. I know DDR more, and I've loved DDR for longer. I'm going to be a Grease production soon. Should I play DDR for choreography practice? No, it won't help you, but it will help with stamina. It is a good stamina game. But you're too confined to the space that you're in order to properly do the sort of choreography that you'll need. Because Grease is a lot of lines going down. Yeah, that's good. It's a good game. Thank you for hanging out, Aaron Ryan. I appreciate you hanging out for so long. Just running with cool video game music is better for pure stamina. No, DDR will gas you much faster. As someone who sprints, DDR was a better workout for me. Let's do one of the shooters. Let's do Titanfall. Yeah, I think it's about here. Rain Thomas in the top 50. Let's go! Titanfall 2 is a game that is held back by me being bad at shooters as usual. However, with that said, more of a single player or multiplayer guy when it comes to shooters. So I am more of a single player guy because I had terrible anxiety that I would let my team down in any game, and I often did because I was bad at shooters. With that said, for whatever reason, the most played game I have on Steam is Paladins for some reason. So, go figure, I guess. Oh, we've done this one. That's good. Titanfall 2 fixes all my problems by being one of the best first-person platformers ever made. As was seen on stream when I played Titanfall 2, I often forget that I have a gun, because simply running at people and doing a melee is very, very fun. Titanfall 2 is a bunch of go, 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 with incredibly high-octane platforming that gives me everything I want from a game like Mirror's Edge, while still having satisfying gunplay that even a stupid brain like mine can get into. Because, oh my god, BT is such a fun character to play. I've heard Titanfall 2 is the best FPS where annoying American army men shout commands in your ear. That's very true. FPS melee game, sign me up. It's not quite that, but I've made it that. Also, giant robots shooting giant robots. True! You just get new Titan upgrades, and you're like, what does this one do? And it's a giant fuck-off laser, and you're like, oh, that's what that does. Oh, nice. Titanfall 2 is a game that keeps building and building and building, and then it hits its best level midway through, and then it hits its second best level immediately after that, and then it kind of keeps building, but not really, but then some parts of it are still incredible. Like, it's just a sprint that would be higher if I wasn't bad at shooters. Is paying for the sins of me being bad at games. And that's about it. Let's see, what else is good in here? Because I don't want to end on all these games that people don't care about. Oh yeah, they're never leaving the mines. Not a shot. Let's see. Darkest Dungeon? Darkest Dungeon. Thank you for thinking so I don't have to. No, I like it more than Hades. Unrelated, but I love Cranky Kong. I love Cranky Kong too. Here. Now X2 can go up. Metal Gear Solid can go up. And X2. Alright. Yeah, that's about right. So Darkest Dungeon is a game about misery and suffering, but it's also really good. Because instead of just being about pure reactions and bad things happening to you, it is about positioning and managing positioning in a party of 4, and I love that. The way that your characters interplay with each other is incredible, because when you have all 4 of your Darkest Dungeon party all set, all ready, all of them doing what they're supposed to, when you're weaving from a jester going to the front line to the back line in one move, setting up your man-at-arms to just tank all of the damage, and then your highwayman takes a step forward and does a point-blank shot to slide back while the jester is getting back into position, you feel invincible. You feel like you can do anything. You are gaming this game harder than anyone has ever gamed before. And then one bad thing happens and you start panicking. Have you tried Darkest Dungeon 2 yet? No, the stagecoach doesn't interest me. The interplay with your characters is utterly fantastic. It is cruel to you, intentionally so, and sometimes that makes you feel like you have to reset the whole game, which is why it's not quite as high, because these other games above it, I think I could play forever. Darkest Dungeon, I think I would need a break. But for what it is, and for the misery it still inflicts regardless, it's really good. Should you try Darkest Dungeon? I think everyone should try Darkest Dungeon. I don't think it will be a game for everyone, but I think it's a good Steam refund test game. You'll probably get whether you'll be obsessed with it within 2 hours, and if not, you can refund it. So, cool. Let's see, let's do But Cranky Kong and Stanley Parable. Yeah, I feel you. How about... We'll do Metroid then Yuka. Free Switch trial? Oh, that's right! I did see that. I don't know if it's passed or not. That's Nier. That's not Metroid. Let's do something happier like Kerbo, and then immediately Spec Ops. No, I like it more in X2. No, swap Darkest Dungeon in X2. And boost Undertale up. Alright. Okay, so. Oh, yeah. Naruto makes the top 50. Woo! I feel you. So, Zero Mission is the best Metroid game. There is no doubt to this. There is no argument to be breached here. It's just good. As a linear sprint where the game tells you to go, in the vein of Fusion, it is absolutely fine. It is a fine platformer with one of the best power fantasy moments in the world when you get to the end of the game, after the stealth section, and get to destroy everything in your path. I love Chozodia so much. Did you like Dread? Never played. I'm just looking for an opportunity. Hate the Shine Spark puzzles? I like them. I like that they are a constant challenge of Metroid's ideas. These are what you would find in a fan hack or a ROM hack. But because Metroid 1's map is so compact and linear, or rather, tunnels, you get all of these very tightly designed puzzles that weren't really made for puzzles, but were made for proper exploration. So instead of looking for the one tile everywhere, you're looking for, how do I actually accomplish this? Zero Mission is a very easy game to scour the map in, something that I don't think other Metroid games are quite as good at doing. And I think that its control is utterly immaculate. There we go. That's one. Haven't done this one yet. I wonder there's so many for this game. Prime Huntress is the best one? No. Pinball's very good. I am well known for saying I don't like the jump in Super Metroid, and I will stand by that. I don't like her floaty jump. Zero Mission's jump is beautiful. Perfect. Love it. Down to the minute details. I'm sorry I took 3 people's joke at once. My bad. For real, Prime Pinball is pretty good. It might be the best way to experience the story of Metroid Prime. Originally I disagreed with you, but then I played the wrong hack that changed the jump, and now I know I totally agree with you. Yeah, see? See, you get it? I need to play Super Metroid with the Zero Mission jump. Then maybe I'll like it more. But yeah, it's snappy, it's crisp, its presentation is fantastic. Chozodia, again, is one of the best Metroid Power Fantasy feelings. It stretches the entire Mother Brain Rainbow Beam sequence into a full level, and does it fantastically. You have to play Dread. I feel you, but please understand, Zero Mission is significantly above the next nearest Metroid game, which is a fan game, which is then leagues above the next nearest Metroid game. Metroid is not a safe bet for me to buy. Had a good time? Thank you. No jump good? No jump good. But yeah, I think that's about where it goes. It does have its growing pains, and it is a short game. It's brisk by... I feel like in a universe where I grew up with it and Mario World would swap spots. where I am right now and liking Metroid as much as I do, I think this is where it goes. I have no idea. That's what people tell me, and I look forward to playing Dread. Pikmin 3 is my zero mission. I get you, I get you, I get you. Alright, let's see. I'm not doing Banjo-Kazooie yet. Because that has a lot... There's a very specific thing that I need to think about for it. What was the second one? This is Batman, the Enemy Within. So yeah, we can do Spec Ops. I like it more than you. You. Not more than Shovel Knight. Yo, Ghost Trick top 50, let's go. Said you do Yuka next. You're right, I did. My memory is terrible. He's going here until I remember to fix him. But Spec Ops is in his place, so I'm going to do Spec Ops, and then I'll do Yuka. Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair is not living there for reference. It's just there so I remember. So, Spec Ops The Line is a game that is like... It's a shooter, and I'm bad at shooters, and I think me being bad at shooters made the game better. Because it is a game about defeatism, it is a game about trying way too hard to be a hero, despite everything going against you wrong. And I love that. It was a pointed deconstruction of the brown shooter of the 2010s, or the 2000s and early 2010s. And it is a fascinating deconstruction of that. If you consider its contemporaries of Call of Duty and Gears of War, it was so smartly done for this. It plays itself straight as a standard military shooter, and then everything goes wrong in the absolute worst of ways through the game, and it becomes a psychological horror experience. But one that is simultaneously a power fantasy for the army, and how disconcerting those two things mixing together truly is. And what I appreciate about it most is that even if you don't like it as a piece of parody, even if you don't like it as a pure deconstructive meta-narrative, it still works as an exploration of its main character. Martin Walker, as a tortured soul, is a fantastic character who works entirely separate of the game trying to guilt you for enjoying hero shooters. And I find that riveting. Again, it is paying for the sins of me being bad at shooters, but it is also really, really good at what it does. If you can find a way to play it, I do recommend it. It is not the best shooter, it does not have to be. But it also does some really interesting level design things because it's set in a desert and it does a lot with sand and varying sand levels. And I think that's really cool. I think on top of everything, it's still a pretty good game. It's got Deep Purple. It sure do. All right, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair time. Here. I don't think it's significantly better than DKC3, but I do think it's better than DKC3. I played this game for 5 minutes, so I didn't like the controls and the dialogue was slow. Are you talking Yooka-Laylee, or are you talking Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair? Because the original Yooka-Laylee, I agree. The original Yooka-Laylee is not on here. This is the 2D sequel that plays like Donkey Kong Country. Over Tropical Freeze? Oh yeah, easy. Easy. This harkens back more to the SNES Donkey Kong Country games. I think that the flow of Impossible Lair is fantastic. I really control more of the physics. Should I play the Yuka games? You should play Impossible Lair. The original Ukulele, not as much. I'm not a big fan of Ukulele. It has its defenders. I am not one of them. Ukulele in the Impossible Lair has an incredible roll jump. It combines the ideas of Diddy on Donkey's Back rolling from the Returns games with the actual physics and more precise control of the roll jump from DKC2. And that is worth its weight in gold to me. No Clue Ukulele has sequel? Yeah, and it's a 2D platformer, and it's amazing. It has little overworld interactions where you change levels by interacting them with the overworld. Like, you can interact with like a little pipe in a little Zelda overworld, and that will flood a level from the start of the game, which then you will have to play as a water level. And it changes the layout of it. This essentially doubles the amount of levels that you have in the game, which is good because the game is super low budget. And because of that, it has difficulty establishing a visual identity. This is about as far as a game can get for me on pure game feel alone. And it gets really far. And the Epitomous Impossible Lair is one of the best challenges I've gone through. It is a game where every level you clear, you get one extra hit point in a, 15-minute gauntlet level, which has what is essentially 3 progressively harder K. Rool fights, along with auto-scrollers and consistent platforming gauntlets where you have to do it in one clean run. It is an incredible challenge. First time I beat that final K. Rool fight, I lost all of my hit points. I even lost Laylee, who lets you do the super roll tech. And then an escape sequence happened, and I did all of that blind, first try, with 0 hit points. It is one of the best, most clutch gamer moments I have ever had, and I adore it. Love it. Do you see they're remaking Ukulele? Yes. Yes, I did. I don't know who that remake is for, other than the devs themselves. Gameplay is fantastic, but it lacks an identity. Yeah, I can only sing its praises so much. It will never be an upper echelon game for me, but it's so good. It has so much good game feel to it. Will the Switch port of Country Returns be good? Probably. It'll be the first playable version of it, because it'll be the first version without waggle that eats your inputs at 60 frames per second with the 3DS levels. So, by default, it's probably going to be the best version of Returns unless it sucks. I'll be interested to see that. I really want to reevaluate Returns. Heard this one. Heard this one. Heard this one. That'll do. Donkey Kong Man is built different. I love video games. You don't understand.
We're just regular businessmen, just you and me and Teddy Bear.
Characters of Yuka don't say. I think Capital B is a great design. Alright, let's see what to do next. DQ5 next? Sure. Sure, I could do DQ5 next. Doesn't exist. QED, they're not in our midst.
No goons, no droppers, no grippers, no thugs. No dips, no clippers, no chippies, no lugs. No button men packing gats loaded with slugs. It's you and me and Teddy Bear. No mafia here. Black mafia, we're mafia for real. No mafia mugs. Just doing business.
What am I doing? This is higher. Wait, where did I just boost this to? Oh, did Stars in Time just make it to top 50? Let's go.
Let's get on. Let's get on. Five, come
Man,
on now.
it's going to be funny when Persona 5 Royal gets here by default.
Put it out quick. That's what I'm talking about.
Not familiar with the games before 11, but freaking love 11. Where I really like 3 and 1. 1 is a totally different experience, but it is a unique experience as a weird grindy RPG. 3 is probably my favorite NES RPG. 5 is my favorite Dragon Quest. It's a bit held back by being Dragon Quest. It's a little bit slow, it's a little bit janky, it's a little bit standard, but God, it does so much for storytelling early. The ability to see a character from birth into their adulthood and be with them every step of the way as they create their own legend in their own time. Being a hero who is not the hero, but will be the father of the hero, and being able to allow your son and daughter to shine is so cool. Dragon Quest V is such a cool concept game, and it throws everything it can at the wall to be as cool of a game as possible. I think that this is like the ultimate game made in '92. What's the best version of Dragon Quest V? DS. DS, definitely. That said, I haven't played the PS2 version because it's Japanese only, but it does have a translation. So I'd be curious to play that, but having played the Super Family version, as well as the DS version and the mobile version, I do think the DS version is the best of them. If you can't, the mobile version is based off of DS, so you can do that just fine. But yeah, it's a bit limited by Dragon Quest gameplay, but it's still really, really special as a game. It's very unique. You can feel Dragon Quest V in so many games that came after it, and yet it's still doing things on its own. Also, it has King K. Rool in it, which is nice. Because there is a King Cruel, and he is a crocodile, and you fight him at the top of Crocodilopolis. That counts. It's not a great K. Rool fight, but it is a game with K. Rool in it.
Okay, that was pretty good. You can go through now.
Okay, gotta move on.
Hope you enjoyed that jam from Jammer Lammy. The 105th best game. Carol's what game? There is oddly a crocodilian King Cruel in Dragon Quest V. Thought you were talking about Bjorn? Bjorn is fantastic too. I love that boss fight too. Mario Galaxy. Yeah, I think there. Yeah, so I think Mario Galaxy is fabulous. I was worried that I wouldn't like it going back to play it, but playing it for my birthday streams was a feeling of, I feel at home here. I feel so comfortable with this game. I know that it has less overall movement tech than future Galaxy or other 3D Mario games. I know in that sense it is more limited. It has all it needs, I feel. I feel like other Mario games have to compensate for their level design being iffy with Mario's movement being excellent. This one limits Mario's movement, so the level design has to keep up, and I think it does so brilliantly. I can understand if people have fallen off of Galaxy in general, but it is a beautiful game, I think, that celebrates the wonder of both movement and space in such a wonderful and unique way that even its sequel doesn't capture for me. I like Galaxy 2. I think it's a good game. However, I don't think it hits that sense of ennui, that sense of just jumping around platforms and gravity shifting around you. Mario Galaxy very much revels much more in its gimmick than Galaxy 2 ever did. And because of that, it tries to illustrate it in a way that has significant beauty and grace to it. And I don't know, I think it's really special through it. As I didn't fall off, I was just never on. I can see that. I can see. But I was worried that I would be the same way, but I'm definitely not. It's a game that, when I played it for the first time, it was a top 5 game for me. And it's slowly fallen down, but never too far. It's not Metal Gear Solid 4. Chose the right image for Mario Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you, I was proud of that one. That makes me very happy. 9-8 goes hard. It sure does. This is like Foldland levels of messing with chiptune. Alright. I think I can leave that one there. I heard a Kerbo, so let's do Forgotten Land. I think there's about right. I was insanely high on Forgotten Land when I played it. It explored so many frontiers, and it gave me a smile the whole way through. And that's a feeling that's hard to capture, and that I distinctly, really, really value. Upon replaying it, it doesn't quite hit exactly the same. But I do think it's such a beautiful experience of a game. I think that Kirby basically nails his transition into 3D, excepting, like, Air Ride and junk, in an incredibly, incredibly fulfilling way. I explored every inch of this game that I possibly could because I did not want to leave it, and that's an incredibly, incredibly high compliment for me a game. I was super addicted to it, too. It's a beautiful, beautiful title. It does have some weaknesses to it. I feel like there not being a very solid reward for clearing all of the side content underneath the time limits. I would have liked something more. Kirby can have, like, it has its true arena and whatnot, and it's very good with that. But for whatever reason, the rest of the game really doesn't want to challenge it, and, like, I wish that Kirby would challenge its mechanics more than it would its boss fights. Because it's almost there. Thanks for a fun stream. You're welcome. Have a good night. I had to study for an exam. Fought that boss on the day I took the test. Yeah, it's good. It's an exceptional, exceptional game. I think it's a little too long for me to replay compared to other Kirby games. But... You see me? Come see. You want to sit? Would you like to sit? Hello. Hello, boy. Need a few more abilities, I can agree with that. Say hi to the people, Basil. Say hello to people. Not to me, to the people. Look at them. Look at them. La creatura. I agree. This is Basil. He is my boy. Yes, hello, boy. Hello, boy. I'm sorry, we're going to wait for a little bit because he needs some attention. the baby. Alright, let's see. What else do I got here? Love you too. Okay, her name is Patches. Oh, very sweet. Hi, Banjo and Kazooie and Naoto. Oh, yeah. Say hi to them. They're hanging out. Mass Effect, maybe? Alright, we'll do ME2. Bookend the final row with the both remaining DKCs. Let me tell you, they aren't going to bookend that row. Mass Effect 2. Now lower. Lower. About there. Congratulations, Persona 5 Royal. You get into the top 50 by default. Torn between seeing Batman and Spyro next, yeah. Alright, so Mass Effect 2... There we go. Can I come closer, boy? There we go. So Mass Effect 2 was a fantastic game when I played it. It has great characterization. It is... If you want a Persona game for adults, Mass Effect 2 is actually pretty close to it. It is a game entirely about side quests so that you prepare for a final showdown where the power of friendship will see you through a suicide mission. It's really cool like that. That's probably why I like it so much, you know? It's Pride Month. The game with the catchy has to be that high. Gyps in top 40 is cool. I agree. It's got really solid interactions, really solid character interplay. I think it's where they really come into their own in writing Commander Shepard as a unique character. Great as for all of us. You're shedding, and now you're making my face itchy. You're very cruel. Which Team Normandy fired a giant friendship laser in the Illusion Man? It is where all the promise of Mass Effect builds to. And then on top of that, EA decided to come in and in one of their rare decisions of competency said, hey, Mass Effect is great. What if you made it play good? Oh, I am in a hell of my own creation. Hair is everywhere. And suddenly, it plays good. Already done cogs in motion. Already done them? No. No? Yes. According to Rainbow Laser, fair. Is a really good game. It pays the shooter tax with me, but to a lesser extent, because it's an easy game. It's just a solid RPG. It hasn't stuck with me in the same way other RPGs have quite as much, but I do appreciate its characters. I do like things. But I romance Jack, obviously. Would it be okay to skip Mass Effect 1 after playing a few hours and desiring more enjoyable gameplay? Look up the things with the character Vigil and try looking up Saren's stuff. The final encounter with Saren. I think that would be okay. With that said, there is a potential character death in Mass Effect 1. You want to avoid that for a playthrough of Mass Effect 2. They have to write around it for the rest of the series, and it's bad. Sorry, I can't take your list seriously. Good day to you. That's fine. That's me. Have a good day. I'm a weird man who likes a lot of video games that are weird and funny. All right, let's see. I heard Spyro. Let's do Spyro. Yeah. Yeah, there. Yo, and Mario Baseball goes even higher. Oh, goodbye, boy. Have a nice day. Go here for the ride. Appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Most I can do is explain and just, like, learn other people's opinions and what they feel. Let's go, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Here for the sales pitch for these games. That's fair. That's fine. Like, you don't even have to agree with me for a lot of these. What game did I just put in? Spyro. Have you ever played Ratchet and Clank on the topic of Insomniac? I played Up Your Arsenal. It's good. I don't adore it, but it's good. Spyro 1 is a beautiful, pure 3D platformer. It is the first platformer that I felt like, wow, look at the environment in the background. Wait, I can go there? What? It's the first time that I felt like a 3D world let me break its boundaries on purpose and explore the totality of a world. And in that sense, it is probably the best pure collectathon to ever exist. Spyro 2 and 3 would lean more into mission-based structures, but Spyro 1 is all about going through every nook and cranny of its world, using the momentum of Spyro to carry you to jumps that should not be possible on the PlayStation 1. And because of that, every level is just this beautiful, beautiful sandbox of things for you to explore, for you to go off the beaten path. Usually there's a linear path through a level that you can play like a Crash level, but there are often little offshoots and alcoves, and you're rewarded with treasure. Oh yes, good night, Junifer. And just, Spyro 1 has a feeling that I don't think other 3D platformers quite capture. Certainly not in its own series, and like, I think Banjo is its only real contemporary in that sense. It is a beautiful exploratory game. It is so pure in its platforming. Oh yeah, Treetops is way too non-linear and is just weird, but Spyro 1's intentions are so pure and simple and tested and played with. Like, it feels like such a complete game that does very little to expand on it, but it doesn't need it. And that I appreciate about it. Let's see. And then I heard Batman, so we'll do Batman. Yeah, it's here. Well, do I like it more than Metal Slug? Yes. I like it more than Street Fighter. Actually, I like Street Fighter more than Mass Effect. And then Lisa up. Oh, something has gone wrong. Like a Dragon 8 should not be in the top 50. Oh god, Smash Ultimate is going to get into the top 50. We can't have that. Slime top 30, let's go. Who is here? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Every single one of these games is at least top 50. Great. We're safe. This is... Batman was the lowest raid game I had left. Never mind. Smash Ultimate at 51 is perfect. That's actually hilarious. Anyway, where did I put Batman again? Oh yeah, right here. Batman is... Let's turn that down a bit. Batman, the Enemy Within, is the best Telltale game. is the best of their point-and-click adventure styles where your choices matter and whatnot, because it is entirely focused on the character of the Joker. What I love about it is that the first game, this is the second game in the Batman Telltale series, sets up the Joker and you distrust him because he's the freaking Joker. Like, why would you ever trust the Joker? That's awful. But he's actually just, like, a nice guy and just likes hanging out with you because Bruce gets thrown to Arkham and he's like, hey, buddy, how's it going? Ah, you're fine. Here, come on. And he isn't the Joker yet. He's just a weird clown who's in Arkham that no one knows the identity of, but he's clearly crazy, so they don't do anything with him. He's just kind of a permanent resident. No Arkham games? No Arkham games. I like Asylum. I hate the map design of City. I really hate the map design of City. And Night. But yeah, through this, I feel like Batman characters really struggle to be analyzed in video games because the best way that video games are suited to playing a superhero is through a power fantasy. So you get games like Batman NES and the Arkham series, which are very good games, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong at all. Those are very, very fun. Which focus on the Batman power fantasy, but the story kind of has to be not complementary to it. Because Batman wants to be psychologically explored and whatnot, but it exists in a different world than the combat system where you punch guys really, really fast. There is not really interplay with that. What Batman, the Enemy Within, is doing is not letting you play a Batman game, but letting you play a Bruce Wayne game, where Bruce is trying to infiltrate a gang of villains as Bruce Wayne, who has gone into Arkham before, so he's a little bit loopy, and they all know that. And is like, yeah, I'm just here with my good friend, John, who is just the Joker and smiling next to him, and wants to be your best friend forever, and it's really gay. But, like, in a good way? In general, in a good way. Because it's like, oh, if I'm with him, I can fix him. Everything will be okay. He's a really positive influence on my life and is trying to help. Wait a minute. He's the Joker. This feels wrong. It is actively putting you, the player, without telling you, in the seat of a character like Harley Quinn via Mad Love. It is allowing the Joker, a reflection of Batman, to be a reflection of you and your choices through Bruce Wayne. And that, I think, is the most brilliant use of the Telltale blank will remember that style of gameplay. I think it is the best interpretation of any Batman series character in any video game, and I think it's just, in and of itself, a super compelling story. And it's the only Telltale game where the final episode is completely changed in content, depending on your choices. It is not just a variance of multiple checks. It is, no, you're in a completely different location with completely different stakes and voice acting and theming. And it is so cool. It is the most fully realized version of Telltale's vision I think I have seen. It is limited by being a Telltale game, but it's a really good one, and one that no one played because it was the one that came out right before the studio went kaput. And the first Batman game was only okay. You do need to play the first Batman game, and I think it's all right. It's got some ideas to it. It does set up things in The Enemy Within that are worth going through, but this one is good. Have you ever heard of an anime called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? My name is Yoshikage Kira. I am 33 years old. I live in the house northeast of Morio where all the villas are, and I am not married. I do not smoke, but I occasionally drink. I work as an employee at the Kameiyu department store. and I am not married. Yes. That's a yes. All right. We're in the good stuff zone right now. Let's get anything that has a duplicate here. So let's do Theats Rhythm. Those are also my favorites. Here. Did you fall off this game? No! No, I 100%ed this game. This is one of the most played games on my Switch. Only beat by massive multi-hour RPGs, Smash, and the endless hours I put into Mario Super Picross for some reason. It's been over a year since it came out. It has been. Guess what? It's amazing. It's the music of Final Fantasy put properly into all of its places, given proper theming, and made into an immaculate rhythm game. It feels good. The lines feel good to cross. This game seems to get a lot of praise for a rhythm game. You have to understand, I love rhythm games so much. I love them a whole lot. Not enough to get into top 20, but close. Uematsu is the best composer. He's really good. It has 33 songs from Final Fantasy XIV, I think, and a lot of them are really good. Oh, speaking of good songs. Oh, God, I needed this after 6 hours. Mario Super Picross, my beloved. It's really addictive. But yeah, it has an insane library of music. I think at this point, over 400 songs individually mapped as rhythm game tracks. Which is just a crazy amount of music. Are all of them bangers? No, sometimes you get a beep and boop and bloop and blop and that doesn't matter. But it gave me nostalgia for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles that I forgot I had. It made me love Final Fantasy VIII a lot more than I thought I did. It actively makes me a bigger fan of Final Fantasy, and then it adds RPG mechanics into it for some reason, and then there's a Versus mode where I can prove that I'm better than Tarvold every chance I get. It's great. Is Dark Messenger in there? It sure is. FFA is the best soundtrack? Yeah, it is. Its only flaw is that it cuts Dancing Mad down to a pitiful degree. That is like the only big knock against Theatre Rhythm I have. And now it has Chrono Trigger music, it has Live Alive music, it has The World Ends With You music, Bravely Default, Chrono Cross. It is a massive, expansive game that makes you feel good for loving the series' music. It is a celebration of music itself in a way that is just... is such a good title. I wish this game was on Steam. It's on Switch, so you can play it in bed. And that's great. I love being able to do that. Not familiar with the ton of FM music, but Force Your Way is great. Agreed. Is it cut like every tier looping only once, or do they cut it? It's a 2-minute 15-second song in Theatre Rhythm. They butchered it. which is crazy because they still have the entirety of One Winged Angel from Advent Children, and it's like a 6-minute extravaganza. It does blow. It does blow. Let's see, what else is a duplicate? It looks like it's just Persona and DK. Have my bed Steam Deck feel you? Yeah, I feel you there. I need to play more Rhythm Heaven. I really do. So Donkey Kong Country 1. Yeah, I think that's about right. This is so... Donkey Kong don't know we're gonna hit him. Donkey Kong Country 1 is a beautiful game. Like, obviously, I think this game has unparalleled nostalgic connection to me. Game taught me how to read. Wow, not top 10? Not DKC 1. DKC 1 has some obvious flaws to it. It is a game that is ultimately held back by the fact that they didn't know what to do with bonus rooms at this point. And it makes going off of it to go for secrets not that great. There are some levels that are a bit of stinkers. Poison Pond, looking at you. Winky's Walkway is a level that might as well not exist. Animal Buddies aren't put in exactly the proper positions for where they should be, and are underutilized, I would say. Squawks' Shaft is a level that blinds you, and that's bad. With that said, it's Donkey Kong Country. I think that DKC 1 is unique in its ability to be a fast platforming game. I think that it is the best DKC game to blow through in like an hour to an hour and a half. You just move fast, you sprint through levels. Levels are designed for you to cut through them swiftly without deviating from the path. And when you do deviate from the path, it don't feel too good. But there is an almost arcade-like flow to how short DKC 1's levels are. Because they're very truncated compared to 2 and 3, and especially compared to Tropical Freeze. Like, playing those two games back-to-back, it is crazy how much longer a Tropical Freeze level is. Squawks' Shaft, I meant Torchlight Treble. My mistake. Last afternoon, I finished top 500, and Crash 2 is your number one. I can feel that. I can feel that. Crash 1 has a little bit of, or I'm sorry, Crash 2, rather, has... I prefer where the characters were brought in 3, and I love the characters of Crash. And that always gets me with 2. But I can feel Crash 2 being the best game for someone. It's really good. Being a whole world in DKCTF is longer than all of DKC 1. Not quite. But, like, I love replaying DKC 1 because of it. I think in the past 10 years, I've beaten no game more times than DKC 1. Unless you're counting just races and Crash Team Racing. And I think there's good reason for that. It always feels good. Diddy is just the best handling 2D platformer character ever made, from a base sense of how good it feels to move and jump with the character. Adding nothing else to him but his basic momentum tools, I think Diddy is the best that platforming has ever been. And DKC started that, DKC feels that, DKC gets to revel in that. I'm not paying attention to Crash 4 right now, getting less than 3 deaths. Oh yeah, no, that's a feeling. Like, DKC is only a game that has become more ingrained in my heart as time goes on. And, like, it's my whole identity, so of course it's good. I think the screen is slightly too zoomed into me. I get that complaint a lot. I feel like you get used to it. I feel like DKC is a game that lets you properly be trepidatious, and then once you know what's coming or have a feel of what's coming, you go through smoothly. I think it is a fantastic I think that's why a lot of people think DKC1 is so difficult, is because they're trying to plow through it and won't play it as a trepidatious game. And when they do, they get nervous, and they take everything so slowly and concerningly that it ends up feeling much harder. No, it's like Sonic 2, but good. You need to finish the sentence. So Sonic 2, but good. Yes. There we go. Plague of Shadows problem. Yes, but less of a problem because Donkey Kong Country is still inherently such a strong title. Alright. And then, last one that has a duplicate is Persona 3 Portable. I forget how good Persona 3 is a lot of the time. It's really good. It's like really, really good. I know this is weird for people. I know a lot of people will see P3P and have the feeling like this is like saying you specifically love Super Mario Advance 4 and aren't listing Super Mario Bros. 3. And my answer is yes. Yes, it has the content I like the most. Persona 3 is a fantastic game about depression and overcoming it, and I adore the female protagonist for its root. It is a game about coming to terms with the end of things, with death, with things changing and never being the same again. In the original context of Persona 3, you are a depressed character who, through their bonds with others, learns the meaning of how to live their life and how everything is expressed through the connections you make with others. It is a beautiful message of a game. Unfortunately, one of those friends is Kenji. We hate Kenji. Fuck Kenji. Here's a Persona song. I'll do. Have you played Pikmin 4? Not yet. I plan to play it after Pikmin 3. Just got to the Ken part pretty good. Persona 3 Portable's female route changes that entirely by the means of the character being, okay, this is a naturally positive character. This is an extrovert. You, as the player character, are bringing out what you want to see out of life and are giving meaning to this world through others. And you slowly see how much that tires you throughout the game, and yet how positive of an influence you want to stay because you love your friends. Persona 3 is a game about sacrifice, and I feel like its female route does that the most perfectly and beautifully. I know a lot of people have criticisms about Tartarus, I do too. I find it an entirely fine way of grinding through the game. I find it a fine little endurance test that honestly most dungeon design isn't all that better than. It's just a psychological barrier. You're still going and we didn't hit a top fiver? Oh yeah, no, we got plenty here. We're good. I save things. I know how to work the system. We are in the fact that everything will be within the top 20 now. So, ultimately, I have to say that, no, I love Persona 3 Portable. If you love Reload, if you love any other version of the game, I completely understand. This game nails its theming in a way that no other Persona quite captures, even my favorites. Haven't even hit a fiver. No. What am I, Canadian? Am I going to call it a TUI now? No. Because TUI's just in the top, is like 83. Alright. Let's go through. All of these games have tremendous value to me. And also Space Channel 5 Part 2 is still here. And guess what? It's my favorite rhythm game. Yeah, it's here. Live Alive can go up to 20s. You know what? Swap Live Alive and Majora's Mask, I think. That feels right. Okay. Space Channel 5 is a video game wherein you save people's lives through the power of dance, causing them to dance with you so you can save President Peace of Space. Because he can sing the only song that causes peace, but Purge of the Rhythm Rogues is trying to brainwash people with anti-rhythm, and Michael Jackson is there, and you have to save Michael Jackson, who is literally just Michael Jackson, by defeating an evil boss of TV screens by doing the Thriller dance at it. I was worried it was going to bump Smash Brothers up to 50. No, I'm crazy, and I love Space Channel 5. Speaking of which, is EBA here? It is. It is top 70. 67. Game 67. It's really, really good. It is now impossible to play in any meaningful way. But yeah, Space Channel 5 Part 2 is a ridiculous game that rewards you for learning it and perfection. I think it is the goofiest, most fun rhythm game out there. And I adore it. I adore it to death. It is like 2 hours long, and they'll go, okay, can you do the level 100% to give Ulala a funny new outfit as you outdance the space police with Officer Pine and her 2 subordinates, Sexy 1 and Sexy 2? It is everything I want tonality-wise. It is a game that I have forced myself to get perfect in. It makes me smile. It makes me laugh. I'm feeling Space Channel 5 is going to be a very fun first experience. It is. I believe there's a PS2 version that contains both the first game and the second game. Otherwise, I think most re-releases are just the first game. Those re-releases aren't very good. I had to play with Japanese audio for the voice acting. The English audio is in there. They just don't give you the options to change it in-game. You just have to change it at the root. So it's a rough port, but also it's still a really great game. All right. How many games left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Said the Alligator King to his 7 sons. Which one do you guys want to see? Which one do you want to talk about of these 7 games? DKC2. Okay, DKC2 and Crash Team Racing got the most votes. So we'll do those next. Save what I assume is your top 5. See, that's the thing. Because for the first time in a long time, I'm debating the top 5 and 6. So we'll do DKC2. Donkey Kong Country 2 is and will probably always be my 4th favorite game of all time. There are 3 games that I value above it, and those games are like untouchable by it. However, it is also significantly better than the games I would consider my 5th favorite game. So it is in a weird limbo where it is just permanently number 4 in my heart and soul. And I don't think that will ever change. Unless, like, a top 3 game sinks somehow. Do I need to explain to you guys why I love Donkey Kong Country? Well, I can't believe you called DKC2 the Eternal No-Hoper. Well, I should have gotten more hero coins. Yeah, I think Diddy is perfection when it comes to 2D platforming. I think the character is beautiful. I think the way that he moves is fantastic. I think the way that he mows through enemies, the way that he can adjust his momentum, it is perfect to me. Dixie is there to better acclimate you to Diddy's ways as well. And the fact that each one constitutes its own hit point forces you to accept the strengths of both. Dixie is an excellent way to lead into Diddy, and Diddy is an excellent way to feel as magical in platforming as possible. Its level design is built around Diddy's speed and constantly challenging it with a bunch of interesting gimmicks. Appear when Skrunkle World 8 changes his life. You have a whole month explaining why you love Donkey Kong, plus your name is Spirit Kong. Let's explain anyways. It is just... I think it's a great game to experience. I think it is an amazing game to replay. I think that it has such strong replay value and works so well within the confines of its own systems. I think it's beautiful. I think, if you ask me what video games are, what is a game that constitutes the feeling of video games, there is only one game that I would ever say is more video games than Donkey Kong Country 2. I think it's better on replay than on first play. Not because on a first play you're scrounging for every single inch. It is a brutal game on a first playthrough, and I love it for that. It is a game that I slowly learned to mature into liking, because as a kid, it was my least favorite of the trilogy. As I got better at it, it became my absolute favorite, because I was willing to go up to it. 5 months ago, I first played Donkey Kong Country on the SNES emulator and original Donkey Kong. They're awesome games. DKC is my number 11 favorite. Fantastic. I adore this series. It means the world to me. More than any other series, it makes me happy to see. It is my safe place. I feel comfortable and at home here. First play, I'm rubbing my face against every wall. Well, that's because you know to blow your face against every wall. You're like, okay, that's what DKC2 does. Okay, let's do the lowest game remaining, which is Nier Automata. Yeah, I think here. So, Nier Automata is... yeah. Nier Automata is Nier Automata. You've already bought it, somehow, just because 2B is that attractive. And that's how it works. And amazingly, 2B isn't like a top 3 character in her own game. Is Nier Rep below? I need to play Nier. It's a game I've only watched. Oh, good, Bowser's theme. So many people tell me this is a game you need to play. Nier Automata dares to ask us the brave question of what if a Yoko Taro game actually felt good to play. And then it brazenly goes, do you like vertical shooters, specifically Ikaruga? And I scroll down and I go, yeah, I think Ikaruga's pretty good. And it goes, okay, great. Here's all you need. It is not the best playing action game. It's fairly rudimentary when compared to stuff like Rising, when compared to stuff like Devil May Cry. But it does integrate so many options into your gameplay. and it feels so solid and nice on base level. Just your dash that automatically goes into a dodge feels fantastic, and because it is a Platinum game, they are allowed to install their own systems into the game, so you can customize 2B however you want. You can make it so that if you shoot down projectiles, the projectiles explode. If you dodge an attack, you go into witch time. You can add the Metal Gear Rising parry into 2B's outfit and kit, and in exchange, you can take away being able to see your health bar. You are so insanely and funly customizable in Automata that it is a fabulous experience. Yeehaw! And then on top of that, it just decides to be a fabulous title start to finish when it comes to its themes and its story and its music and its characterization. The slow turn of 9S into a wholly innocent character into, oh god, oh no, oh baby boy, is one of the most engrossing experiences to see to a character. It perfectly plays with the expectation of what Nier, the original game, did, and then twists it in order to make you work for it, and I think that its ending is one of the most poignant in all of video games, in how much video games mean to a person. Should I be listening? I am intentionally being vague. I'm just saying stuff happens to a character in a Nier game. Damn. Please understand, stuff is happening to a character in a Nier game. I will not spoil beyond that. But yeah, no, it's a great time. Actually, do I like it more than Disco Elysium? Yeah, actually, I think playing is, yeah. Okay, I think there's good. Alright. Amazingly, we've gone through 120 games and only have 5 left. What you want? What would you like of what is left? All right. That is a CTR. Okay, CTR. Said you would do next. All right. One sec. Right there. Right there. Crash Team Racing is my favorite racing game, is my favorite Crash Bandicoot game. Nitro Fueled has added so much to it. Like, if the original Crash Team Racing were in this list, which I don't have just to avoid redundancy, because the entire game is included in this game, it would be here. Or here. Roughly here. Nitro Fueled is, to me, the epitome of the racing genre. It is not just... It doesn't just take the basic concepts of Mario Kart. It doesn't just take the adventure mode of Diddy Kong Racing. It decides it wants to do everything. It wants to be everything. It wants to have the boost system that feels as good as F-Zero. It wants to take turns better than Mario Kart. It wants to have Diddy Kong Racing's adventure mode. And it's like, okay, fine, we'll do all of it. It'll be great. We'll mix every element of every great racer together and make it feel good. And on top of that, it has a bounce to it. There is such a feeling when you bounce off of a massive jump that should not be possible on the PlayStation 1 and looks even better in Nitro Fueled. and you fall for like 3 whole seconds before you crash on the ground with a massive turbo boost. It uses its squash and stretch mechanics of its characters to emphasize the speed of the gameplay. It is brilliant. If there was a game I was ever going to speedrun, it would be Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. There is only one other candidate, and it's not near as good. Like, are there flaws to Nitro Fueled? Literally just microtransactions. And if you have a preference between the drifting mechanics of CTR Original and the small changes Nitro Fuel has made, you can probably prefer CTR. But otherwise, I think it is an immaculate kart racer with some of the best track design. Yeah, also it's not on Steam. That sucks. And the Switch version has intensely bad load times. Its online is dead. Yeah, but you can still play with friends. It's in a bit of a difficult situation, but this game makes me happy when I play it. I feel at home, and I grip the controller harder than I do for any other game in existence. It is so good. So good. It's very fun, but so intimidating. Don't let it be intimidating. It has a deep end, but ultimately, it's a kart racing game. I got by as a kid using the worst characters in the game, doing basic turns, and just sort of powering my way through learning track knowledge. Just sort of figure it out slowly. It's fine. You can beat it with like basic racing know-how, and slowly you'll get better. The game actively introduces new mechanics to you and gives you tutorials as it expects you to use them. Is as you as GX is to be? Well, see, you see where GX is in this list. You see where GX is in this list. This could be you. Let's pinstripe again. There. That'll do. And just, yeah. All right. Next up, Metal Gear Solid 3. Tarfield, you can vouch for me. When you play Metal Gear Solid 3, do you ever stop thinking about Metal Gear Solid 3? About its characters, about its world, about its story, about its gameplay, and various things you can do? Metal Gear Solid 3 is a brilliant use of player expression. Not ever exactly. Metal Gear Solid 3 is such a brilliant player expression game. You can do the goofiest shit. We're going in right now. Hang on. This game has so many stupid fun mechanics that you can just mess with to such an incredible degree. Look, you're a monkey man in a Santa suit who knocked out a man with your hanky. This is the goofiest game in the world. We're setting up a multi-porn trap for people. Based on our stun grenade. Screw around in the research lab just to pull the alarm for no reason? Exactly! What the hell are backseat gamers? As it should! As it should! Watch as they fall into our dastardly multi-book trap. We have to have a night where we do a meme playthrough of this in October. Does this smell like chloroform to you? Behold, the ultimate in stealth. And on top of that, it decides to have a multi-layered story with some excellently developed characters, with pitch-perfect pacing and a brilliant homage to James Bond and spy thriller fiction. It is the most concise, focused, and yet infinitely divergent Metal Gear game that has ever been released. I'm not even good at it. I suck at shooters. I don't care. I fought the end on the 4th of July. It took me 2 hours to hunt him down with my tranq pistol, and the moment that I got the last hit on him, fireworks started. It was incredible. Utterly incredible. The DARPA chief. Perfect voice acting too. Oh yeah, they kill it. Kill it in this game. Right? It is... This game has always been a leg up from the competition. It says a lot that now I consider basically it and Crash Team Racing on levels of their own, and then the rest of the top 10 on their own level. Like, if I had to make another tier just for 5 and 6, I would, but that looks really ugly. One of those perfect games I think everyone agrees is perfect. It's really good, and they just keep going. It's well known that developers for the game were just said, yeah, just throw in more stuff. We want everyone to add one stupid thing to this game. And they did, and the game just keeps giving and giving and giving. I love Metal Gear Solid 3. Not as good as DKC 2, though. Trash is the only flaw. Yeah, I agree. How much is the gap between 110 versus 10 and 100? Not as big as you would think. Because, like, Pokemon Puzzle League compared to Sonic and Sega All-Stars, I love both of those games, but this is still something that fundamentally changed my life. Wonder how good Delta is going to turn out. Me too. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. All right. Top 3. Because I wish the VOD of the birthday stream a lot. Yeah. Kirby Superstar is the first game that I ever considered my favorite game. If you asked me, what is the video game that all video games should be about? What is the most video game ever to release? I would say it's Kirby Superstar. It has the soul of fighting games. It has the soul of platformers. It has the soul of Metroidvania. It has the soul of Time Attack. It has the soul of exploration. It has the soul of beat-em-ups deeply ingrained into it. It is the most video game any video game has ever been without being something else. That's right with number 3 after knowing DKC is the gatekeeper. How do you feel about Superstar Ultra? I like Superstar Ultra. Like, obviously it's an excellent title. I feel like the co-op experience of Kirby Superstar is among the most important things to it. I feel like saying Superstar Ultra is like saying we made an improved, mostly single-player version of Turtles in Time. And I'm sitting there going, why would you do this? Who allowed you to do this? It has all of the things that are most close to my soul. When I die, I hope that the Kirby Superstar credits music plays. Which is a really morbid thing to say, actually, but can't fully, because the physics aren't the same as SSU. Yeah, I can't enjoy SSU because the physics aren't the same as Superstar. It's weird. And bad. Bad. I watched the video about Dr. Neil Cortex 3 times. Thank you. If Superstar Ultra was the same as DS, but on Wii, would your opinions change? They might. They might. Having that accessible version, I just have such nostalgia for the sprites. This is the first video game I've ever beaten. Marx has a soft spot in my heart because of it. It represents the friendships I forged as a child, as the neighborhood coming together to slowly beat the arena, and me accidentally discovering the shuttle loop and head crash as Burdon as a way to beat Marx. Using iframes when we didn't even know what iframes were. This is a beautiful title. And, I don't have any complaints on it. I beat this game once every year. Just to keep it close to me. Don't think our top 10s have any overlap, but hey, that's cool. DKC2 is one of the most nostalgic. I feel you, I feel you. I feel that nostalgia is a very important part of who we are. I feel like going why something has nostalgia and being able to make that a part of you is far more important than knowing what nostalgia is. Or rather, accepting like, yeah, it's nostalgia, that's why it's up here. It's beyond that to me. Kerr means a lot to many people. He sure means a lot to me. He's been my friend for as long as I can remember. That's a special guy. He made me feel confident when I wasn't in myself. Through this game, being a player 2 to someone, being the player 1 to someone else's player 2 and guiding them through the game, it's the universal experience of video games to me. Shit, I really shouldn't have put on this song. Oh boy. Such an amazing mix of the song. Yeah. Big soft spot for. I feel ya. I feel ya. Alright. Let's see. Alright. Now here's the thing, folks. I don't know where these two stand anymore. Banjo-Kazooie is the game that I played when, is the last game I played together with my mom. It was the last game before 3D environments took that from her. Took her ability to play the game. She got nauseated through Super Mario 64. Persona 4 saved my life. I would not be here without playing Persona 4. It gave me the will to go on. Of playing these games between the two, which one I enjoy playing the most is Kirby Superstar. And thus lies the pickle, where Persona 1, or Persona 4, has been my #1 game for over a decade. Banjo-Kazooie has also And so has Kirby Superstar. All three of these have been roughly a decade of time been my number one game. To some level and degree of self-reflection. I play even 100 games? Who knows? These are the games that are nearest and dearest to not just my heart, but my state of being. I would be a completely different person for not experiencing these titles. I would not be here for not understanding these titles. And I don't know what order I want to put them in. DKC 2 at number 4 is as safe as of a bet as I can get. It's not quite on the level of these. My fandom goes out to it eternally. Should they be in an order? Yes, because everything else is in an order. It's not fair to put everything else. Freaking, oh no, number 94 Star Wars Battlefront 2 has to get slotted in, but freaking Kirby Superstar just gets a free pass. No, that's not how it goes. We need to know how they go. For years, the order has been this. I'm questioning if the order is this, or if the order is this. I do not think the order is this. Didn't spend 6 hours and 40 minutes for... Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a little bad. Kirby P4BK. How about you talk about Banjo and Persona 4 first? Yeah, that's a fair one. Let's go. Banjo-Kazooie taught me the joys of truly living in a world. It was the first 3D game I had ever experienced, and because of it, it is the first game that I felt truly immersed in. I lived this game. I loved this game. I memorized every single detail I could about this game. It was nowhere else in any other explorable space that isn't just gamified do I feel more comfortable than playing Banjo-Kazooie. It is a game that has made me cry. It is a game that makes me feel not necessarily truly elated, but absolutely content in playing it. I barely feel the act of playing it anymore. I simply feel good. It exists. It allows me to exist in a world where it feels good. I can touch the worlds of Banjo-Kazooie in my mind. I know. And then Furnace Fun happens, and it rewards me for loving Banjo-Kazooie as much as I do. And the game is designed around me loving it as much. Never before have I felt a game reciprocated everything that I put into it quite as much as Banjo-Kazooie. And because of that, are there I would say of these games, Banjo-Kazooie is the game that has the most parts that I don't dislike, but am most neutral on, which it would be Clanker's Cavern and certain parts of Rusty Bucket Bay and certain bits of Bubble Gloop Swamp. I think those are just like a net neutral for me in feeling, but I'm still somewhat captivated in it. With that said, the entire rest of the game has such a feeling of comfort and love and... I get sent back and through it. It is the most rewarding game to play through. I played BK so damn much I feel like it plays me at this point. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm going through the same motions for it. Maybe I'll learn to speedrun it one day. It's a bit too comfortable at times for me. And then on the other end of the spectrum, Persona 4 was a game that I bought on an absolute whim. Board 8 had it as their latest obsession on game FAQs, and I'm like, okay, it looks like you turn into Power Rangers or something. And I played the game for a little bit. I thought it had really good voice acting, and then I put it down. Because I was very, very depressed at the time, and I couldn't bring myself to play much more in games. Just get, like, an idea of this horrible objective quality. And I was truly miserable during that time. Truly, honestly miserable. And then I played it on one of my darkest days with my sister, who was home from school for the day. And that kept hitting for me. And this 100-hour RPG unfolded in front of me. One that had characters who were horribly dissatisfied with the world around them, who questioned every bit of themselves, from what mattered to them, how their lives were going to turn out, what gender meant to them, what sexuality meant to them. And the way that it unfolded made me value what life I had. And the RPG attached to it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I honestly and truly did. Yet as time goes on, I do see the flaws of Persona 4 as a game. How those same things that I found so powerful and so meaningful could be turned callously on others. How there's parts of the game that I just don't enjoy going through. Did I just mute? My cat muted me. Am I here? He brushed against my connection to the speakers. Sorry about that. I sincerely apologize. Okay, looks like we're back now. Okay, all set. Maybe let's say you're back about Persona 4 again. Thank you, Chillin' Jesus 101. Oh, hi, boy. Hi, boy. And just... I don't know. This game means the world to me, and it did something that I can never thank it enough for. Versus say. Also, hi. Hey! Hey, no, pleasure to have you here. Oh gosh, my voice is going. Ultimately, I don't think I am the same person who rated Persona 1 as my favorite, or Persona 4 as my #1 game of all time. I am the person who has come as the result of that. I'm the person who has evolved from that. And it still means the world to me. It honestly does. But in a means of reflection, I'm not sure if it is the game of all time for me. Because I have the game that has the most personal impact for me. The game that brings me the most comfort in the world. And the game that is video games to me. Which of the top 3 is the most video game? It's this one. It is absolutely this one. But this one has been here for so long and meant so much. I don't know. I don't know if I can let it go. I don't know if it's right to let it go as that. What is most important? Personal impact, comfort, or being the game? Well, see, when you put it like that, this one seems a little bit callous. Doesn't it? I feel like going after what you have, KSS has in spades. Does this feel right? I need to feel if this feels right. When was the last time you played P4? For my birthday. Completed it. Years. That's a game I can only play every few years. Replayable doesn't mean best. I know. I know it doesn't. Great list. I'm so tired though. Me too. Me too. Can you physically P4 out of number 1? This is my attempt to. Bro's tired? Bro needs to come to heart. I think, after feeling it out, this is third. Banjo-Kazooie is third. Because it's not in the conversation right now. It is just if it is this or this. I feel like if you don't do it now, you are admitting there will never be a game that can top P4. If I'm doing this now, I'm admitting there will never be a game that can top Kirby Superstar. This means that this game will never be topped. This means that this game will never be topped. It's a binary state. Can you talk about DKC2 again? Oh yeah, sure. I think that Diddy Kong is the best controlling 2D platformer character, and it's a game that has grown with me exponentially. The more I have appreciated world building and lore and just the idea of getting better as a character. How's Kirby Superstar feel as a 2D platformer? Not as good as it feels as a beat-em-up. It's an incredible beat-em-up. Samurai Kirby with you as an opponent. Kirby Superstar is also made by the Goat Sakurai 9.9 OST. I don't have any caveats in how much I enjoy Kirby Superstar. I do have caveats with Persona 4. But I will defend those caveats. Does Persona 4 have ability icons? It has icons! So I'll P4 and what means you, I put BK for you. One thing. Let me see how this feels. It's like, I've never played any Persona games ever. They're unique experiences. Oh. 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 All right. Yeah. Yeah, that feels right. I'm going to get bullied so hard for that opinion. All right. Okay, let's save this off. Okay, so yeah, just let me download it. Cool. I'll post that on socials. To be fair, peer pressure was going either way. All right, so that is it. Let's list them off and then sign off. Boy, I'm sorry. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. What's a good credits thing for this? Been here the whole time. I don't regret any of it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All of you have accompanied me on this. This has been a long journey, but it was really fun. I'm really happy to see so many of you. I'm really glad that we did it. Kirby Superstar credits theme. Yeah, that's fair. One sec. Whatever the credits theme of game number one. Oh no, not Mega Man 7. Yo, Tarvold, thank you. No, this is fair. All right. Say hello to all of our fallen heroes. Mega Man 7, Alan Wake, Grim Fandango, Perfect Dark, Super Mario Bros. 3, and so on. All right. Number 100, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed. Number 99, Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. 98, Princess Maker 2. 97, Psychonauts 2. 96, Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3. 95, Toho Luna Nights. 94, Star Wars Battlefront 2. 93, Pseudo Regalia. 92, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. 91, Metal Gear Solid 4. Guns of the Patriots. 90, Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos. 89, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. 88, Sonic Generations. 87, Higurashi, When They Cry. 86, Putt Putt Saves the Zoo. 85, Sam and Max Hit the Road. 84, Vampire Savior. 83, Banjo-Tooie. 82, Yakuza 0. 81, Tekken 3. 80, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. 79, Dragon Quest XI. 78, Bioshock 2. 77, Crazy Taxi. 76, Joy Mech Fight. 75, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Path. 74, Half Minute Hero. 73, Spec Ops The Line. 72, Shovel Knight King of Cards. 71, Kirby Air Ride. 70, Spyro the Dragon. 69, Mother 3. That's a bad one to be 69. 68, Elite Beat Agents. 67, Metal Slug 3. 66, Castlevania. That's a good one to be 66. 65, Max Effect 2. 64, Street Fighter 6. 63, Batman: The Enemy Within. 62, Mario Party 3. 61, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. 60, Lisa. 59, Hades. 58, Diddy Kong Racing. 57, Mega Man X2. 56, Darkest Dungeon. 55, Metroid Zero Mission. 54, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. 53, Dragon Quest V. 52, Before Your Eyes. 51, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. 50, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. 49, Titanfall 2. 48, Persona 5 Royal. 47, In Stars and Time. 46, Ghost Trick. 45, Undertale. 44, Metal Gear Solid. 43, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. 42, Castlevania Rondo of Blood. 41, Kid Icarus Uprising. 40, Nostalgia OP3. 39, Mario Superstar Baseball. 38, F-Zero GX. 37, Warcraft 3. 36, DDR Extreme. 35, Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. 34, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. 33, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. 32, The House in Fata Morgana. 31, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. 30, Sly 2, Band of Thieves. 29, Super Mario World. 28, Theater Rhythm, Final Bar Line. 27, Donkey Kong Country. 26, Punch-Out! 25, Space Channel 5 Part 2. 24, Kirby Planet Robobot. 23, Sonic Adventure 2. 22, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. 21, Live Alive. 20, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. 19, Super Mario Galaxy. 18, Super Smash Bros. Melee. 17, Yakuza Like a Dragon. 16, A Hat in Time. 15, God Hand. 14, Persona 3 Portable. 13, Umeneko When They Cry. 12, Mario Party 2. 11, Pokemon Red version. 10, Pokemon Puzzle League. 9, Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door. 8, Disco Elysium. 7, Nier Automata. 6, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. 5, Metal Gear Solid 3. 4, Donkey Kong Country 2. 3, Banjo-Kazooie. 2, Persona 4. 1, Kirby Superstar. Thank you all for joining me this evening. I sincerely appreciate it. I'll post this to socials. I will see about getting a replaceable version. If you'd like, I will... If I get a replicable version, I will put this in the description of this video once I have done that, and I will also put it in the Designing for Discord, the link of which is already in the description of this video. And I'll probably do that within an hour or so. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I need to eat. So, yeah. Thank you all. Have a good night. Now do a top 200. No!